The old lighthouse stood towering against the stormy sky as Meyer approached, her heart racing with anticipation. She clutched a worn leather map, its edges frayed from years of searching for the rumored treasure hidden nearby. Lightning cracked overhead, illuminating the daunting steps spiraling up the lighthouse's narrow shaft. Maya hesitated, but then pressed her hand on the cold metal railing, beginning her ascent. As she climbed, whispers of the past seemed to echo through the walls, urging her forward. At the top, the door creaked open, revealing a dusty lantern and a faded journal resting on a wooden table. She flipped open the journal, discovering entries from a lighthouse keeper who spoke of a secret passage beneath the rocks. Without delay, Maya descended carefully, her boots echoing in the empty tower. Outside, rain battered her face as she followed the journal's directions toward the cliff's edge. A narrow cave entrance lay hidden behind a curtain of ivy, just as the journal described. Lighting her lantern, Maya stepped inside, the walls closing in around her as she ventured deeper. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a cavern glowing with the shimmer of countless shells and glittering stones. In the center, a chest lay half buried in sand, its lock rusted but intact. With a deep breath, she pried it open, revealing an assortment of old coins, maps, and a compass unlike any she had seen. Maya smiled, realizing the true treasure was the adventure and the history she uncovered. She carefully packed the items, planning to share the story and preserve the legacy of the lighthouse keeper. As she exited the cave, the storm was clearing, and the first rays of dawn painted the sky in soft gold. Maya looked back once more at the lighthouse, feeling a profound connection to its silent sentinel. "Some secrets are worth the journey," she whispered, tucking the journal safely into her pack. With a steady heart, she walked away, ready for whatever new adventure awaited beyond the horizon. Dave decided today was the day he'd finally win the office chair race. It was an unofficial but fiercely competitive event held every Friday at 4:59 p.m. Rules were simple. Grab your chair, push off from your desk, and race to the break room. Dave's opponent, Linda, was a veteran chair racer with a customized seat cushion and laser focus. As the clock neared 4:59, coworkers gathered, phones ready to record the epic showdown. "Ready, set, go," the manager shouted, barely hiding his excitement. Dave launched forward, wheels squeaking loudly, but Linda zoomed ahead, her chair almost gliding. Suddenly, Dave's chair hit a rogue paperclip, spinning him around like a top. "Whoa!" he exclaimed, narrowly missing a stack of reports and an alarmed intern. Linda took the lead, but looked back with a grin as Dave struggled to regain control. Determined, Dave gave his chair a mighty shove and caught up to her by the water cooler. They were neck and neck, laughter bubbling up amid wheeling chaos. In a final burst, Dave aimed for the finish line, but his chair's wheel caught on a carpet edge. Time seemed to slow as he tipped backward, landing softly in a pile of empty coffee cups. The office erupted in laughter. Linda declared the victor, but everyone cheered Dave's spectacular effort. Next week, Dave promised, brushing coffee off his shirt, "I'm bringing training wheels." The manager handed Dave a consolation prize, a golden paperclip, and a Best Perseverance ribbon. As the office returned to normal, the chairs awaited their next race, eagerly and quietly spinning. Dave couldn't wait to get back on his chair and spin his way to glory, carefully this time. And so, the great office chair caper became legendary, reminding everyone that sometimes, falling is just part of the fun. Every morning, Emma stopped by the same cafe for her coffee. It was her little ritual, a quiet moment before the day spun out of control. Today, the cafe was unusually busy. She glanced at the counter, hoping for her usual order, a simple black coffee, no fuss. As she waited, she noticed an elderly man struggling to reach the sugar packets. He was a regular too, always sitting in the corner reading. Emma walked over and offered him one, smiling warmly. "Here, let me help you with that." He looked up, surprised but grateful. "Thank you, young lady. It's the little things that make a morning better," he said. They struck up a conversation, sharing stories about their favorite books and the city's changing streets. Before long, the barista called out, "Emma, your coffee's ready." She took her cup, then turned back to the man and offered, "Would you like to share it with me?" He chuckled softly. "I think I'll stick to my tea, but I'd enjoy the company." They found a cozy spot by the window, watching the world move briskly outside while their conversation slowed to a comfortable pace. Emma realized this unexpected encounter was the best part of her day so far, a reminder that sometimes, slowing down brings new connections. As the cafe began to empty, the man glanced at his watch. "I have to get going, but this was lovely." Emma nodded, feeling a warmth deeper than the coffee in her hands. "Me too. Maybe tomorrow, same time." "I'd like that," he replied with a smile, gathering his things. She watched him leave and took a sip of her coffee, savoring the moment. The barista approached, wiping his hands. "Looks like you made a new friend today." Emma smiled. "Yeah, sometimes the best part of the morning isn't the coffee, it's the company." She gathered her things, ready to face the day with a lighter heart. As she stepped outside, the sun was climbing higher, and the city seemed a little less hurried, a little more welcoming. And Emma knew that every morning held the promise of something new, something warm, just like this last cup of coffee. Leora stood beneath the night sky, her silver hair shimmering softly as unfamiliar constellations stretched above in a dance of celestial light. Her luminous blue eyes traced the intricate patterns, feeling a pull she couldn't yet explain. In the quiet of the village, elders whispered in hushed tones about an ancient prophecy tied to the stars that had begun to fall from the heavens. Their voices carried a mix of fear and hope, hinting at destinies intertwined with the cosmos. Near the roots of a massive ancient oak, Leora discovered a pendant glowing softly with a pulsating light. The silver pendant matched one she had always worn, but this new glow seemed alive, responding to her touch. Kalen arrived just as the firelight flickered against his flame-red hair and bronze skin. With a serious tone, he warned of a looming shadow threatening to engulf their world, his gaze heavy with urgency. In the village square, the Starborn amulet suddenly emerged, casting a radiant blue light that danced over the cobblestones. The glow was mesmerizing, illuminating the faces of onlookers with hope and dread. From the depths of the dark woods, Mara silently watched, her violet eyes reflecting the amulet's shimmering light. Cloaked in shadows, her presence was both ominous and unseen by the villagers. An uneasy silence fell as the night sky dimmed, stars vanishing one after another till only darkness remained. The villagers felt a growing unrest, as if the world's balance was slipping away with each fading star. Seeking answers, Leora approached Kalen, her voice trembling with uncertainty. He reluctantly revealed her connection to a celestial lineage that was beginning to vanish from existence, deepening the weight of her destiny. Under Kalen's stern guidance, Leora began to harness the power of her pendant, the surrounding stars flickering in response to her awakening abilities. Each lesson strengthened her bond with the cosmos, yet the challenges ahead loomed large. Mara unleashed shadowy creatures from the darkness, their forms twisting and creeping as they surged toward the amulet. Chaos erupted as villagers scrambled, the tranquility of the night shattered by the assault. Together, Leora and Kalen fought fiercely to protect the amulet, but with every strike, its radiant glow weakened. The amulet's dimming light cast doubt over their struggle, making victory seem more distant than ever. Suddenly, the celestial mirror flickered to life, revealing a cryptic message etched in glowing runes that hinted at a realm beyond the stars. The mysterious script beckoned them toward an otherworldly journey. Compelled by the message, Leora touched the mirror's surface, triggering a shimmering portal that revealed an ethereal landscape bathed in starlight. The realm beyond was both breathtaking and unsettling in its shifting beauty. Kalen insisted they step through the portal together, knowing the fate of their world depended on restoring the stars that were fading. Despite the dangers ahead, their determination was unwavering. As they crossed the threshold, Mara's distant laugh echoed through the star realm, a chilling reminder that their trials were only beginning. Her promise of challenge hung heavy in the celestial air. The star realm unfolded with shifting skies and impossible terrain, each moment testing Leora's resolve and adaptability. The very landscape seemed alive, its challenges crafted to probe her strength and spirit. Leora's silver pendant began to glow brighter, its light pulsing in response to hidden celestial paths that revealed themselves only to her. This newfound guidance was a beacon amidst the realm's perplexing shifts. Kalen confronted illusions conjured by Mara, his flame-red hair blazing fiercely as his fire met their intensity. Each battle was a test of will, his flames pushing back the consuming shadows. Together, they discovered ancient runes carved into celestial stones, indicating the Starborn amulet must be recharged at the heart of stars. This revelation set their course deeper into the realm's mysteries. An unexpected alliance formed as starborn creatures emerged, their forms radiant and ethereal, offering guidance through the perilous landscape. Their presence brought hope and new knowledge on the path ahead. Suddenly, Mara's shadowy figure appeared once more, disrupting the traveler's path and shattering a section of the celestial bridge they needed to cross. The obstacle threatened to sever their progress abruptly. Drawing on the strength of her celestial lineage, Leora used her pendant's light to mend the fractured bridge. Her connection to the stars pulsed stronger than ever, enabling her to restore the path with care and resolve. They soon faced a harrowing trial where Leora was forced to confront her deepest fears, each reflection cast in shimmering starlight. This intimate challenge tested her courage and inner strength beyond physical battles. By overcoming her doubt and fear, Leora unlocked a new level of power, her pendant now radiating with pure, unwavering light. This luminous transformation marked a turning point in their quest. In a final act of sacrifice, Kalen extinguished his fiery flame to illuminate a hidden cavern leading closer to the heart of stars. His fading light carved a path through darkness, underscoring the gravity of their mission. Mara raised her arms, summoning a starless storm that swallowed the night sky in utter darkness. The winds howled with abyssal force, threatening to consume Leora and Kalen in its relentless void. Celestial stars vanished as the glowing runes dimmed, and the shifting realms trembled under the threat. Seeking refuge, Leora and Kalen found shelter within a cavern adorned with ancient murals illuminated by faint rune light. The walls depicted the birth of their world's stars, weaving a story etched in glowing symbols and shimmering celestial patterns. The night sky outside remained cloaked in deep shadows. As they traced the murals, they uncovered the tale of Mara's fall, once a revered star guardian engulfed by darkness. Her radiant form had twisted into shadow, consumed by despair and regret. This revelation cast a solemn light on the storm they now faced. Leora, her silver pendant catching a subtle glow, reached out with heartfelt empathy toward the darkness that held Mara captive. Her gentle voice carried through the shifting atmosphere, planting a fragile seed of doubt within Mara's resolve. The amulet pulsed faintly with this hopeful energy. Mara's shadow wavered, flickering between vicious rage and hesitant sorrow. The internal conflict stirred as Leora's words touched the core beneath the darkness. For a moment, the storm's fury softened, and stars began to faintly shimmer once more. Patches of stars re-emerged along their path, guiding them closer to the heart of stars. The celestial forge radiated with pulsating cosmic energy, suffusing the air with a mix of hope and lingering tension. The realms shifted subtly, the atmosphere alive with anticipation. Without warning, Mara's minions ambushed them, shadows darting amidst the stars like dark meteors. In the narrow escape, Kalen sustained a wound that dimmed his fiery glow. Despite the chaos, they pressed onward, shadows closing behind them. Leora knelt beside Kalen, her luminous blue eyes steady as she channeled gentle light to stabilize his weakened flame. Their bond deepened, each heartbeat syncing with the glow of her silver pendant and his flickering fire. The cosmic energy around them responded to their unified strength. They arrived at the heart of stars, a celestial forge bathed in raw cosmic power. It pulsed rhythmically, as if alive, its glow casting intricate light upon their faces. The night sky above shimmered with nascent constellations, waiting to be reborn. Leora lifted the starborn amulet, attempting to recharge it with the forge's energy. Yet it resisted, its glow flickering uncertainly, signaling that mere power was insufficient. The amulet demanded sacrifice, a deeper offering beyond strength. Mara appeared, her form shifting between shadow and light, proposing an uneasy alliance. She offered a choice: to unite their powers and restore balance or surrender everything to the engulfing darkness. The air thickened with tension, stars flickering like hesitant witnesses. Torn by the weight of the decision, Leora's mind drifted to memories of her village and the faces of loved ones. Their safety and the fate of countless realms hung in the balance, reflected in the gleaming night sky. Her heart surged with determination amidst the swirling emotions. Resolutely, Leora extended her hand toward Mara, the amulet bursting into unwavering brilliant light. The glow intertwined with Mara's shadow, hinting at a fragile unity forming beneath the cosmic tapestry. The shifting atmosphere held its breath as destiny unfolded. Mara's shadow dissolved, revealing her true radiant form, a star guardian broken by pain but yearning for redemption. Her violet glowing eyes softened, the weight of darkness lifting as light embraced her once more. The celestial symbols around them shimmered in acknowledgement. Together, their combined light surged through the amulet, feeding it with renewed energy that reignited the cosmos above. Stars blazed back into the sky with vibrant intensity, weaving new constellations that told a story of unity. The realms shifted in harmony, their edges softly blending. The night sky burst into brilliance, stars blazing across the heavens in radiant patterns visible from every world. The celestial tapestry shimmered with newfound life, a testament to restored balance and hope. Glowing runes danced amidst the stars, a silent song of renewal. The realms intertwined, blending celestial and earthly energies into a harmonious symphony. Celestial stars aligned with earthly elements, their union signaling an era of peace and connection. The subtle atmospheric shifts enveloped Leora, Kaelin, and Mara alike. Kaelin's flame reignited with a steady, powerful glow, stronger than before his wound. His bronze skin shimmered under the celestial light, reflecting the new harmony within him. Together, they embodied the reforged bond between realms and guardianship. Leora vowed to protect both realms, her silver pendant glowing softly as their destinies merged. Her gaze held firm commitment as the celestial forces swirled around them. The burden and honor of their journey settled like a star's steady light within her. The trio stood at the threshold between worlds, witnessing the dawn of a renewed era unfold in the skies above. The realms shimmered, the shifting atmosphere alive with promise and fragile equilibrium. Stars traced new paths as the night embraced the first light of hope. Back in the village, the night sky exploded into radiant starlight, illuminating faces turned upward with wonder. Hearts filled with hope as the celestial tapestry told the story of salvation. The silver pendant on Leora's neck glowed faintly, a beacon to all. Leora's pendant pulsed softly, a glowing reminder of their perilous journey and the bonds forged through light and shadow. Its steady radiance mirrored the harmony now restored between the realms. The stars above twinkled as if acknowledging the promise it represented. Mara, restored and radiant, silently watched over the realms once more as a vigilant guardian. Her violet eyes held quiet strength beneath the night sky, adorned with new constellations. The shifting realms settled into balanced serenity, embraced by her newfound purpose. Kaelin trained new protectors beneath the celestial glow, sharing the wisdom of harmony born from trials. Flames danced steady on their skin, reflecting the unity of earth and starborn power. The village thrived under the careful watch of its guardians. Villagers gathered beneath the glowing celestial tapestry, retelling the tale that had saved their world. Stars shimmered overhead, guiding stories woven with light, shadow, and sacrifice. The air held the lingering magic of a starborn legacy, alive in every heart. Beneath the vast expanse of the starlit sky, Leora sat in quiet contemplation, the celestial stars twinkling like distant whispers weaving through the night. Faint glowing runes shimmered on her silver pendant as she felt the subtle pull of realms beyond, calling her with gentle urgency. In this stillness, Leora realized how much the journey had altered her essence. She was no longer just a guardian, but a vital bridge uniting the heavens above with the world below. Her heart carried the weight and wonder of this newfound destiny, a living link between stars and earth. A soft, celestial glow wove through her silver hair, casting ripples of shimmering light around her, a radiant symbol of the role she was now destined to play. The strands seemed alive, echoing the delicate harmony of the shifting realms she had come to understand. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the faintest song of a distant star, an ethereal melody full of promise and adventure. It whispered of journeys still to come, horizons yet to be explored beyond the veil of the present night. With renewed purpose, Leora climbed the gentle hill overlooking her village, the patchwork of rooftops resting quietly beneath a blanket of twinkling stars. The night sky stretched endlessly above, rich and alive, echoing the quiet resilience of the world she protected. From the shadows emerged Kaelin, his flame-red hair catching the starlight as he approached with a warm, assured smile. Together, their presence spoke of shared strength and unspoken readiness to face whatever destiny awaited. Silently, Mara appeared beside them, her dark robes merging with the night, eyes glowing violet with a newfound peace. Her presence, once shadowed by mystery, now stood as a testament to redemption and the fragile unity forged through trials. Together, the three raised the starborn amulet skyward, its radiant light pulsing in sync with the heartbeat of the cosmos. The glow danced upon their faces, weaving their fates with the eternal rhythm of the universe around them. The night sky responded in kind, swirling with renewed brilliance as the celestial stars painted a living canvas of hope, memory, and endless possibility. It shimmered with the luminous rune's gentle glow, reflecting the harmony born from their combined strength. As dawn's first light brushed the horizon, Leora, Kaelin, and Mara stood united beneath the fading stars, guardians of a world reborn under the veil of the starborn. In this new era, their bond shone brighter than ever, a promise that the realms would forever remain intertwined in balance and light. The sun struggles to pierce the thick ash clouds blanketing the barren cityscape, casting a muted glow over shattered rubble and twisted metal remnants of a once thriving world. The silence is heavy, broken only by the occasional creak of unstable structures. Mira moves cautiously through a collapsed alley, each step stirring dust that swirls in the dim light. She clutches her pendant tightly, a faint comfort in the oppressive gloom and rising ash that darkens the sky further. From the shadows, Joran steps forward, his mechanical arm clicking softly with each movement. His grave expression reflects the weight of their situation as he approaches Mira silently. They exchange whispered plans about a rumored safe zone beyond the ash fields, weighing the risks of venturing into the unknown. The promise of refuge sparks a cautious hope amidst the desolation. Nearby, Elias bends over a weathered map beside a flickering campfire, tracing convoluted routes with a gnarled finger. The firelight casts soft orange hues, contrasting the cold air and shadows around him. Following closely behind Mira and Joran, Kala darts nimbly between debris, her wide eyes filled with caution and curiosity about the path ahead. Her small figure moves like a quick shadow among ruins. The group assembles around the makeshift campfire as Mira outlines the stakes, her voice steady despite the peril. The orange glow illuminates their determined faces, a fragile warmth against the cold shadows. Suddenly, the ground trembles beneath them, scattering ash and breaking the fragile calm of their hideout. The unexpected shake sends a shiver through the group, heightening alertness. Joran scans the horizon through the ash haze, his eyes catching faint flickers of movement, a hostile force drawing closer. The soft clicks of his deteriorating mechanical arm mirror the creeping tension. Mira tightens her grip on the pendant as fear mixes with determination. They steel themselves to depart at first light, knowing that hesitation could cost them dearly. Elias issues a solemn warning of a deadly trap set near the supposed safe zone by rival survivors. The weight of his caution deepens the group's understanding of the lurking dangers ahead. Meanwhile, Kala practices with a crude slingshot, her small hands gripping it with fierce resolve. Her determination shines as a fleeting spark against the bleak, ash-covered world. Night falls and shadows flicker under the crackling firelight. The group shares tense, silent glances, the air thick with unspoken fears and uncertain plans. A chilling howl pierces the night, prompting Mira to rise swiftly and scan the darkness beyond the firelight. The sound echoes ominously across the ruins, stirring unease among them. Deciding to move swiftly, they agree to embark before dawn, aware that delay might seal their fate. The fragile hope for safety drives them onward despite the gathering threats. At first light, the group proceeds cautiously through narrow passageways littered with unstable debris. Each step echoes softly beneath the muffling ashfall, tension coiling with every movement. Mira spots a faint glint of metal half-buried beneath the ash, a relic from a past world's technology. Its discovery evokes fleeting wonder amidst the desolation, hinting at lost knowledge. Joran attempts to activate an old generator nearby, but sparks fly uselessly as the device fails to respond. The malfunction deepens their frustration, a stark reminder of the decay surrounding them. Kala ventures ahead but returns quickly, her breath sharp as she warns of aggressive scavengers lurking nearby. The threat draws closer, narrowing their already limited options. The group slips into an abandoned building, hiding in the shadows as scavengers pass by outside. Their quiet watch heightens their sense of urgency and vulnerability in this hostile environment. Elias studies his map under the dying light, identifying a route that skirts the scavenger territory. This alternative path offers a fragile hope of avoiding conflict, but adds complexity to their journey. Tension escalates when Mira discovers signs of recent fires, evidence that the hostile group has been alarmingly close. The smoldering remains testify to a threat that relentlessly follows their trail. Suddenly, Joran's mechanical arm malfunctions, jerking unpredictably and restricting his movements. The group's risk increases significantly as his primary tool degrades without urgent maintenance. Mira quickly moves to assist, using scavenged tools to repair Joran's arm. Their teamwork in the firelight reveals a bond of trust amidst the peril, a small flame of solidarity in the cold shadows. Kala suddenly points out a small, resilient plant pushing through the ashen ground, a rare sign of life and renewal. Amidst the ruin, this fragile sprout offers a glimmer of hope for the future. Elias's foot barely missed the snap of a hidden snare trap, the sudden clang echoing through the muffled air. Tension surged as the group realized danger lurked closer than anticipated in this ash-darkened world. The ashfall thickened, muting their footsteps yet blurring their eyesight. They quickened their pace, each breath heavy under the sky darkened by relentless ash clouds. Mira's thoughts flickered to tales of old, whispers about an underground tunnel network beneath the city's ruins that might offer shelter. The possibility sparked a fragile hope amid the encroaching gloom. After a tense search, they uncovered a concealed entrance veiled by debris and shadow. One by one, they descended into the cramped, suffocating tunnels, seeking refuge from the relentless ash raining above. Elias lit his lantern, its soft orange glow illuminating ancient markings etched into the tunnel walls. These cryptic signs spoke of past survivors who had navigated these forgotten paths long ago. Joran paused, the finely tuned sensors in his mechanical arm picking up unfamiliar echoes beyond the walls. The tension tightened as the sounds whispered of lurking threats deep within the underground maze. Without warning, a sudden collapse sealed their retreat, chunks of rubble blocking the way back. Trapped, they grudgingly pressed further into the labyrinthine darkness, heartbeats sinking with every cautious step. The air thickened, fetid and foreboding, as visibility faded into near blackness. Mira raised her pendant, its faint, steady glow piercing the dark, a fragile beacon amidst the void. Kala's nimble fingers uncovered a forgotten cache hidden in a recess, a stash of dated yet functional supplies. This small fortune offered them brief respite, a momentary shield against the encroaching despair. Doubt crept in as the tunnels twisted beyond recognition, and Mira challenged the faithfulness of Elias's weathered map. Their steps faltered amid the disorienting maze, the past whispers now tangled in uncertainty. Joran proposed reliance on his mechanical arm's internal compass, a flickering device needing constant care. Though degraded, it became their guide through the subterranean labyrinth's shifting corridors. They confronted a fork, one path swallowed in shadow, the other marked by faint flickers of distant light. Debate ensued, voices low, weighing safety against the unknown dangers ahead. Suddenly, distant footsteps echoed, sharp, deliberate, signaling that their pursuers had entered the tunnels below. The unseen threat closed in, tightening the noose beneath the earth. Choosing instinct over caution, Mira led them toward a faint, steady light filtering through a cracked tunnel wall. It beckoned with the promise of sanctuary beyond the suffocating darkness. Emerging into an underground bunker, they found it filled with relic technology, cold metal contrasting the soft firelight of their lanterns. Among the decay, hope flickered softly, a spark against the endless ash. Elias's weathered fingers traced an ancient terminal, bringing it to life to reveal a faint signal. Flickering, it hinted at distant activity beyond the desolation outside. Joran worked swiftly, repairing a battered communication device with deft movements despite prior malfunctions. The mechanical whirs and clicks echoed gently amidst the bunker's cold silence. Power surged through the device. Static gave way to a clear, urgent voice broadcasting warnings. Ash storms were converging fast, threatening to seal all exits and trap anyone still wandering in the ruins. The news brought a crushing weight. The relentless ash storms would soon enclose all paths, compressing precious time for their escape. Shadows lengthened outside, embracing the horizon with grim inevitability. Suddenly, a breach tore open a bunker wall, spilling in hostile scavengers, their eyes gleaming with desperation. The fragile calm shattered as danger pressed into the confined space. A tense standoff erupted. Mira stepped forward, negotiating with steady resolve while Joran readied his mechanical arm, muscles coiled for swift defense. Firelight flickered over faces etched with suspicion and grit. Seizing a moment, Kala darted past, drawing the scavengers' attention with quick movements. Elias activated a hidden defense mechanism, ancient gears grinding and whirring within the bunker's walls. A blinding flash erupted, accompanied by choking smoke, engulfing the intruders and forcing them into a temporary retreat. The group used the chaos to regroup, hearts pounding beneath the shroud of orange firelight. Elias revealed a secret exit, long forgotten and barely concealed beneath rubble. They hurried through it, surfacing into a wasteland still smoldering under an ash-darkened sky, senses alert for what lay ahead. Mira's gaze lifted toward the horizon, where a faint brightening battled the oppressive ash clouds. It whispered of rumored safe zones, a fragile glimmer of hope in a broken world. The group stood before a crumbled wall, its stones worn and edges jagged. Amid the decay, a faded emblem matched the intricate design of Mira's pendant, confirming they had found the location they sought. The rising ash muted even their footsteps, and the flickering firelight cast soft orange hues across the scarred surface. Inside the safe zone, the survivors toiled under ashen skies, working tirelessly to rebuild amidst ruins. Their cautious glances met Mira's group, wariness tempered by the shared goal of survival. The cold shadows faded slightly in the communal firelight, where warmth brought brief respite to hardened faces. Gathered around a crackling fire, Mira lifted her pendant for all to see. She spoke softly of its meaning, a symbol of alliance and hope that once united scattered factions against the darkness. Her words stirred quiet determination, weaving a fragile thread of trust through the gathered survivors. Meanwhile, Joran knelt beside worn machinery, his mechanical arm clicking and whirring as he adjusted delicate gears. The device groaned back to life, its function vital to the community's survival in the ash-choked air. His steady hands and mechanical strength became a beacon of progress amidst decay. Elias, seated near the firelight with weathered map in hand, shared tales of past storms and lingering threats. His deep-set eyes held knowledge that helped the survivors prepare for what lay ahead. The stories stitched together history and warning, sparking cautious hope beneath the muffled silence of ashfall. Young Callum moved among the children with quick, nimble steps, teaching them survival skills she had learned on the journey. Her dirt-smudged face lit up with pride as she passed on hope alongside practical lessons. The safe zone, though fragile, began to feel like a place where new life could take root. As sunset crept across the horizon, Mira found herself atop a ridge overlooking the ash-covered land. The flickering firelight from below contrasted with the dimming sky, the cold shadows giving way to subtle signs of change. The landscape shifted slowly, whispering of renewal after hardship. In her hand, the pendant glowed warmly, its soft light pulsing gently against the darkening sky. The ash began to clear, revealing a tentative blue above, a fragile new beginning. It was a moment filled with quiet promise, a signal that hope could still flourish amid ruin. From their vantage point, the group watched distant fires burn low, their orange flames swallowed gradually by emerging patches of green. The earth beneath the ash stirred with life, revealing signs of restoration amid the fading destruction. It was a delicate balance between past scars and future growth. With a steady breath, Mira turned back toward the settlement, her resolve firm beneath the warming sky. The path ahead was uncertain, but she was ready to rebuild, protect, and nurture the fragile horizons stretching before them. Together, they would face the challenges to come beneath rising ash clouds and hopeful firelight. In a cramped apartment bathed in the flickering glow of neon lights, Lyra crouched over a glowing terminal, her fingers flying across the cracked holographic screen. wires tangled around her like vines, while streams of encrypted data pulsed rhythmically on every monitor. From a shadowed doorway, Cade stood tense, his tall silhouette barely illuminated by the neon buzz outside. His cybernetic left arm twitched subtly, muscles ready to spring into action at the slightest threat. Suddenly, Lyra's console flashed an urgent alert. Unauthorized access detected dangerously close to their location. The glitching data streams seemed to ripple with alarm as she absorbed the warning. Outside, the streets were alive with neon signs flickering erratically, while a mysterious encrypted drone hovered silently overhead, its sensors scanning for any hint of forbidden activity. Without hesitation, Lyra yanked her data jack from the terminal, silver-streaked hair pulled back tightly to avoid distraction as she prepared for what came next. The room thrummed with a tense urgency as her blue eyes darted to Cade. Cade's voice was low but firm, urging them to move quickly. The drone's advanced tracing capabilities made lingering a grave risk that could jeopardize their entire mission. Every second counted now. Flickering images from the past flashed across Lyra's mind. Dangerous missions and close calls because of her relentless quest to find Nexus, a lost AI rumored to hold secrets powerful enough to change their world. Orin appeared suddenly as a hologram, his auburn hair catching the skewed light, face lined with worry. He warned them with a cautious tone that corporate hunters were closing in faster than anticipated, their pursuers relentless. On the table, an old mechanical watch clicked softly, its engravings worn but familiar, a link to Lyra's missing brother whose disappearance was shrouded in mystery. It was an anchor amid chaos. Clutching the watch tightly, Lyra's resolve hardened as the neon-lit rain pulsed against the window pane, echoing the storm brewing outside and within her heart. They mapped out a daring infiltration into a towering corporate data hub, understanding the grave risks involved. Every step had to be precise to avoid detection and secure Nexus's freedom. Lyra slid her data jack into a concealed port along the wall, fingers deftly prepping to breach layered security systems that guarded the corporation's darkest secrets. Her screen flickered with complex code. Meanwhile, Cade ran diagnostics on his cybernetic arm, the systems humming quietly as he scanned the perimeter for patrolling drones, each a potential threat waiting in the shadows. Orin's hologram flickered intermittently, his cautious voice cautioning patience and careful timing, reminding them how unpredictable corporate security had become in recent days. Outside their hold, the cityscape glowed with an ominous hue neon lights casting elongated shadows, an unsettling reminder of the deadly stakes surrounding their mission. Lyra slipped silently past laser grids, her fingers dancing rapidly over the console to decrypt firewalls layered in complex algorithms, each successful bypass painting a fragile path deeper inside. Cade struck swiftly when a security drone approached, disabling it with a precise pulse blast from his cybernetic arm, metal sparks raining softly as it fell silent. Suddenly, a rogue power surge sent holographic screens glitching wildly, jeopardizing their stealth as data fractured and flickered erratically around them, threatening to expose their position. Orin, ever the strategist, directed them to enact an emergency reroute through cramped maintenance shafts, where shadows and discarded cables might conceal their hurried passage. Inside the narrow corridors, signs of past intruders caught their attention. Discarded tech fragments and faint footprints told a story of failed attempts and dangers ahead. Lyra's heart skipped as she found a data chip engraved with her brother's initials, a chilling reminder of how deeply personal this mission had become and how far she was willing to go. An alarm shattered the tense silence, piercing through the corridors. Corporate hunters had anticipated their every move, closing in with ruthless precision and determination. Cade assumed a defensive posture, his cybernetic arm glowing faintly as he repelled waves of security bots with swift, calculated strikes, metal clashing amid the neon-lit chaos. Confronted by a locked console demanding unique biometric verification she did not possess, Lyra struggled against the digital fortress barring their progress, frustration flickering in her glowing blue eyes. Orin's flickering hologram suggested a desperate measure: to utilize the mechanical watch's embedded microchip as an override key, a fragile lifeline woven from the past into their precarious present. Cade's presence is a shield as Lyra delicately implants the tiny chip from the aged mechanical watch into the console's interface. His cybernetic arm tenses, eyes scanning every corner, ready for any threat, while flickering neon lights cast shadows over his sharp features. The console hums and accepts the chip, but abruptly, an alarm blares and the facility initiates a lockdown protocol. Heavy security doors start sliding shut, a series of clicks echoing as they seal every exit with chilling finality. The corridors bathed in neon shimmer as shimmering, heavy security doors slam closed, trapping Lyra and Cade inside. The cold, flickering light reflects off cracked holographic screens, heightening the oppressive atmosphere of their entrapment. Using her data jack, Lyra penetrates the building's core infrastructure, fingers dancing across a virtual interface to override the lockdown remotely. Encrypted data streams pulse around her vision, a digital battleground beneath the physical chaos. Outside, corporate hunters mobilize swiftly, coordinating a ruthless sweep through the building as their radios chatter. The echo of their boots grows closer, a deadly flush operation converging on Lyra and Cade's position. Suddenly, the lights cut out, plunging the corridors into darkness save for the eerie glow of emergency LEDs. Neon flickers in weak pulses, the glitching holograms casting long, jittering shadows that dance in the dark. Cade's cybernetic arm flares softly with internal light, activating enhanced sensors that pierce the gloom. His form moves like a shadow, muscles coiled, leading them through the pitch-black passages with precision. From the implanted chip, Lyra extracts a second encrypted message, layers of cipher revealing hints of deeper conspiracies hidden beneath the surface. The encrypted code weaves patterns that suggest far more than a simple infiltration. Orin's hologram materializes with a flicker, his scanning algorithms detecting an anomaly within the corporate network, a concealed node harboring the elusive nexus. The discovery sends ripples through their mission's urgency. The trio races through winding passages as armed guards sweep the area, security drones' mechanical whirring oppressing the silence between gunfire and footfalls. Neon signs flicker erratically, marking a frantic dance through hostile terrain. A false step in the debris-strewn corridor nearly seals Lyra's capture, but Cade's swift reflexes catch her arm, pulling her back into safety. A fleeting moment that underlines the fragile razor edge between survival and failure. Ahead, the locked network node glows, an ethereal cube pulsating with coded energy, suspended amid glitching holographic fragments. Its shifting light mirrors the encrypted mysteries they strive to unveil. Lyra begins the painstaking download of Nexus, the AI's fragmented voice filtering through layers of static and data corruption. Each byte retrieved feels like breathing life back into a ghost entombed in circuits. Without warning, corporate hunters breach their sanctuary, armed and relentless. The team braces for a desperate stand to protect both the download and their lives within the crumbling fortress. Cade fights with brutal efficiency, his cybernetic arm delivering precise blows while absorbing minor damage. His defense buys precious moments, a wall of defiance shielding Lyra as she works. Lyra's download slows alarmingly as a corrupted firewall materializes, its digital tendrils throttling the data flow. The system's defense appears almost alive, a venomous barrier threatening to sever their vital connection. Orin hacks remotely, weaving through the virtual battlefield to counter the firewall's decay. His voice crackles with urgency, warning Lyra of escalating system instability as the network threatens to collapse around them. The mechanical watch begins to resonate with an ancient energy. Its worn engravings unlock hidden pathways in the system's code. This unexpected synergy reveals secret routes, bypassing corrupted firewalls and granting elusive access. Nexus's holographic form finally emerges, shimmering and shifting between pure light and shadow, a spectral figure alive with digital consciousness. The AI's presence is both mesmerizing and fragile, pulsating with raw intelligence. Nexus warns them of an impending system purge programmed to erase all traces of its existence. Time is rapidly running out. The digital ghost's survival hangs on the blade edge of their efforts. Lyra wrestles with a harrowing choice: sever her connection to preserve herself or risk everything to complete the AI's transfer. The weight of this decision presses heavy, illuminated by flickering neon and the threat closing in around them. Amid the chaos, Cade urges absolute trust in Lyra's skills as he confronts incoming hunters with relentless, brutal force. His determination steals the team's resolve, buying the moments they desperately need. Orin identifies a backup power core buried beneath the tower's base that could extend their limited time. This discovery offers a slim lifeline, a fleeting chance to finish the precarious download process. The team moves swiftly through shadowed, narrow passages under the tower, the mechanical watches glow guiding them. Every second counts as hostile forces encroach, their mission tethered to fragile hope. With the countdown bleeding away, Lyra completes Nexus's transfer into the portable drive embedded within the mechanical watch. The ancient engravings pulse faintly, now home to a powerful new secret they have barely begun to understand. A surge of power rattled the facility as the hostile systems abruptly died, the neon lights flickering violently before surrendering to darkness. Silence settled heavily in the void left behind, broken only by the distant hum of failing electronics. They had succeeded in cutting the enemy's grip, at least for now. From the shadows, Nexus began to coalesce, its holographic form shifting between light and darkness with ethereal grace. "Thank you," it whispered, gratitude rippling through the air before it concealed itself within the intricate gears of the old mechanical watch. The device, once enigmatic, now held an extraordinary secret. Cautious yet relieved, Lyra, Cade, and Orin retreated through the labyrinth of holographic corridors, their images fragmenting as the system collapsed. The flickering neon lights dissolved into fractured beams that danced erratically against cracked surfaces. Each step took them further from danger, deeper into uncertainty. Emerging into the open, the neon rain painted the city in glowing streaks of violet and blue, reflecting the weight of their actions. The wet streets shimmered, a mirror to the changes now set in motion beneath the pulsating skyline. A silent vow lingered in the cold air, promising a new dawn born from their defiance. Lyra held the mechanical watch close, fingertips tracing its worn engravings as a subtle pulse throbbed beneath the metal casing. The presence of Nexus whispered through the device, its energy delicate but steady. She sensed the intertwined fate bound to that small relic, a beacon amid the encroaching shadows. Cade deactivated his combat mode with a soft click, the cybernetic arm retracting smoothly. His usual stoic expression softened, a genuine smile briefly illuminating his face as he exchanged a glance with Lyra. In that fleeting moment, camaraderie and hope bloomed between them. Orin activated a small holo-projector, casting a message into the dim night. Their victory was merely the first step in a larger crusade. His voice carried warmth and resolve, stirring a sense of purpose beyond their immediate survival. The fight against corporate control had only just begun. As the first light of dawn ruptured the neon haze, the trio vanished into the sprawling cityscape, silhouettes swallowed by the endless glow. Their journey continued under the watchful flicker of holographic signs and the pulse of encrypted streams. Together, they moved forward into the uncertain promise of a new day. The mechanical watch gleamed softly in the growing light, its glow a secret beacon against the darkness. A quiet energy hinted at mysteries still locked within its core, unseen forces waiting to unfold. It was a silent promise of untold stories yet to emerge. The final image lingered on the city skyline, where flickering neon signs fought the shadows encroaching upon the towering spires. Amidst the interplay of light and darkness, a new chapter began, one forged in defiance, hope, and the relentless flicker of rebellion. Anna's morning began with the familiar scent of freshly baked bread wafting through her kitchen. She glanced out the window and noticed a golden maple leaf fluttering gently to the ground. Deciding to seize the calm, she slipped on her shoes and stepped outside, the crisp air filling her lungs. The park nearby was her sanctuary, especially under the sprawling branches of the ancient maple tree. She sat down on the worn wooden bench, watching children play and dogs chase after frisbees. An elderly man approached, carrying a small sketchbook and a kind smile. "Mind if I join you?" he asked softly, settling down beside her. They exchanged brief introductions, the warmth of their conversation matching the autumn sun. He showed her his drawings, delicate sketches of leaves, branches, and the park's old bench. Anna shared stories of her childhood visits to the same park, memories blooming between them. Suddenly, a gust of wind sent a flurry of vibrant leaves swirling around their feet. "Looks like autumn's putting on a show for us," the man chuckled. She laughed, feeling a lightness she hadn't realized she'd been missing. Time slipped away pleasantly, their worries momentarily forgotten in simple companionship. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in pink and orange hues, they rose to leave. "Thank you for sharing this afternoon with me," Anna said, her smile genuine. "The pleasure was all mine," he replied, handing her a small sketch of the maple tree. Walking home, Anna held the drawing close, grateful for the unexpected friendship. Sometimes, she mused, all it takes is a leaf to start a new chapter. With the city lights twinkling ahead, she felt ready for whatever tomorrow might bring. Mira sits quietly on a weathered park bench as golden leaves spiral down through the crisp autumn air. Her gaze lingers thoughtfully on the copper bracelet wrapped around her wrist, its intricate engravings catching the fading sunlight. Elias strolls along the path, his worn leather satchel slung casually over one shoulder. He stops briefly, watching the leaves fall with a soft, contemplative smile as if memories flutter alongside each one. Beneath the bench where Mira rests, something catches her eye, an old, folded letter, yellowed with age. She reaches down carefully, curiosity knitting her brows as she picks it up. Opening the letter, Mira reads the first few lines aloud, her expression tightening with concern. The elegant, looping handwriting hints at secrets hidden deep in the past. Elias approaches, drawn by her voice, and offers to help decipher the faded script. His gentle presence seems to ease the sudden tension surrounding the fragile paper. Leaning together over the letter, Mira and Elias share a quiet moment of connection, their eyes tracing the worn ink. Their mutual interest weaves them closer as the sounds of autumn swirl around. The letter alludes to a long-lost bond linked to an old textile shop once central to the town's life. The mention of thread and fabric stirs a mysterious resonance within them both. They decide to seek out the shop, hoping its walls might reveal forgotten chapters. The decision feels like stepping into a story stitched from time itself. Walking side by side, the streets shimmer with amber leaves swirling in gusts, as if nature itself guides their path through early autumn's embrace. Inside the textile shop's dusty interior, swaths of fabric hang heavy and layered. The scent of aged wool mingles with lavender, wrapping around them like a fragile tapestry. Behind the counter, pinned up with a rusty nail, hangs a faded photograph showing a younger Elias beside an elderly woman. The image hums with the weight of untold history. Mira notices a fabric pattern on a bolt nearby that mirrors the engraving on her copper bracelet. The delicate threads seem to echo the bracelet's story. Elias recognizes the design as a traditional family motif from decades ago, long embedded in their heritage. His voice thickens with nostalgia as memories unfold. Suddenly, a chill wind and soft rain begin tapping against the shop's windows, sealing them in this moment of discovery. The storm outside heightens their focus on the mystery at hand. Mira tightens her clutch on the copper bracelet, feeling as though the threads of history are pulling her deeper. The bracelet's weight becomes a tangible link to stories yet unraveling. Elias recalls tales from his grandmother about the workshop's sudden closure one autumn long past. Her voice echoes in his mind, filled with warnings and lost promises. With care, they pry open a hidden drawer beneath the counter, uncovering scraps of faded fabric and more fragile letters. The fragments feel like pieces of a forgotten puzzle. One letter reveals a solemn vow to protect a secret about a special thread carefully woven into the shop's fabrics. The promise hints at deeper meanings sewn between the stitches. Together, Mira and Elias try to piece together forgotten memories and the collected relics. The task is daunting, but their shared curiosity fuels their determination. Suddenly, a creak pierces the silence as the floorboard beneath them shifts. Startled, they freeze, sensing the house itself responding to their probing. Beneath the loosened board lies an old wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. Inside rests a delicate embroidered pouch, its fine stitches shimmering under the dim light. Mira opens the pouch with reverence, revealing a spool of golden thread accompanied by a faded note. The thread glows faintly, as if holding a secret of its own. The note explains that the golden thread symbolizes connection and resilience, binding people through shared stories and trials. The words seem to breathe life into the fragile fiber. Elias shares family lore about the thread's power to protect and unite those who possess it. His voice carries the weight of generations who believed in its strength. Mira examines the golden thread alongside her copper bracelets, engraving once more, searching for patterns that intertwine their meanings. The mystery deepens, stitched tightly around their intertwined fates. Mira and Elias decided to visit her grandmother's house, hoping to uncover more hidden clues about their intertwined pasts. The air was crisp with early autumn, leaves swirling quietly around the doorstep as they stepped inside. Inside, Mira's gaze was drawn to a faded quilt draped over a chair, its fabric soft and worn. Stitched into it was the same intricate golden thread pattern they had seen before, connecting past and present through delicate textile art. Elias carefully opened a nearby sketchbook filled with early textile designs entwined with handwritten letters. The pages revealed a seamless blend of artistry and emotion, hinting at stories embedded in every drawn thread. Suddenly, a storm began to rage outside, rain pelting the windows and leaves thrashing in the wind. The tempest added a somber urgency to their quest, echoing the tension woven throughout their discoveries. Mira read aloud a passage from one of the old letters, words speaking of hope and perseverance through hardship. The sentiment felt alive, a guiding force threaded deeply within their ancestors' work. It became clear that the story they were unpacking was far more than a mere family history. It was a testament to endurance, a narrative of resilience stitching generations together. They set about recreating the quilt, gently threading golden spool through the fabric with care and reverence. Each stitch seemed to honor the legacy passed down through time. As they worked beneath the soft lamplight, their conversations grew warmer, petals of memories unfolding between tales of personal struggles and shared hopes. Textures of thread and fabric mirrored their growing connection. Elias confided his fear of losing memory and legacy, his voice steady but tinged with vulnerability. The worn leather satchel at his side seemed to carry more than just belongings. It held fragments of time itself. Mira, in turn, admitted her struggles with feeling disconnected from her past, the copper bracelet on her wrist gleaming softly. Their honest words wove a new closeness into the fabric of the evening. Slowly, the quilt took shape, each stitch a symbol of rebuilding the bond between them. The patterns of golden thread became emblems of repair, and hope layered over falling leaves and fading light. A sudden knock at the door startled them, revealing a neighbor who offered a key to the town's archives. The promise of uncovering deeper layers brought renewed focus amid the storm's distant roar. With the key in hand, they gained access to old registrations and photographs, confirming the significance of a long-forgotten textile workshop central to their family's craft. Time seemed to fold around the pages they turned. Among the dusty documents, they discovered a ledger detailing commissions made over many years, each entry punctuated with notes and dates. The archive breathed life into the silent threads connecting their heritage. One entry stood out, a special order described with golden thread, matching the patterns stitched into their quilt. The record suggested a deliberate and meaningful collaboration long before their time. Mira and Elias realized their families had once worked together, their alliance a secret bond sealed by the shared craft of thread and fabric. Their intertwined legacies were richer than either had imagined. They began to comprehend the depth and reach of their shared heritage, a tapestry woven from resilience, artistry, and unspoken commitments. The fragile threads of the past were strong indeed. Their own lives mirrored the resilience and connection symbolized by the golden thread, holding together joys and sorrows across generations. The quilt's fabric was no longer just cloth, but a living testament. As Mira held the quilt, her copper bracelet warmed unexpectedly, as if responding to the discovery. The subtle pulse of metal felt like a silent acknowledgement of their unfolding journey. Elias knew it was time to share a family secret he had quietly carried for years, the weight of it adding gravity to the dimly lit room. The leather satchel beside him seemed to shift, as if ready to reveal its own mysteries. He spoke of a lost heirloom, believed hidden for safekeeping, a tangible keepsake of their ancestral bond waiting to be found. The revelation brought a new urgency to their search. Together, they carefully examined Elias's satchel and found a concealed compartment containing a small, delicate key. The discovery felt like unlocking a door to forgotten memories. The key fit perfectly into an old sewing box they had found earlier, revealing preserved fabric scraps and faded patterns within. Each piece told a story, stitched tightly by hands long gone. Inside the box were detailed patterns and a heartfelt letter from Elias's grandmother addressed to Mira's grandmother. The words spoke volumes, binding the two families in shared history and hope. The letter spoke of hope, unity, and the responsibility to pass their legacy forward to future generations. Its message was a gentle yet powerful thread running through the fabric of their lives. As Mira and Elias sorted through the old letters and fabrics, they came to a profound realization. Their families' histories were deeply intertwined, their stories weaving together like threads in a tapestry. This connection, strengthened through shared heritage, felt greater than the sum of its parts. It was clear that together, they could honor their ancestors more fully than apart. Inspired by this revelation, they decided to create a joint exhibit, showcasing the craftsmanship and stories passed down through generations. Their plan focused on highlighting the fine details of textiles and the heartfelt messages hidden within aged letters. This exhibit would serve as a bridge linking past legacies with the present community. Preparations flourished as vibrant fabrics were carefully arranged alongside the fragile letters, each piece telling a story of its own. Mira's copper bracelet shimmered in the soft autumn light as she placed textiles with delicate threadwork near the center. Elias's worn leather satchel rested nearby, holding additional letters and artifacts ready to be displayed. Word spread quickly, and community members gathered around, drawn to this unfolding story that wove the past and present into one narrative. Faces lit by curiosity and recognition, they explored the textures and tales that Mira and Elias had brought together. The early autumn air buzzed with quiet excitement as leaves fell gently around them. Standing before the assembled crowd, Mira spoke from her heart about the power of connection and resilience. She emphasized how legacies matter because they anchor us and give strength across generations. Her voice carried the warmth of shared history, a testimony to the enduring human spirit threaded through time. Elias followed, sharing personal reflections on how this journey reshaped his understanding of family and community. Grateful for the unexpected bond formed through their discoveries, he acknowledged how the past could heal and unite. His gaze occasionally fell on his leather satchel, a symbol of the journey's lasting imprint. The quilt, sewn with strands of golden thread, emerged as a living symbol of renewed family ties and collective spirit. It embodied both the fragility and strength found in the fabric of community woven through time. Visitors saw it as a beacon of hope, intertwining old traditions with new beginnings. As the autumn winds scattered amber and crimson leaves, Mira and Elias walked side by side through the quiet streets. Their copper bracelet and worn leather satchel gleamed softly in the fading light, markers of enduring presence. The season's change mirrored the transformation within their shared story. Pausing beneath a towering tree, they watched leaves drift slowly to the ground like silent witnesses to their journey. In that peaceful moment, a profound sense of belonging settled between them, rooted in shared history and newfound friendship. The fabric of their lives felt woven ever tighter. The story closed on a quiet tableau, intertwined hands resting gently, copper and leather catching the twilight glow. Threads of past and present seemed to bind them seamlessly, a testament to legacy carried forward. In the fading amber light, unity and hope lingered like the last falling leaves of autumn. Lena raced against the clock, the Monday morning sun sneaking through her cluttered studio window. Her sketchbook, filled with ideas for the art show tonight, was nowhere to be found. "Where did I put it?" she muttered, flipping through stacks of paper and crumpled notes. Her cat, Misso, strolled by, tail flicking as if aware of the rising panic. Determined, Lena retraced her steps from the weekend's art crawl. At the neighborhood cafe, she asked the barista, who smiled knowingly and pointed to a corner table. Lena's sketchbook lay beneath a pile of magazines, touched by sunlight and forgotten moments. Flipping it open, she found new inspiration in the scattered doodles and faded coffee stains. Back at her studio, friends began to arrive, eager to see her work. Lena shared how losing the sketchbook helped her rediscover the simple joy of creating without pressure. Sometimes, she said to the group, the best ideas come from unexpected places. The evening unfolded with laughter, art, and community support filling the small room. Lena's nerves eased as she realized the show was about connection, not perfection. A local artist complimented her resilience, sparking a conversation that planted seeds for collaboration. Miso jumped onto Lena's lap, a silent nod to a day well survived. As the night ended, Lena packed up her sketchbook with a new appreciation for its stories. She promised herself to embrace the messy, beautiful process of creativity going forward. Walking home under the streetlights, she felt lighter, inspired, and ready for whatever came next. Her lost sketchbook wasn't lost after all. It was a reminder she didn't even know she needed. Tomorrow, Lena whispered, I'll start a new page. In the twilight shadows of Eldoria, a flickering light danced atop the ancient tower. Aelina, the young apprentice, raced through the crumbling halls, her heart pounding with urgency. The village below whispered of darkness swallowing the land, but only she knew why. Legends spoke of the Everflare, a mystical flame that kept dusk and despair at bay. Tonight, the Everflare wavered, threatening to wink out forever. Aelina reached the tower, breath catching in her throat as she saw the flame flicker weakly. If the light dies, so do we, she murmured, recalling the elder's words. Her fingers trembled as she fetched the ancient crystal, said to revive the flame's heart. Placing it gently beside the Everflare, she whispered an incantation passed down through generations. Suddenly, the flame leapt brighter than ever, bathing the tower in golden warmth. A comforting hum filled the air, rippling through the land like a soothing melody. Outside, the villagers lifted their faces toward the glow, hope rekindling in their eyes. Aelina descended, the weight of her quest lifting with each step. The light lives on, she told the gathered crowd, pride shining brighter than the flame. From that night forward, Eldoria's nights were no longer dark whispers, but stories of courage and magic. Aelina kept watch, her flame never flickering again, a beacon against the shadows. The villagers rebuilt, their fears replaced by faith in the light and its keeper. In every corner of Eldoria, whispers turned to songs, celebrating the last light's triumph. And as dawn stretched its fingers across the land, the darkness stayed at bay, held at bay by one girl's unwavering hope. In the heart of the ancient tower, the Everflare burned eternal, a promise that even the smallest light can conquer the deepest night. The evening fog curled around the old clock tower as Eliza crept closer, clutching the folded letter in her hand. Her heart pounded with every step. The letter promised a secret buried for decades, hidden right beneath the ticking face above. Old Man Grayson's cryptic warning echoed in her mind. Not all timekeepers guard moments. Some keep shadows. Eliza reached the iron door at the tower's base, her fingers trembling as she found the rusted key taped under the ledge. The door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that disappeared into darkness and dust. She took a deep breath and descended, the faint sound of the clocks ticking growing louder in her ears. Midway down, a glimmer caught her eye, a small leather pouch tucked into a crack on the wall. Inside, she found a collection of strange keys and a worn diary belonging to her grandfather, a man she barely knew. Flipping through, cryptic notes mapped a hidden compartment beneath the clock's mechanism. Her fingers quickly found the latch, releasing a panel that revealed a shaded alcove bathed in moonlight. Inside lay an old photograph and a delicate music box, its surface etched with a family crest she recognized. As she opened the music box, a haunting melody filled the silent tower, swirling memories of forgotten days. Eliza's eyes welled up. The photograph showed her grandmother, smiling beneath the clock tower, long before it was abandoned. A folded note inside the box read, "Time seals what the heart never forgets." She realized the secret wasn't gold or jewels, but the preservation of a family's love frozen in time. With a soft smile, Eliza wound the clock's mechanism to resume its silent vigil. The morning light illuminated the tower as she stepped out, the town oblivious to the quiet restoration. Eliza whispered, "Some mysteries aren't lost, they are waiting to be found." As the clock chimed at dawn, she clutched her grandfather's diary close, a new story just beginning. And somewhere in the distance, the clock tower kept its steady beat, a heartbeat echoing through the years. Ella wakes as dawn breaks, soft morning light filtering through her curtains, casting gentle shadows across her cozy bedroom. The faint ticking of an old wall clock melds with the quiet beginning of the day. Max, her golden retriever with a small scar above his right eye, stretches lazily at the foot of her bed. He senses the morning stirring, his red collar catching the early sun. Ella draws aside the curtains to watch Willow Lane slowly come to life, the street bathed in warm golden hues. Leaves flutter softly in the breeze, and the neighborhood seems wrapped in tranquility. Sitting by the window, she opens her worn journal and scribbles her morning thoughts, capturing the scent of fresh coffee mingling with the crisp dawn air. The silver streak in her hair gleams as she writes. Max lets out a soft bark, signaling his readiness for their morning walk. Ella smiles and nods, rising to prepare for their familiar outing. She dresses casually, tying a scarf that catches the light just right, illuminating the distinctive silver streak in her dark hair. The morning glow fills the room, promising a new day. Outside, Mrs. Green tends to her garden, humming an old tune while bees buzz lazily around her sunflowers. The sunflower-patterned tote bag swings gently from her arm as she works. Ella greets Mrs. Green warmly, accepting a small bouquet of wildflowers offered as a kind morning gift. The air fills with the rich scent of flowers and dew. Max darts ahead, chasing a fluttering leaf caught in the soft breeze, his bright red collar a vivid spot of color amidst the greenery. Ella laughs lightly, following behind. They reach the neighborhood park, alive with the sounds of children playing and laughter, blending with the rustle of leaves. The morning light dapples through tall trees, creating patches of shade and warmth. Curious, Ella spots a mysterious envelope tucked carefully beneath a park bench, its edges worn. The sight draws her attention amid the lively surroundings. She opens the envelope to find a handwritten letter inside, its message cryptic but strangely inviting, hinting at secrets waiting to be uncovered. The paper smells faintly of old parchment. Intrigued by the letter, Ella resolves to follow the instructions it contains, feeling a surge of excitement mixed with cautious anticipation. Max watches her intently, sensing the change in mood. Max tilts his head, his expression reflecting both excitement and uncertainty as Ella shares her decision. The familiar ticking of the old clock seems far away now. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, they set off toward the first location mentioned in the letter, determination shining in Ella's eyes. The morning light shifts, warming the path ahead. Ella arrives at an antique bookstore, where towering shelves and the glow of warm lamplight create an inviting atmosphere. The scent of old books surrounds her like a treasured secret. She shares a silent exchange with the shopkeeper, who subtly places a faded photograph into her hand. The moment lingers with quiet significance. Studying the photograph, Ella recognizes a familiar street corner from her childhood, nostalgia mingling with a flicker of curiosity. Shadows lengthen gently in the fading light. Suddenly, a light rain shower begins, sending patrons indoors as droplets patter against the windows. Ella steps under a nearby awning, the scent of rain mingling with aged paper in her hands. As rain falls steadily, she reads further in the letter, discovering a hidden message that only reveals itself when wet. The words shimmer faintly, guiding her next steps. Max shakes off the rain and trots purposefully toward an old tree in the park, his nose to the ground. Ella follows closely, the damp air alive with fresh life. Approaching the tree, Ella finds a carved symbol matching one corner of the photograph, its grooves darkened by moisture. A chill of anticipation runs through her as she reaches out. Tracing the symbol with her finger, her touch causes a small compartment in the tree to unlock with a soft click. Her heart beats faster at the unexpected discovery. Inside the compartment rests a tiny key and a folded map adorned with intricate markings, revealing a path yet to be taken. The map's paper crinkles softly, wet from the rain but intact. Ella and Max exchange a determined glance, their shared resolve strengthened by the unfolding mystery. Together, they set out to uncover the secrets hidden within the map's delicate lines. Ella and Max follow the winding path, arriving at a closed gate overgrown with tangled vines and rusty ironwork. The morning light filters gently through the leaves, casting soft shadows on the ground as the old wall clock's ticking can be faintly heard. With a quiet click, Ella fits the tarnished key into the lock and opens the gate, revealing a hidden garden veiled in a gentle mist. The scene mirrors Mrs. Green's garden, but holds an air of mystery beneath the soft light of dawn. Near the center, a weathered bench cradles a faded scarf, its pattern strikingly similar to Ella's own style. The scent of fresh coffee seems to linger faintly, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. Suddenly, a light breeze carries the delicate melody of a distant music box, its notes drifting through the mist like a whispered secret. Ella pauses, eyes closed, letting the gentle tune guide her steps. Following the melody, Ella discovers a small wooden box resting atop a moss-covered stone pedestal. The box's surface is worn smooth, but the red collar she sees on Max reminds her to approach with care. Opening the box, Ella finds a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon, their jagged edges hinting at truths folded away for decades. The wall clock's ticking seems to slow as the morning light brightens around her. One letter among them is addressed directly to Ella, penned in handwriting that stirs a familiarity deep within her. Her hands tremble slightly as the scent of aged paper fills the air. Her heartbeat quickens, memories long buried surfacing with the unfolding words. The silver streak in her hair catches the morning light, reflecting a moment of quiet resolve. Max barks softly, nuzzling her gently, grounding her amidst the overwhelming emotions. The music box melody fades, leaving the gentle ticking of the clock and the rustle of leaves. The letter hints at unfinished stories and a promise of reunion beneath the willow tree at dusk. The anticipation grows as Ella absorbs the weight of these revelations. With Max by her side, Ella navigates familiar streets bathed in the warm hues of afternoon light. Each step quickens with the growing anticipation woven through the soft glow around them. Neighbors pass by, some offering knowing smiles while others cast curious glances. The sunflower-patterned tote bags sway gently in the breeze, linking the community in shared secrets. At the willow tree, in the shifting light, Ella finds an old friend standing quietly, hands trembling with restrained emotion. The sun casts long, gentle shadows that seem to embrace the moment. Their embrace speaks volumes, years of emotions surfacing in silence, a bridge rebuilt with shared understanding. The ticking clock echoes softly as the gentle scent of coffee and earth surrounds them. Ella unfolds the letters between them, revealing intertwined tales of friendship, loss, and hope. Words flow like the melody of the distant music box, binding past and present in the glow of fading daylight. Together, they plant a small seed beneath the willow, a living symbol of new beginnings amidst the soft afternoon light. Max settles nearby, his scar gleaming faintly as the breeze stirs the leaves gently overhead. Shadows lengthen as the sun dips lower, deepening the colors around the willow tree. The old clock's steady ticking blends with the rustling foliage, marking the passage of time with comforting rhythm. Ella's worn journal opens anew, pages blank and inviting, ready to embrace stories yet untold. The silver streak in her hair gleams in the last light, a quiet witness to the day's unfolding. Max curls peacefully at their feet, serene and content amid the tranquil scene. The scent of sunflowers from Mrs. Green's tote mingles with the cool evening air. Twilight deepens the sky to a velvety blue, stars beginning to twinkle like scattered notes in a silent melody. The gentle ticking of the old clock seems to soften with the arrival of night. Ella breathes in the cool evening air, reflecting on the day's mysterious discoveries and the threads woven through her heart. The soft glow of the setting sun lingers in her thoughtful eyes. Mrs. Green approaches with a gentle smile, her sunflower-patterned tote bag swinging lightly as she hands Ella a steaming cup of tea. Warmth spreads within, echoing the kindness in her eyes and the day's gentle light. They sit beneath the willow tree, sharing quiet conversation marked by gentle laughter and knowing glances. The music box melody feels just out of reach, a tender echo weaving through the night air. From Ella's bag, the old wall clock ticks softly, a steady reminder of the comfort found in returning home. The intertwining scents of coffee and fresh earth settle around them as the moment lingers. Ella closes her eyes briefly, savoring the delicate connection anchoring her heart and the promise of stories yet to unfold. The twilight sky above offers a quiet witness, stars twinkling obediently in the gentle night. As Ella inhaled deeply, the familiar scent of jasmine wafted through the air, suddenly unlocking a vivid memory from her childhood. This fragrance transported her back to a secret moment long forgotten, revealing a connection to her past she had never fully understood. In the flashback, a younger Ella and a childhood friend sat beneath the sprawling branches of the willow tree, sharing whispered promises and dreams. Their bond was tender and unspoken, sealed with hopes of a future where their differences would no longer matter. Awakening to the present, Ella grasped the true significance of the letters she had found. They were more than words. They were bridges to heal wounds left untouched. Understanding their power filled her with an urge to mend what time had frayed. Max nudged her hand gently with his nose, his warm brown eyes steady and reassuring. His presence was a comforting anchor, pulling Ella back from the depths of memory into the gentle morning light surrounding them. With renewed resolve, Ella made the heartfelt decision to reach out and reconcile with those she had once parted from. Embracing the future meant letting go of old grievances and welcoming the possibility of peace. Together with her friends, Ella began drafting plans to restore the hidden garden near the willow tree, transforming it into a shared sanctuary of growth and connection. The project symbolized new beginnings and the strength found in community. They organized a small gathering, inviting neighbors and friends to join in the celebration of renewal and hope. The gentle ticking of the old wall clock matched the anticipation that fluttered through Willow Lane as invitations spread. As dusk settled, laughter and music floated through the air, mingling with the soft glow of lanterns strung between the trees. The community came alive, united under the embrace of the willow's watchful branches and the warm morning light now fading into evening. Sitting quietly, Ella penned the final entry in her journal, capturing the day's unfolding joy and the healing she felt within. With each word, she closed a chapter marked by uncertainty and welcomed one illuminated by gratitude and hope. Night folded Willow Lane into a peaceful hush, with the willow tree standing tall and steadfast as witness to stories both past and new. Under the starlit sky, the gentle ticking of the clock and the lingering scent of jasmine promised that this was just the beginning. The train was nearly empty when Alina boarded at dusk, the dim lights flickering overhead. She slid into the last car, noticing an old man sitting alone, staring out the window without blinking. Curious, she sat opposite him, catching a faint scent of jasmine and something metallic. Suddenly, the train jerked violently and the lights went out, plunging the car into darkness. When the lights returned, the old man was gone, leaving behind only a small, folded note on the seat. Alina unfolded it carefully. The words read, "Find the shadow at the next stop." A chill ran down her spine as the train slowed to a stop at an unfamiliar station, bathed in mist. Stepping onto the platform, she saw a figure cloaked in black waiting under the pale lamplight. "You're early," the figure whispered, voice carrying a strange urgency. He handed her a key and said, "This unlocks secrets that were meant to be forgotten." Alina felt the key's cold weight in her palm as the figure melted into the fog. Back on the train, she found the old man's briefcase left open, revealing a battered leather journal. Inside, cryptic sketches and coded messages hinted at a hidden compartment beneath the train. Driven by curiosity, Alina crawled under the carriage and discovered a small metal box, locked tight. Using the key, she opened it to find a collection of ancient letters, revealing a decades-old betrayal. A sense of relief washed over her as the mystery unraveled. The old man had been protecting these truths. As the train rolled onward, Alina placed the letters safely in her bag, resolved to bring the story to light. The final verse in the journal read, "Truth rides the rails, unseen but never gone." Alina looked out the window, the horizon glowing with the promise of a new day. With a quiet smile, she whispered to herself, "Some passengers leave more than footprints behind." Mira found the old painting tucked behind dusty books in the basement, its colors strangely vivid in the dim light. The frame was carved with tiny symbols, almost seeming to shimmer as she held it up. That night, whispers drifted from the painting, soft and unintelligible at first. Curious and unnerved, Mira leaned closer, trying to catch the words. Suddenly, cold fingers grazed her shoulder. She spun around, but no one was there. The whispers grew louder, shaping into faint, urgent pleas. Mira decided to research the painting, uncovering a tragic tale of a trapped spirit. Legend said the artist had cursed it, binding his sorrow into the canvas forever. Determined, Mira brought the painting outside at dawn, planning to destroy it. As the first light spilled over the frame, the whispers begged for release. She hesitated, sympathy mixing with fear. Was it truly a plea for help? With a deep breath, she smashed the glass carefully, then unfolded the canvas. The whispers turned to a low, grateful sigh, fading into the crisp morning air. The symbols on the frame glowed faintly one last time, then dimmed into silence. Mira felt a sudden warmth, a presence no longer restless. She wrapped the fragile canvas in cloth, intending to keep the memory safe but the curse broken. The basement felt lighter, as if a shadow had lifted from the house. From that day, Mira never heard whispers again, only the quiet peace she had given. She sometimes looked at the empty frame, a reminder of the night when silence returned. Some whispers are meant to be heard, but not feared, she often told herself, smiling quietly. The clock struck midnight as Claire crept through the abandoned mansion, its shadowy corridors swallowing her footsteps. Her flashlight flickered, revealing peeling wallpaper and broken chandeliers swaying gently despite the still air. She paused before a heavy door, rumored to have been locked for decades. Tonight was the night she'd uncover its secret. With trembling hands, Claire searched for the rusted key she'd found in an old diary the day before. Click! The lock gave way, and the door creaked open to reveal a dust-laden chamber filled with old portraits and a single, ornate box. As she approached, whispers grazed her ears, soft, unintelligible murmurs that made her skin prickle. Ignoring the chill, she opened the box to find a faded photograph of a woman with eyes that seemed to follow her every move. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, morphing into urgent voices. "Remember us, free us," clamored in the shadows. Heart pounding, Claire realized the portrait's eyes weren't painted, but real, trapped souls pleading for release. She glanced around and noticed a diary lying open on a cracked pedestal, the final page stained with tears and desperation. Piecing together the story, Claire learned the mansion's owner had cursed these souls after a bitter betrayal. Determined, she recited the incantations scrawled in the diary, her voice steady despite the mounting tension. The room trembled, the portrait's eyes shining brighter, the air thick with restless energy. Then, silence. The whispers ceased. The oppressive weight lifted as a gentle breeze brushed Claire's face. Suddenly, the box glowed faintly. Inside, a small, ancient key appeared, as if offered in gratitude. Claire took the key, knowing it was the mansion's true secret, a promise of peace for the forgotten souls. As she stepped out, the dawn's light pierced through the broken windows, illuminating a mansion no longer haunted but free. With a soft smile, Claire whispered, "Rest now. Your story is told." The mansion, once a prison, stood serene, its dark past finally dissolved in the light of day. And Claire walked away, carrying the weight of the past, knowing some whispers must be heard to set others free. The rain slammed against the city, like a warning, neon signs flickering through the haze. Jake Morgan lit a cigarette, the smoke curling like a question mark in the dim light. He didn't expect company at midnight, least of all a dame with secrets in her eyes. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling, clutching a faded photograph. Morgan studied the photo. A man, vanished without a trace 5 years ago. "Why come to me now?" he asked, flicking ash into a cracked tin can. She hesitated, then whispered, "Because the shadows are closing in." Days blurred into nights, as Jake hunted clues across rain-slick streets and smoky bars. Each lead tangled deeper into a web of lies, betrayal, and long-buried sins. The city's underbelly pulsed with danger, but Morgan was no stranger to the darkness. One alley, one fistfight, one whispered tip later, he found himself staring down a crooked cop. "You're out of your depth," the cop sneered, holster empty but menace full. Morgan cracked a grin. "Maybe, but someone's gotta dive deep." In the bleak basement of a forgotten warehouse, the truth waited in cold silence. The missing man was alive, chained by debts and addicted to silence. Reunion was bittersweet, shadowed by the price paid for freedom. Back in the rain-soaked streets, Morgan handed the dame the man she'd lost. She smiled faintly. "Thanks for bringing light to the shadows." Jake lit another cigarette, the glow a small defiance against the dark city. "All in a night's work," he murmured, disappearing into the rain and neon blur. Beneath the twilight sky, a faint glow shimmered within the heart of the ancient crystal grove. Lyra, a young mage whose lineage whispered of forgotten powers, stepped cautiously onto the crystalline path. The grove's delicate trees sparkled with otherworldly light, each leaf a prism reflecting countless colors. They say only the pure can unlock the ember's flame. A voice echoed softly, the wind carrying ancient secrets. Determined, Lyra approached the central pedestal where a single ember flickered faintly, its light dimming with every breath. The air thickened as memories of her ancestors stirred in the shadows, calling her to prove her worth. With hands trembling but heart steady, Lyra reached out, feeling the ember's warmth seep into her soul. Visions danced before her eyes, trials faced, sacrifices made, and the grove's survival hanging by a thread. Gathering her courage, she whispered the ancient incantation passed down through generations. The ember flared brilliantly, casting vibrant hues over the grove, as if awakening a long-dormant spirit. Trees leaned closer, their crystalline leaves chiming softly like bells in the breeze. Lyra's eyes sparkled with newfound strength. The ember's glow infused her with a gentle, radiant power. "The bond is restored," she murmured, feeling the grove pulse with life around her. Suddenly, a burst of light arced from her palms, spreading warmth over the frost-bitten earth. Tiny sprouts began to emerge, shimmering flowers blossoming where cold once lingered. The grove hummed a melody of renewal, its magic weaving seamlessly into the fabric of the world. Lyra smiled, knowing she had rekindled an ancient promise between nature and mage. As night embraced the sky, the crystal grove shone brighter than ever, a beacon of hope and magic. "Every ending holds a beginning," the whisper returned, fading into the gentle rustle of leaves. Lyra turned away with a peaceful heart, the ember's light guiding her journey beyond the grove's shimmering gates. At midnight, beneath a heavy, shrouded fog, Emma crept into the old mansion at the edge of town. With only her flashlight piercing the darkness, she moved cautiously through the creaking halls. Soft murmurs seemed to drift from the cracked walls, barely audible yet unmistakably human. Emma froze, heart pounding as a voice whispered, "Help me," from the shadows. Determined not to flee, she followed the voice, each step echoing ominously. The hallway twisted unnaturally, doors appearing where none were before, leading deeper inside. She reached a room bathed in an eerie, pulsating glow, the source unseen. Inside, the voice grew clearer, pleading, "Find the locket, set me free." Emma's eyes caught a glint beneath the shattered floorboards, a delicate silver locket. As she lifted it, the temperature dropped. A cold presence filled the air around her. Shadows coalesced into a pale figure trapped behind the walls, eyes begging for release. Emma whispered, "I have it," sliding the locket onto the ghostly form's neck. Light burst forth, the walls trembling as the spirit smiled and began to fade. "Thank you," came the last faint whisper, before silence reclaimed the room. The mansion's oppressive weight lifted. The air grew warm, the whispers ceased. Emma stepped outside as dawn's first light touched the horizon, the curse broken. Behind her, the mansion seemed less menacing, almost at peace for the first time in decades. She promised herself to remember the trapped soul and the power of courage in darkness. As she walked away, a final gust of wind carried a soft murmur. "Never forget." Emma smiled, turning back once more to the now quiet house, fading into the morning mist. The sun hung low behind ash-choked clouds as Mara stepped cautiously through the deserted streets. Empty cars lay abandoned, their doors ajar, echoes of a world that once was. Her scavenged backpack weighed heavy, every step a reminder of how long she'd been alone. A faint noise caught her attention, footsteps. No, just the wind playing tricks on her senses. Memories of laughter and sunlight flooded back, sharp against the gray silence. Ahead, shadows moved, a flicker of life in the ruins. Heart-pounding, Mara called softly, "Hello, anyone there?" From behind a crumbled wall, a boy emerged, eyes wide but curious. Relief washed over her as she lowered her guard, offering a tentative smile. "I've been looking for others," she said. "You're not alone anymore." Together they navigated the broken city, sharing stories and hope in whispered voices. A distant hum grew stronger. The generator at the old community center still worked. They hurried toward it, drawn by the promise of warmth, light, and perhaps others. Inside, a small group huddled around flickering lanterns, faces weary but alive. Mara's eyes met theirs, a spark of connection in a fractured world. "We thought we were the last," she breathed, stepping into the circle. The boy squeezed her hand, a silent vow to rebuild, to endure. Outside, the sky lightened, the first hints of dawn breaking through the gloom. In the quiet moments before morning, hope returned like a fragile bloom. Together they faced the rising sun, ready to reclaim their world, one step at a time. Anna rushed down the street, clutching a crumpled sheet of music tightly in her hand. Her fingers trembled as she reached the old concert hall. Its doors cracked open as if waiting for her. Inside, the air was thick with dust and memories. The grand piano sat silent, keys hoping for a touch. Anna hesitated, then sat down and placed the sheet on the stand, her eyes scanning the notes she had spent years perfecting. The first chords spilled out, hesitant at first, then flowing with more confidence and emotion than ever before. As she played, memories of her late father, a legendary pianist, filled the hall, his voice echoing in her mind. "Make your music true." Tears blurred her eyes, but she kept playing, channeling all her grief, love, and hope into the melody. Midway through, a faint knock drew her attention. Her old mentor stood at the doorway, watching quietly. He smiled gently, mouthing, "You found it." Those words fueled her resolve, the final note soaring. When the last note faded, the silence felt full, not empty, a bridge between past and future. Anna stood, inhaled deeply, and looked around, the hall no longer cold, but alive with possibility. Her mentor approached and handed her a worn envelope marked with her father's handwriting. Inside was a letter. "Your music is your story. Play it for the world." Anna nodded, a smile breaking through her tears. She finally understood her real journey was just beginning. Days later, the concert hall buzzed with anticipation as Anna prepared to perform on the restored stage. The audience was filled with faces from her past, friends, family, and strangers who believed in her. She lifted her hands, the first notes escaping anew, this time stronger, freer, alive. As the final chord rang out, the crowd erupted in applause, standing in honor of a new chapter. Backstage, Anna whispered, "Thank you," feeling her father's presence more clearly than ever before. She knew now that through her music, she would carry his legacy forever, and tell her own story, note by note. In the heart of a forgotten village stood an old mansion, wrapped in ivy and shadow. Alina, curious and fearless, had always been drawn to the mansion despite the villagers' warnings. One evening, armed with only a lantern, she slipped through the creaking gates and into the dim hallway. The air was thick with dust and silence, until a faint whisper drifted from the wall at the end of the corridor. There, hanging crookedly, was a portrait of a woman whose eyes seemed almost alive, gleaming in the lantern light. Alina stepped closer, feeling a chill as a soft voice echoed, "Help me." Startled but intrigued, she reached out, tracing the woman's delicate features with trembling fingers. Suddenly, the room spun, and Alina found herself in a sunlit garden, centuries past, standing before the very woman from the portrait. The woman introduced herself as Isolde, trapped between worlds by a jealous curse. Alina realized the whispers were cries for freedom, her only chance to break the spell and release Isolde's soul. To succeed, she had to solve a riddle hidden somewhere in the mansion, tied to an ancient family secret. Guided by fleeting whispers and unseen hands, Alina explored secret rooms and forgotten letters. In a dusty diary, she uncovered the truth. Isolde's love was betrayed, and jealousy bound her spirit to the painting. With a steady voice, Alina recited a passage from the diary, invoking the words of forgiveness and release. Light flooded the room as the portrait shimmered, Isolde's form slowly stepping out, free at last. "Thank you," Isolde whispered, her smile warm as she dissolved into a cascade of petals. The mansion sighed, the weight of centuries lifting in an instant. Alina stepped back into the present, the portrait now a simple painting of a serene garden. Outside, the villagers noticed the mansion's gloom had lifted, its mystery gently unraveled. Alina smiled, knowing some whispers carry the power to heal and set free. At the first light of dawn, Leora wakes clutching her silver leaf pendant tightly, the symbol a small comfort amidst the unease settling over the village. Outside, the ancient forest stretches silently, its shadows long and mysterious under the pale morning sky. As Leora walks through the village, she notices worried faces exchanging nervous glances. The fading light and wilting crops weigh heavily on everyone's spirits, hinting at a deeper, unseen affliction creeping through the land. Near the village's edge, Theron hunches over his forge, the heat and smoke mixing with the morning air. His soot-streaked hands carefully sharpen tools, eyes steady and calm despite the unsettling changes they all face. Leora approaches Theron, holding out a broken shard of a prism glowing faintly green, its fractured edges catching the light erratically. She hopes he can decipher its origin, sensing it may hold the key to their village's plight. Theron examines the shard, his brow furrowing as he recognizes the ancient symbols etched into its surface. They are the same carvings he's seen in the worn stones of the forest temple ruins, linking the mysterious object to a place steeped in forgotten power. In the village square, the community gathers with growing anxiety as the flowers around them lose their vibrant hues and the sunlight dims unevenly each passing day. Whispered fears spread like wildfire, the natural world turning against them in subtle but ominous ways. Leora recalls the old tales of the Prism of Verdant Grove, a mystical artifact believed to sustain the life and color of their land. Now fractured, it seems the very heart of their forest and village is faltering. Determined, she resolves to venture into the ancient forest, seeking the temple to reunite the prism's scattered shards. The weight of hope rests heavily on her shoulders as she prepares to face unknown dangers. Before she departs, Theron presents her with a finely forged knife, the metal gleaming and sharp. He warns her of the forest's lurking perils and pledges his support should she need it. Stepping beneath towering trees, Leora watches the dappled sunlight flicker with an eerie inconsistency, as though the forest itself breathes and shifts with secret magic. She grips her silver leaf pendant for reassurance as she moves deeper into the woods. Strange insects emitting glowing hues flutter around her, their movements guiding her toward an ancient moss-covered path inscribed with runes. The path seems alive, whispering of forgotten enchantments and hidden dangers. As she nears the temple ruins, shadows twist and shift unnaturally, hinting at unseen watchers lurking just beyond the edges of her vision. A chill runs down her spine, the forest's magic growing more intense and unpredictable. Suddenly, Elendra emerges from the shadows, her gray eyes piercing and her blue tattoos glowing faintly in the dim light. She warns Leora that sinister forces seek to block the prism's restoration, their intentions dark and relentless. Elendra reveals herself as a guardian marked by ancient power, her glowing tattoos a symbol of her sacred duty. She offers cryptic guidance, urging caution and resolve in the trials to come. Leora steels herself, her grip tightening on her pendant as she vows to collect all the prism fragments before the encroaching darkness extinguishes the land's magic completely. Her determination shines through despite the overwhelming odds. At the temple's altar, Leora discovers the first major shard embedded within, pulsating with a gentle, soft light that hints at its lingering vitality. Its fractured surface gleams, promising both hope and challenge. When Leora touches the shard, a sudden burst of vibrant color spreads across the clearing, briefly reviving the wilted flowers around her. The momentary revival fills her with cautious optimism that restoration is possible. Without warning, dark roots surge violently from the earth, twisting and lashing like serpents as they attempt to ensnare her in magical vines. The forest itself seems to resist her quest, its ancient magic turning hostile. Leora narrowly escapes the grasp of the tendrils by slicing through them with her knife, but in the struggle, the shard slips from her grasp and its light dims once more. The fleeting hope flickers, reminding her of the delicate balance she must maintain. Deeper within the temple, Leora uncovers ancient murals depicting the prism's power and a shadowy figure breaking it apart. The imagery warns of a malevolent force determined to shatter the land's lifeblood. Unexpectedly, Theron appears, having tracked her trail through the treacherous forest. His presence offers much-needed strength and companionship in a place so laden with peril. Together, they navigate traps forged from shifting light and shadow, their hands clasped tightly, the silver leaf pendant between them glowing softly with a reassuring light. Their unity becomes their greatest defense against the temple's enchantments. They arrive at a chamber where a large shard hovers, partitioned and imprisoned within a glowing cage of shimmering energy. The air vibrates with powerful magic that resists their approach. Elendra returns to warn them that to claim this shard, they must face their deepest fears, illusions conjured by the prism's protective magic. The challenge is as much of the mind as it is of the body, testing their inner strength. Leora confronts a vivid vision of her village withering away and her silver leaf pendant crumbling into dust, a haunting test of her resolve and hope. The fear threatens to overwhelm her, but her determination to save her home pushes her forward despite the torment. With Theron's calm encouragement, Leora summons her resolve, pushing through the harrowing vision. The spectral cage shimmers and cracks, finally shattering to release the glowing shard. The silver leaf pendant on her chest pulses softly, a reassuring beacon of hope. She carefully positions the new shard beside the first, their edges fitting together like pieces of a puzzle. Light bursts forth, the forest responding instantly. Roots curl back gently while blossoms burst open in radiant colors. The prism's fractured light seems to pulse with new energy, weaving through the ancient trees. Suddenly, a low rumble shakes the temple's structure, dust falling from stone carvings etched with ancient forest symbols. Unseen forces awaken, reacting unpredictably to the partial restoration of the prism. The air around them thickens with shimmering light and shadow intertwining. Outside, the sky darkens as a swirling storm of Inkai black energy coils above the land. The sun is swallowed by roiling clouds, halting the forest's revival in an instant. A chill freezes the air, leaves shriveling even as flowers remain poised to bloom. Realizing time slips through their fingers, Leora and Theron steel themselves to retrieve the remaining shards before darkness claims the entire grove. Each moment the storm grows stronger, blotting out natural light that once guided them. Their determination burns as brightly as the silver pendant at Leora's throat. Following cryptic clues left by Elendra, the trio ventures deeper into the forest. At last, they find a hidden glade, a serene clearing where ancient trees rise tall and proud. There, beneath one venerable tree, the third shard lies buried beneath a carpet of moss and roots. The glowing symbols etched into the tree's bark mirror those found on temple stones, faint blue light swirling around them. Leora's silver leaf pendant flares warmly in response, as if connecting to the ancient magic. The shard's refracted light dances across the bark's intricate patterns. As Leora reaches out, spectral wolves materialize between her and the shard, their eyes blazing with ethereal fire. Low growls ripple through the clearing, their presence a chilling warning. The silver pendant remains visible, a steady pulse amidst growing tension. Theron steps forward swiftly, hefting his crafted weapons with practiced ease. The clash is swift but intense, his strength and precision keeping the wolves at bay without harm. Colored light flickers around their struggle, the magical energy tangible in the air. With the final strike, the spectral wolves dissolve into wisps of blue light, their menace ebbing away. In their place, faint luminescent paw prints glow briefly on the earth before fading. The shard is now safely in their grasp, radiating a renewed shimmer beneath Leora's pendant. The trio hastens back toward the temple, urgency propelling their steps as the storm outside intensifies. Lightning crackles unpredictably, painting jagged shadows against twisted branches. The forest's renewed life struggles against the encroaching darkness closing in rapidly. Elendra begins chanting ancient words, her glowing blue tattoos blazing fiercely along her arms and face. A shimmering barrier of light and color spins around them, rippling against the storm's assaults. Despite her effort, the tempest's wrath grows relentless. Suddenly, the protective spell falters. A jagged surge of black lightning strikes the earth nearby. The ground splits open with a roaring crack, jagged edges glowing with erratic colors like fractured glass. The trio is thrown off balance by the violent upheaval underfoot. In an agonizing instant, Leora tumbles into the glowing chasm, her silver leaf pendant the last visible trace as it flickers faintly. Prism shards scatter deeper into the twisting, luminescent tunnels below. The forest's fate now hangs precariously with her survival. Theron and Elendra gaze down in horror, their voices lost in the storm's howling wind. The pendant's faint gleam fades slowly into the shadows, a fragile thread tethering her to the surface world. Fear and determination etch their faces as they prepare to follow her plunge. Within the glowing chasm, Leora moves cautiously through erratic passages alive with fractured light. The colors shift unpredictably, disorienting yet mesmerizing as they refract through countless crystal surfaces. Her pendant remains a steady source of calm in the surreal depths. She finds scattered shards embedded in the crystalline walls, each fragment radiating a shard of the forest's lost warmth. As she collects them, patches of vibrant color pulse through the tunnels, slowly pushing back the surrounding darkness. Hope glimmers in the depths below the shattered earth. Suddenly, a wraith of shifting shadows blocks her path, formed from the chasm's darkest fears. Its form writhes with malice, bent on capturing the prism's power for itself. The silver leaf pendant flares with defiant light, casting away creeping darkness momentarily. Summoning all her courage, Leora channels the pendant's radiant glow to repel the wraith. The dark entity wavers, then dissipates into flickering shadows spiraling away. The fragments gathered in her hands shimmer brighter, empowering her resolve to escape. Breaking through to the surface, Leora reunites with Theron and Elendra, her hands clutching all the recovered shards. The storm above still looms, its dark tendrils writhing around the trembling forest. Yet their combined presence offers a fragile beacon of resistance. They race toward the temple altar, urgency sharpening every step, knowing full restoration is their last hope. The shards begin to levitate and spin, slow and deliberate, aligning in a precise pattern atop the stone platform. Colored light cascades from their joined edges, painting the walls in shimmering hues. As the shards circle each other, prismatic light fractures and cascades like a waterfall, filling the chamber with radiant glow. Ancient forest symbols etched into stone and wood catch the light, pulsing in time with the prism's rhythms. The silver leaf pendant glows steadily at Leora's throat, syncing with the spectacle. Suddenly, dark storm clouds coil tighter around the temple, tendrils of shadow pressing inward. The vibrant light from the prism flickers as if struggling for breath. The encroaching darkness threatens to snuff out this fragile beacon of life and magic. Elendra channels her dwindling strength into a surge of protective magic, her blue tattoos dimming from fierce glow to faint ember. With an anguished cry, she weakens the storm's grip momentarily, buying precious seconds. Her sacrifice leaves the aura around them shimmering with bittersweet intensity. In the heart of the swirl, Leora places her silver leaf pendant at the prism's center. Her unwavering faith ignites a brilliant pulse of life and color that floods the temple. The prisms blaze with radiant light, weaving hope through the forest's struggling veins. The fractured prism, held aloft by Leora, began to glow with intensifying light as the jagged edges shimmered with every hue. Suddenly, the shards flew together in a dazzling spectacle, weaving back into a flawless whole. As the last piece clicked into place, the storm above quelled, and warm sunlight flooded the verdant grove once more. Gradually, the once bare trees burst forth with lush greenery, their leaves whispering in newfound life. Flowers of every color bloomed vibrantly, filling the air with sweet scents, while the forest echoed again with the joyous calls of returning animals. Nature's healing was visible and undeniable, celebrating the suspension of chaos. Elendra stood nearby, a faint smile curving her lips as her glowing blue tattoos dimmed, her strength slowly ebbing. Though her power waned, peace radiated from her presence, a testament to the restored balance between magic and the natural world. The ancient symbols etched along her robe seemed to pulse softly, syncing with the harmonized forest. Theron embraced Leora firmly, soot-streaked hands steady and warm, pride and relief shining in his eyes. Around them, the village showed signs of vibrant renewal, the air full of hope as lives once again thrived. Their shared sigh marked a turning point, the darkest days giving way to flourishing vitality. The silver leaf pendant resting against Leora's heart glowed softly, emitting a gentle green luminescence that intertwined with the natural light. This subtle beacon symbolized the ongoing healing and the unbreakable connection forged through hope and perseverance. It reminded them all that, while trials had passed, the journey of restoration continued. Returning to her village, Leora was greeted by scenes of celebration beneath skies washed in vivid hues. Villagers danced amidst blossoming harvest fields, their faces alight with gratitude and renewed spirit. The air was thick with song and laughter, an ode to recovery and the promise of continued prosperity. In the quiet moments, Leora recounted her perilous journey to attentive ears, her pendant radiant in the soft glow of evening light. The prism shards were now carefully encased within the village hall, displayed as solemn reminders of what had been overcome. Each piece reflected the natural light subtly, symbolizing strength through unity and memory. As night fell, the silver leaf pendant around Leora's neck shimmered faintly, casting soft green patterns that mingled with the silver stars overhead. The calm forest around her seemed to breathe gently, alive with peaceful energy and quiet magic. Within this tranquility, hope glimmered, persistent as the stars above. New seedlings sprouted tenderly around the ancient temple, their vibrant leaves whispering promises of growth and resilience. These living symbols echoed the ancient forest markings, blending old magic with fresh life. Inspired by their shared ordeal, the village embraced this continuous cycle of renewal with reverence and care. The story closed with Leora standing on a gentle hill, her emerald eyes fixed toward the distant horizon. The silver leaf pendant pulsed faintly at her chest, a quiet promise of hope and connection as dawn painted the sky. She stood ready, heart steady, awaiting the new wonders and challenges the future might bring. Emma rushed into the bakery, just as the morning sun began to warm the sleepy town. She clutched a crumpled envelope, her heart pounding with anticipation and worry. Behind the counter, Mr. Jenkins smiled, wiping his hands on his apron. "You're early today," he said warmly. Emma nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I lost a letter I was supposed to send yesterday. It's really important." Mr. Jenkins raised an eyebrow, leaning in. "Lost it outside." "I think so. I was walking here and it must have slipped out of my bag," Emma replied, eyes darting nervously. He reached under the counter and pulled out a small pile of papers. "We keep all found things here for a day, just in case." Emma's heart leapt. She sifted through the papers, but the letter wasn't there. Disappointed, she sat down at a corner table, the weight of failure pressing down. Just then, a soft chime echoed through the shop as the door opened again. An elderly woman entered, her eyes twinkling behind thick glasses. She shuffled forward, holding out a folded envelope. "Is this what you're looking for, dear? I found it on the bench outside." Emma took it, relief flooding her face. "Thank you so much." The woman chuckled. "Sometimes the town looks out for us, even when we're not paying attention." Emma carefully inspected the letter. It was still intact, ready to be sent. She smiled at Mr. Jenkins. "I'm so grateful. This means everything to me." He shrugged modestly. "We all need a little help sometimes." Emma stepped outside, the letter safely in hand, ready to deliver what mattered most. As the sun climbed higher, the town felt just a bit warmer, its kindness shining through small, unexpected moments. Emma whispered to herself, "Sometimes, losing something leads you to find even more." Morning sunlight spills gently into Sarah's cozy apartment as she wraps a vintage scarf around her neck, its soft fabric comforting her. The familiar ritual steadies her for the day ahead, a mixture of hope and uncertainty stirring within. Flipping through her well-worn blue notebook, Sarah studies her sketches and notes, her brow furrowed in concern. The problems she's trying to solve weigh heavily on her mind, each page a testament to her determination. The quiet is broken by Max bursting in, clutching a small mechanical object that gleams under the sunlight. His eyes shine with excitement, eager to share his latest invention that might be the answer Sarah needs. Sarah listens closely as Max explains how his contraption could help with her current dilemma. She leans forward, her worry mingling with cautious hope, considering the possibilities it might bring. Her gaze drifts to a handwritten note pinned carefully to the wall, reminding her of the upcoming community event she is organizing. The importance of the day presses on her, adding a layer of urgency. Later at the local cafe, Sarah meets Mrs. Elm, who recounts a heartfelt story about the neighborhood clock's historic significance. The tale resonates deeply, adding meaning to the object Sarah had seen but never truly understood. Visiting Mrs. Elm's home, Sarah examines the antique clock, admiring its intricate details and the silent passage of time it embodies. The clock seems to whisper forgotten narratives, hinting at hope amid challenges. Back in her apartment, Sarah finds Leo playfully entangled in a ribbon from one of her vintage scarves. His curious antics bring a smile to her face, a brief respite from her mounting worries. Seated at her desk, Sarah adds a fresh note to her blue notebook, her handwriting confident and filled with renewed hope. It's a quiet vow to keep moving forward despite obstacles. The bustling city streets embrace Sarah and Max as they set out, scarves fluttering behind them like banners of determination. Their shared mission to prepare for the community event pulses with energy and anticipation. Tension mounts when Sarah receives news that a crucial permit for the event has been revoked unexpectedly. Her face tightens with frustration, the setback threatening their carefully laid plans. Max quickly sketches an alternative plan in Sarah's notebook, proposing a clever workaround to the permit issue. His inventive mind races to find solutions amid the growing pressure. Under the glow of streetlights, Sarah wrestles with whether to embrace Max's risky idea. Her conflicted expression reveals the weight of uncertainty and the desire to do what's right. A quiet moment finds Sarah alone, Leo curled contentedly on her lap, both seeking solace in each other's presence. The silence offers a brief sanctuary from the chaos outside. With renewed resolve, Sarah ties her vintage scarf firmly around her neck, a symbolic armor against doubt. Her eyes shine with determination, ready to face what lies ahead. Early the next morning, Sarah and Max visit the community center to garner support, greeted with a mix of enthusiasm and skepticism. The varied reactions underscore the uphill battle they face. Among the center's dusty corners, Sarah discovers an old forgotten poster advertising a similar event from years past. The faded image sparks fresh inspiration and a connection to the neighborhood's resilient spirit. Mrs. Elm appears unexpectedly, lending Sarah a delicate scarf embroidered with symbols representing the neighborhood's history. This thoughtful gift feels like a blessing, intertwining past and present hopes. Spotting Leo darting toward a narrow alley, Sarah follows and uncovers a hidden mural beneath the city's overpass. The vivid imagery tells stories of community and perseverance, igniting a new energy within her. The mural's depiction of shared struggles and triumphs breathes life into Sarah's resolve, reinforcing the importance of the event. Its colors and themes begin to take shape in her mind's eye. Back together, Sarah and Max debate the logistics of translating vision into reality, acknowledging the gap between enthusiasm and practical challenges. Their differing perspectives create a vibrant but tense dialogue. A sudden rainstorm drives everyone indoors, dampening spirits and forcing plans to be postponed. Yet inside, the determination to succeed remains unshaken, sheltering their collective hope. Sarah painstakingly sketches the mural's powerful images into her blue notebook, envisioning how to weave them into the event's theme. Each line drawn is an act of creative faith against the odds. Meanwhile, Max works late into the night, tinkering with mechanical devices intended to enhance the event's decorations. His focus is sharp, a testament to his commitment despite exhaustion. A miscommunication erupts, causing a scheduling conflict that threatens to divide the group's focus. This unexpected hurdle adds tension, demanding quick thinking and compromise to maintain unity. Sarah's frustration swelled as the slow response to her effort seemed to stall the project. Mrs. Elm, sensing her unease, invited her for a quiet tea in the cozy kitchen, sharing gentle words that eased Sarah's mind. Meanwhile, Leo dashed about the room, weaving between feet and leaping onto shelves with playful energy. His antics brought a light laugh to Sarah's lips, reminding her to find joy amidst the stress. Inspired, Sarah jotted a note and pinned it to the community board, inviting neighbors to share their stories and memories for the upcoming event. The note was adorned with a sketch of a vintage scarf, a symbol of the connection she wished to foster. Days passed with little response, and Sarah's hopeful excitement turned to doubt. Her brow furrowed as she reread the quiet walls of the neighborhood, questioning her approach and her place in the community. Suddenly, a group of children appeared, each holding colorful handmade crafts. Their enthusiastic arrival reignited the energy around the project, filling the room with bright smiles and renewed momentum. Sarah laughed freely for the first time in days, the weight of responsibility lightened by the infectious joy of the children. The vintage scarves fluttered in the warm afternoon breeze through the open window. Max proudly unveiled a prototype display that brought the crafts to life with shifting lights and subtle motion, capturing the whimsical spirit of the neighborhood's creativity. Sarah's eyes sparkled with admiration for her brother's invention. Together, Sarah and Max shared a quiet moment, their hopes and dreams passing between them in warm smiles and silent understanding. Their bond deepened, a steady support in the bustling preparations. From the neighboring apartment, the chime of Mrs. Elm's antique clock filled the room, a gentle reminder of time's steady progress. Its soft ringing echoed like a heartbeat beneath their conversation. Sarah planned an evening gathering to showcase their progress and rally support. She meticulously arranged the space, vintage scarves hanging from rafters, and her blue notebook resting prominently on the table. At the gathering, passionate but differing opinions surfaced, sparking a tense exchange that challenged Sarah's leadership. Voices rose and fell, a clash of visions that forced Sarah to reevaluate her direction. Listening carefully, Sarah adapted the plans, weaving diverse ideas into a richer vision. Her calm resolve shone through, soothing tensions and inspiring cooperation once more. Just then, Leo returned from a brief disappearance, carrying a small, weathered key in his mouth. The unexpected find drew curious glances, its intricate design hinting at forgotten stories. With the key as a new symbol, the community embraced the unfolding vision with energized hearts. Conversations buzzed, hands reached out to help, and a collective creative energy became tangible. Sarah sat by a window, sketching final adjustments to the event layout with confident strokes. Her vintage scarf draped over her chair, and the blue notebook lay open beside her, filled with notes and ideas. In the workshop, Max encountered a sudden technical glitch threatening the displays just hours before the event. His fingers flew over wires and circuits, a frown shadowing his face. Sarah joined him, their teamwork seamless as they worked frantically to troubleshoot. Determination etched on both faces, they refused to let the setback defeat them. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Elm appeared at the door with a box of tools and a reassuring smile. Her surprising technical knowledge offered new solutions and hope, shifting the tide in their favor. Together they resolved the malfunction, and during a test run, the devices functioned flawlessly. The crafted displays danced with light and motion, ready to enchant the community. Sarah paused to breathe deeply, watching the sunrise filter softly through the window. A mingling of anticipation and relief settled over her, the calm before the events unfolding. On the morning of the event, gentle sunlight illuminated streets, decorated with vintage scarves and banners inspired by the mural. The neighborhood throbbed with quiet excitement and anticipation. Neighbors arrived carrying stories, crafts, and warm smiles, their presence weaving a tapestry of connection. The atmosphere was inviting, alive with shared purpose and kindness. Sarah's blue notebook traveled from hand to hand, becoming a communal guestbook filled with heartfelt messages and vibrant drawings. Each entry deepened the narrative of their shared history. Max operated the interactive displays with delight, engaging visitors as they explored the crafts brought to life. His enthusiasm was contagious, sparking wonder in young and old alike. By the antique clock in Mrs. Elm's home, she shared a nostalgic tale that bridged past and present generations. Her voice wove the community's histories into a living thread of memory and hope. A surprising visitor arrived just as the event was winding down. Mr. Grayson, a retired historian who had lived in the neighborhood for decades. He shared a long-forgotten tale about the origins of the vintage scarves, connecting them to a community tradition that had almost faded away. His story added depth to the celebration, reminding everyone of the rich history woven through their shared spaces. Sarah held the embroidered scarf tenderly, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns that now felt like a map of their neighborhood's past. She realized how these threads symbolized the power of shared heritage, knitting together the bonds between neighbors young and old. This heritage was more than fabric. It was a living connection, sustaining their community spirit. Nearby, Leo had settled onto a soft cushion, curling his white-pawed presence into a comforting shape among the gathering crowd. His gentle purring blended with the murmur of voices, serving as a quiet reminder of steadiness amidst change. Wherever discovery or warmth was found that day, the curious tabby had been close at hand. The celebration crescendoed into a collective crafting session where everyone contributed stitches and stories to a growing tapestry. Each participant brought their own flair, yet their combined creativity produced a single, unified work that embodied the day's spirit. This collaborative art became a symbol of their renewed unity and shared future. Stepping back, Sarah surveyed the vibrant tapestry of moments and memories woven throughout the day. Her eyes sparkled with a smile of quiet fulfillment, knowing the event had cultivated something far greater than she had imagined. The neighborhood story was alive again, embroidered with the laughter and kindness of its people. As evening descended, soft lanterns were lit along the familiar streets, casting a gentle golden glow on the joyful faces gathered beneath them. The mild air carried the warmth of friendship and the soothing hum of contentment. Each light flickered like a beacon of hope and connection, brightening the twilight hours. In the quiet moments after the festivities, Sarah opened her blue notebook and penned her final thoughts on the day. She reflected on the challenges they had overcome and the meaningful connections that had blossomed. Her writing captured a newfound optimism that these bonds would only grow stronger with time. Meanwhile, Max was packing away his equipment, a grin spreading across his face as he teased Sarah about the invention he was already imagining for the next neighborhood event. Laughter bubbled between them, a playful promise of future creativity and collaboration. His energy was contagious, lighting the way forward. From across the room, Mrs. Elm's antique clock chimed once more, its melodious sound marking the conclusion of a memorable day. The hour resonated like a signal not just of an ending, but also of new traditions beginning to take root. It reminded everyone that time flows on, carrying the stories and hopes of the community onward. Wrapped snugly in her cherished scarf, Sarah stepped outside and looked up as stars began to twinkle above their neighborhood. The familiar constellations seemed to mirror the interconnected lives below, filling her with hope and contentment. In that peaceful moment, she felt ready to embrace the promise of all tomorrows. Late at night, Mia heard faint coughing coming from the attic above her bedroom. She told herself it was just the house settling, but the sound didn't stop. It grew heavier, almost like breathing. Curiosity pulling at her, Mia grabbed a flashlight and climbed the narrow stairs, each creak feeding her growing dread. At the top, the door was slightly ajar. A shadow flickered inside as if waiting. She pushed it open and shone her light into the small, dusty space, filled with forgotten antiques and old trunks. There was no one there, just silence and a chill that crawled up her spine. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and went dark, leaving her in almost complete darkness. A cold whisper brushed past her ear. "Why did you come?" Mia's heart pounded as the door slammed shut behind her, plunging her into absolute blackness. She fumbled for her phone, its screen casting a dim glow, revealing a small, ancient doll sitting on a box. The doll's glass eyes gleamed, reflecting a strange, knowing smile. "I've been waiting." The whisper came again, now right beside her. Fear paralyzed her, but then a memory surfaced, her grandmother warning about a family curse bound to the attic's past. Recalling the old words, Mia whispered, "I release you from this place." The room shuddered, the air lightened, and the door creaked open slowly, as if an unseen weight lifted. She dashed down the stairs, feeling the cold breath fade behind her. Outside, under the moonlight, she stopped and swore never to return. The next morning, the attic door was sealed firmly with fresh nails and a faded note. "Rest now." Mia smiled faintly, the burden finally lifted, and the house felt peaceful for the first time in years. As she walked away, a faint coughing echoed from deep within, but this time it was just the wind. Clara's breath froze in the air as the evening fog swallowed the quiet town square. At the edge of the square, an old clock tower told eerily out of sync, its face cracked and eyes hollow. She whispered to herself, this was never supposed to be alive, as shadows twisted at the corners of her vision. The clock hands spun backward suddenly, the chimes echoing like a call from another time. An invisible pull guided Clara to the tower's ancient wooden door, which creaked open with a breathless sigh. Inside, the air hummed, thick with stories long forgotten, and the floor was littered with dust and faded pages. She stepped carefully, eyes drawn to a glowing hourglass suspended midair, sand swirling upward instead of down. A voice like wind through chimes whispered, "Turn time and see what should not be lost." The world around her blurred, colors bleeding as scenes from the town's past flickered like old film. She saw the founder of the town, a misunderstood seeker of truth, trapped within the tower's curse. The clock tower was a prison, binding him between moments, his story never told. Determined, Clara reached forward and touched the hourglass, feeling a pulse of ancient power. Time slowed and then exploded into motion, memories flooding the room like a floodlight. She watched as the founder stepped quietly through the mist, free at last from his invisible chains. The clock hands resumed their normal turn, chiming softly as peace settled over the tower. Clara smiled, the fog lifting as dawn's first light painted golden streaks across the square. "Sometimes," she said gently, "all it takes is a single moment to set things right." She turned from the tower, footsteps light, carrying with her the quiet magic of a story reclaimed. As she disappeared down the morning street, the town seemed to breathe anew, alive with whispered thanks. And somewhere, just beyond the mist. The clock's steady tick reminded the world that some mysteries sleep only until the right time. Mira stands silently at the edge of the misty valley, clutching her pendant which emits a soft, pulsating glow. Her bright green eyes scan the hazy landscape, uncertainty and resolve mingling within her gaze. Kale strides into the village, his towering frame and the scar across his left cheek marking him as a warrior seasoned by battles. His hand tightens around the uniquely hilted sword at his side, his expression stern and determined. In a small, dimly lit room, Eldra unfurls an ancient map, her silver hair shimmering faintly beneath the light of her enchanted cloak. Her trembling finger traces the path leading toward the fabled crystal veil, eyes narrowed in concentration. The village elder, his face lined with worry, speaks gravely to Mira about the encroaching shadows spreading beyond the hills. Dark clouds loom ominously above, signaling a threat that grows with each passing day. Deep within the forest, a faint blue light glows from a mysterious mirror shard lying half-buried among the leaves. The fragment pulses softly, its eerie radiance reflecting the growing tension in the air. When Mira picks up the shard, her pendant suddenly reacts, pulsing in synchrony as if resonating with the fragment's power. A sudden chill runs through her, hinting at an unseen connection between the two objects. At the edge of the village, Kale and Mira meet, their concerns about the spreading darkness aligning. Words are exchanged, both realizing the severity of the situation they face together. Eldra joins the pair, her voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge as she recounts the legend of the Crystal Veil. This mystical barrier is the realm's last defense against the advancing shadow, and its weakening signals peril. United in purpose, the trio agree to embark on a perilous journey to the Crystal Veil. A sense of urgency and determination propels them forward, despite the dangers that await. Unseen among the gnarled trees, a shadowy figure observes the travelers, eyes gleaming with malice. The figure's presence goes unnoticed, silently plotting their next move. As preparations continue, Mira's pendant flares brilliantly, casting intense light that fills the room with an almost otherworldly glow. This sudden illumination seems to warn of the challenges ahead. The village elder presents Mira with an ancient talisman, its surface etched with cryptic symbols. He urges caution, emphasizing the talisman's importance in the trials to come. Testing the talisman against the mirror shard, Mira is startled as the shard reacts violently, momentarily enveloped in shadow. The clash of light and darkness hints at the power struggle they are about to face. Their first trail takes them through a dense, enchanted forest where whispers seem to echo from every direction. The light filters weakly through twisted branches, deepening the sense of unease. A sudden, chilling wind cuts through the air, heralding the approach of shadow creatures lurking at the forest's edge. Their intent is clear, and the hunt begins in earnest. Mira channels the pendant's radiant light, driving back the shadow beasts that attack. Though forced to retreat for now, the creature's bolder advances indicate they will not give up easily. Kale brandishes his uniquely hilted sword, slicing through the encroaching shadows with practiced skill. His defense keeps the group protected, but the pressure of the assault weighs heavily on them all. Eldra murmurs an incantation, her robes shimmering under the faint moonlight as she weaves a flickering barrier of blue light around them. The protective aura brings some respite amid the growing darkness. Suddenly, the mirror shard vanishes from Mira's grasp, leaving behind a chilling emptiness. The absence sends a wave of panic through the group, signaling a grave setback. Fear rises as they realize the shard was likely stolen by the shadowy figure watching from afar. The urgency to recover it intensifies, knowing its loss could unravel their mission. Following faint traces, the trio discovers a hidden cave, its entrance bathed in an eerie, luminous blue. The unnatural glow deepens the mystery and hints at the dangers lurking within. Inside, distorted reflections ripple across countless mirrors, confusing their senses and disorienting their steps. The line between reality and illusion blurs dangerously in the cave's depths. Mira reaches out to touch one mirror and suddenly glimpses a trapped version of herself shrouded in darkness. The vision stirs deep fears and questions about what they face. Reacting quickly, Kale shatters a nearby mirror with a decisive blow, breaking the illusory trap and pulling Mira back from the haunting vision. Their resolve must not falter despite these mind games. Eldra warns of their adversary's cunning. The shadow enemy uses mirrors to warp reality and manipulate perceptions. This revelation deepens the shadow's threat, making their journey all the more perilous. As they venture deeper into the cavern, a shimmering figure emerges, a spectral guardian manifesting from swirling mist and light. Its presence radiates a challenge, testing the strength and resolve of each traveler without a word spoken. The air thrums with tension, the faint blue glow of the crystal veil pulsing softly around them. Mira steps forward, her bright green eyes softening the guardian's fierce gaze. Rather than drawing weapons, she speaks gently, her words woven with understanding and compassion. This unexpected kindness causes the guardian's form to shimmer and retreat, granting them safe passage forward through the eerie silence. Kale scans the rocky floor, noticing footprints deeper in the dust, not just one, but many. The tracks weave through the shadows, hinting at multiple unseen foes rather than a lone thief. His fingers brush the hilt of his sword, muscles tensing in silent warning. Suddenly, the cave quakes violently as a tempest of shadows surges toward them. The walls undulate with the storm's approaching fury, forcing the trio to seek shelter in a narrow crevice, where the crystal veil's faint blue light flickers dangerously. Outside, the storm's ominous roar grows louder, threatening to consume light and life alike. In the dim refuge, Eldra's silver hair glistens faintly under moonlight as she speaks gravely. The crystal veil is weakening, its protective power unraveling and unleashing chaotic storms and disorienting mirror reflections. Their path grows ever more perilous as the balance between light and shadow frays further. Mira clutches her glowing pendant tightly, a flicker of doubt passing across her face. She senses an intangible link, a mysterious pull between her talisman and the fragile crystal veil. A swirling conflict brews within her, between hope and fear, connection and uncertainty. They emerge cautiously from the cave just as the shadow storm dissipates, leaving behind silence and shattered mirror fragments scattered like fallen stars. The eerie calm presses upon them, punctuated only by the faint blue glow lingering in the air. Their journey continues, marked by both danger and fragile beauty. Later that night, beneath the tapestry of stars, Eldra unfurls ancient scrolls by firelight. Her fingers trace cryptic runes and forgotten scripts, uncovering a hidden ritual with the power to restore the crystal veil. The enchanted cloak shimmers softly, reflecting the urgency in her gaze. The ritual demands a union of three forces: the radiant light contained within Mira's pendant, the unwavering strength forged into Kale's sword, and Eldra's potent magic. Only together can they rekindle the veil's fragile light and mend the torn balance. Each holds a crucial element needed to face the encroaching darkness. That night, Mira dreams vividly of a realm beyond mirrors, a place bathed in surreal light and shadow. Whispers brush past her ears, secrets spoken softly by shadows that hint at her hidden past. The dream lingers, stirring questions deep within her heart about her true connection to the veil. Kale shares stories by the fire of battles beneath long-forgotten constellations, tales filled with courage and resilience. These memories kindle hope in the companions, reminding them that light can thrive even in the darkest hour. The bond between them strengthens, woven through shared history and determined spirit. Together they find an ancient altar, half swallowed by ivy but still regal, the heart of the veil. Its surface is etched with faint luminescent runes, pulsing gently with the veil's fading power. The place hums quietly with potential, beckoning them to restore its glory. Carefully, they place the mirror shard and ancient talisman upon the altar's center. As soon as the objects settle, an energy stirs, delicate yet growing, signaling the start of the sacred ritual. Their breaths synchronize, and the air thickens with magic and anticipation. Shadows surge and writhe violently around them, lashing out in fury to disrupt their ceremony. The dark forms twist unpredictably, threatening to extinguish the fledgling light and sever the fragile connection they strive to mend. Each second stretches taut under the torrent of shadowy opposition. Eldra's chanting grows louder, her voice weaving a protective barrier as Mira focuses, guiding a steady beam of light through her glowing pendant. The enchanted cloak flashes under moonlight, amplifying their combined power to resist the encroaching darkness. The ritual's pulse strengthens despite the turmoil surrounding them. Kale stands firm, sword raised high, its unique hilt catching the faint glow of the veil's light. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance bursts forth from his blade, casting shadows back and illuminating the altar. For the first time, the sword channels a pure inner light, a beacon against encroaching night. Suddenly, the veil between worlds weakens further, and a dark figure steps forward from the thinning veil. Its presence radiates cold menace and sorrow as it reveals itself as the corrupted guardian of the veil, seeking to shatter the delicate boundary entirely. The ritual falters as tension mounts between realms. The figure claims its role as protector turned prisoner, trapped and tainted by shadows over centuries. It desires freedom, threatening to unravel the veil's powers completely if unheeded. Its voice echoes with pain and anger, blurring lines between foe and victim. Mira bravely steps from the circle, gazing into the guardian's shadowed eyes with empathy and understanding. She recognizes the sorrow behind its torment, perceiving a shared history etched in shadow and light. This connection sparks a fragile moment of vulnerability in the dark guardian. The guardian hesitates, the shadowed form wavering as if recalling a distant light. Seizing the moment, the trio recommits their energies, voices, and wills united, renewing the powerful ritual. Their synchronized strength weaves a shimmering web of resistance against the encroaching darkness. Raw energy floods the altar, and the battle between light and shadow erupts violently around them. Pulses of radiant blue flash against waves of swirling black, each strike reshaping the fragile balance. The crystal veil responds, awakening with renewed force as their struggle reaches its climax. Around the altar, the crystal veil glows brighter, a luminous shield expanding outward as the dark figure fades in retreat. The spectral tension lessens, and the air clears with the scent of cleansing light. It becomes clear the veil is mending, slowly but decisively. Kale's sword gleams intensely, its blade now a conduit for the veil's restored power. The light dances over its unique hilt, casting bold reflections across the clearing. His grip tightens, a symbol of resolve as their combined effort takes hold. The mirror shard glows steadily in Mira's palm, now suffused with pure and steady light. It hums softly in harmony with her pendant, both acting as vessels for the revitalized veil. The warmth of the light soothes the lingering shadows around them. With a final, reverent chant, Eldra seals the ritual's power, her voice weaving the last strands of magic into the veil. Above, storm clouds calm, their shadows dissolving beneath a gathering peaceful light. The veil's glow steadies, marking a fragile yet hopeful balance restored for the moment. In the soft glow of the crystal veil, the guardian's form shimmered, revealing a fallen spirit of light, once bound in shadow but now restored by the ancient ritual. Freed, the spirit's brilliance radiated purity, lifting the lingering darkness to dawn's first light. Mira, Kale, and Eldra stood silently, awed by the transformation that promised renewal. Mira clutched her pendant, now warm with the power of the crystal veil itself, tiny fragments embedded within it flickering like stars. It was no longer just a keepsake, but a symbol of hope and resilience, carrying the veil's protective essence. She felt its quiet strength pulse through her veins, a beacon against future shadows. Kale's scar, once a harsh mark of countless battles, began to fade softly as he gazed toward the horizon. The wound's healing was not just physical but emblematic of his inner peace, earned through trials and newfound purpose. With steady breath, he sheathed his sword, ready to face whatever future dawn held. Eldra's eyes twinkled with satisfaction as her cloak shimmered under the returning stars of night, reflecting the balance restored. The constellations mirrored in the embroidery seemed to dance, celebrating their triumph over darkness. Her ancient wisdom smiled in harmony with the quiet magic enveloping them all. As the sky cleared, the village elder greeted them warmly, his eyes reflecting the returning light to the valley. The once bleak landscape bloomed anew with vibrant colors and life, shadows receding to the edges of memory. Their community, strengthened, embraced the trio as harbingers of peace restored. Mira carefully set the ancient mirror shard into a newly built protective shrine, its delicate surface catching and bending the returning light. This gesture sealed a promise, warding the village against the encroaching dark, safeguarding the balance between realms. The shrine stood as a testament to vigilance and hope for generations to come. Kale took to training the village's new protectors, his voice steady as he passed on the strength and wisdom found on their journey. The unique hilt of his sword caught the sun's rays, symbolizing his commitment to their shared future. His lessons forged more than warriors, they shaped guardians of light and shadow alike. Eldra began teaching magic anew, embracing both light and shadow in her lessons to foster harmony within the village. Her shimmering cloak sparkled under the moon, echoing the unity she wished to instill. Under her guidance, knowledge thrived, planting seeds of balance and peace among eager minds. By the still lake, Mira sat quietly, the pendant around her neck glowing softly, its light reflecting on the water's surface. A profound connection to a wider world settled within her heart, emboldening her spirit beyond the valley's bounds. In that moment, she understood her role as both protector and hope's bearer. Above the valley, the crystal veil shimmered faintly, an eternal sentinel watching over the land. Its gentle light wove through the trees and hills, reminding all of the peace and balance now steadfast in their home. The veil remained, a lasting guardian where light and shadow coexisted in harmony. Mira settled by the garden gate on a crisp spring morning, her pencil dancing across the pages of her sketchbook. The flowers she observed defied expectations, blooming vibrantly despite the lingering cold air and scattered frost. Theo arrived quietly, carrying a basket heavy with fresh herbs. He remarked on the strange weather that had perplexed local farmers, their crops uncertain under the unpredictable shifts. Perched gracefully atop the garden wall, Luna's amber eyes followed a gentle breeze that stirred the petals of the mysterious blossoms. The cat's watchful gaze seemed to pierce the quiet tension that filled the air. While exploring near the old wooden bench, Mira's fingers brushed against something cool and metallic half buried in the soil. Pulling it free, she revealed a small brass key, its surface worn but intriguing sparks of curiosity ignited within her. A soft ticking broke the silence from the old garden clock, usually still and silent. Its hands spun backward briefly before settling, as if mocking the steady march of time itself. Theo leaned closer, his voice low as he suggested the garden held secrets from ages past. Memories of childhood tales surfaced, stories of hidden magic and forgotten guardians whispered through the village. Inspired, Mira approached a locked gate deeper within the garden, the brass key heavy in her palm. She fit it gently into the lock, anticipation buzzing beneath her skin. The key turned smoothly, the gate creaking open to unveil a hidden path lined with glowing autumn leaves that shimmered despite the season's early spring chill. They proceeded cautiously along the path, surrounded by softly glowing plants that seemed impossibly out of place. An eerie quiet settled around them, broken only by Luna's confident stride ahead, familiar as if she belonged there. Mira's pencil captured the surreal landscape's shifting hues, her eyes flickering between the strange flora and Luna's purposeful movements. The garden's mysteries deepened with every step. Suddenly, the scene transformed into a vibrant summer meadow bathed in golden light. Buzzing insects flitted amidst tall grasses, the warmth a sharp contrast to the earlier chill. An uneasy feeling washed over Theo as the seasons melded unnaturally, time bending and folding beyond familiar rules. His gaze darted nervously through the shifting environment, sensing an unseen force at play. They stumbled upon a weathered journal resting beneath a tree, its pages filled with faded ink narrating a garden that cycled through secret seasons of its own design. Mira read aloud the chilling passage describing the garden's heart as a source of power, capable of restoring or unraveling nature's fragile balance, a responsibility fraught with peril. A dark shadow flickered across the path, heightening their awareness as a subtle wind whispered warnings. They realized their intrusion might stir forces long dormant and dangerous within the garden. The garden's seasonal shifts became erratic, swaying unpredictably as Mira and Theo pressed further inward. Leaves fell and snow swirled in a disorienting dance around them. Luna's keen instincts led them to an ancient tree etched with carvings mirroring the intricate patterns found on the brass key. The tree stood like a sentinel amid the chaos. With careful precision, Mira inserted the key into a hollow carved deep into the tree's bark. Instantly, the garden froze as a blanket of snow settled, winter's icy stillness wrapping the landscape. Then swirling autumn leaves erupted around them in a sudden whirlwind, blurring vision and obscuring the path ahead. The air thickened with uncertainty and encroaching shadows. Theo spotted faint footprints that didn't belong to any of them, their origins unknown but undeniably close. The sense of unseen presence grew stronger, threading tension through the chilled air. A distant, haunting melody drifted on the wind, drawing Mira toward a shimmering pond now adorned with delicate ice flowers. The ethereal scene beckoned with both wonder and caution. Reaching into the icy water, Mira's touch rippled the surface, revealing transient reflections of past visitors, ghostly figures entwined with the garden's long and secret history. Suddenly, Luna took off, chasing elusive shadows flickering between twisted branches. The cat's movement urged Mira and Theo deeper into the tangled mysteries awaiting them. They soon arrived at a dilapidated greenhouse where vines curled in chaotic, unnatural patterns. The air inside was thick and humid, filled with the scent of earth and something faintly unsettling. Within the greenhouse, strange fruits hung from gnarled branches, glowing with a faint, eerie light. Their sweet yet disconcerting scent hinted at secrets that might best remain hidden beneath the garden's shifting seasons. Mira carefully sketched a small, vibrant fruit she found hanging low on a vine. As her pencil moved, the fruit shifted before her eyes, changing color and shape as if it breathed with life. Surprised, Theo watched silently while Luna twitched her ears. Suddenly, the vintage garden clock chimed an impossible hour, its hands spinning wildly as a dizzy spell overtook them. Time seemed to loop briefly, repeating the brief chime again and again, disorienting their senses. When clarity returned, the garden held an uneasy stillness. From the shifting shadows emerged a small, elderly figure, the gardener, holding a softly glowing lantern. His presence felt ancient, and his eyes held secrets of the garden's many mysteries. Luna softly purred, sensing an important message forthcoming. The gardener's voice was serious, warning them of the garden's unrest, growing in cycles beyond normal seasons. He urged Mira and Theo to treat the garden's rhythms with care and respect, for its balance was delicate. The air around them grew thick with unspoken history. Curious, Mira asked about the brass key she carried, seeking its origin. The gardener hinted it was part of the garden's very soul, fractured long ago by forgotten events. Without the key whole, the garden's essence falters, he murmured enigmatically. He explained that restoring harmony required understanding each season's true spirit concealed here, within the plants and soils. Each hidden essence must be honored to mend the fractures. Theo nodded quietly, feeling the weight of their task. Before they could ask more, the gardener vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared, leaving behind a delicate silver leaf gleaming faintly on the ground. Mira picked it up instinctively, sensing its significance as the garden subtly shifted once more. The garden blossomed suddenly into a vibrant spring burst, colors intensifying and scents deepening. Mira tucked the silver leaf carefully into her pocket, feeling a strange warmth spreading through her fingers. Around them, life pulsed with renewed energy. As they walked, the plants seemed to respond to their presence, pulsing softly with a silent heartbeat. Leaves brushed gently against Mira's green scarf, as if beckoning her further. Luna darted among the roots, alert and watchful. Theo's gaze darted nervously. He felt the weight of unseen eyes watching them closely. The forest seemed alive with secret watchers, heightening the urgency of their mission. He tightened his grip on Mira's hand, urging caution. Then, a sudden rain began, the droplets shimmering like tiny stars, casting prismatic light all around. The garden glowed softly beneath this otherworldly shower, bathing everything in luminous grace. Mira closed her eyes, drinking in the magical moment. Under the starlit rain, flickers of Mira's childhood memories surfaced, fleeting images of gardens much like this, bathed in similar light. Faces, laughter, and whispers of seasons past mingled with the present. It felt as if the garden was unlocking her story. They soon came upon a stone altar, weathered but majestic, inscribed with symbols representing the cycle of seasons. Mira's sketchbook echoed the same markings, confirming their connection. They stood together, understanding deepening between them. Gently, Mira placed the silver leaf on the altar's center, triggering a radiant glow that spread through the garden. Warm light washed over the plants, steadying the shifting energies. The garden seemed to sigh in relief, its unrest calming. Before them, the garden stabilized into a scene of eternal autumn, peaceful, vibrant, and golden-hued. Leaves drifted lazily around them, as if time was holding still in this perfect moment. The atmosphere was charged with quiet strength. Mira and Theo felt an enveloping warmth, an understanding that the garden cycles mirrored life's inevitable changes they must embrace. The wisdom of patience and acceptance settled deep in their hearts. Luna purred knowingly, sensing their growth. Luna curled comfortably at the base of the altar, purring as if grounding the garden's newfound calm energy. The ticking of the vintage clock slowed into a steady, reassuring rhythm. The garden breathed alongside them in peaceful harmony. Suddenly, a hidden door in the ancient tree trunk creaked open, revealing a small room lined with books and curious artifacts. Dust motes danced in the warm lamplight spilling from inside. Mira's eyes shone with eager curiosity. Inside, Mira found a mirror unlike any she'd seen. It reflected not her image, but the intertwined seasons of the garden itself. Swirling colors and shifting scenes displayed life's essence in perpetual flux. Theo watched silently, mesmerized. Through the mirror, they glimpsed possible futures, paths shaped by the garden's balance or threatened by chaos. The visions were both beautiful and unsettling, a delicate choice hanging in the air. The weight of consequence pressed upon them silently. Reluctantly, Mira chose to leave the mirror untouched, deciding instead to focus on restoring harmony within the garden itself. The mystery would unfold in time, but their care and respect were immediate duties. Theo nodded approvingly, standing close. At the garden gate, the brass key hummed with a gentle vibration, syncing perfectly with the ticking clock, now steady and soft. The subtle pulse felt like an invitation, a sign of growing connection. Mira felt hope stirring within her. They agreed to return often, promising to care for the garden and patiently uncover its secrets. This garden was no mere place, but a living story they had become part of. Their bond to the cycles deepened with every step away. As they exited, spring flowers bloomed behind them, delicate petals scattering in the breeze like whispered blessings. The air smelled sweet and alive, promising renewal and growth. Luna loped ahead, alert yet calm. Back in their village, Mira sat quietly, sketching plans to share the garden's hidden magic through her art. Each line carried the energy of the seasons and the mysteries she had yet to reveal. Her green scarf fluttered softly, a constant companion. Weeks had passed since their last visit, and the garden rested in calm serenity. The once wild seasonal shifts softened into gentle, harmonious rhythms, reflecting a newfound balance within its bounds. Mira and Theo returned to find the garden bathed in warmer light, its plants flourishing under their attentive care. The subtle changes spoke of healing and quiet renewal, inviting them deeper into its embrace. The old brass key, once glowing with an eerie light, now nestled quietly in Mira's bag. Though its magic had dimmed, it remained a cherished symbol of the journey they had undertaken together. Inspired, they began to document the garden's cycles in a shared journal, sketching and noting each delicate transformation. Through these pages, the garden's lessons took root, captured in ink and memory. As time flowed on, neighbors remarked on subtle shifts in the local environment, an unseen harmony rippling outward from the garden center. The peace cultivated within began touching lives beyond its gate. Mira started hosting small gatherings beneath the canopy, sharing stories and sketches with curious friends. These moments wove a gentle community, bound by the garden's enduring spirit and warmth. Luna, the wise old cat, led children softly along the winding paths, her amber eyes reflecting ancient wisdom. She taught them to honor nature's quiet rhythms, planting seeds of respect and wonder. With each passing season, the garden grew into a living symbol of growth, change, and peaceful resilience. Its subtle transformations whispered a timeless dance of life, unfolding with grace. One afternoon, Mira sat by the garden gate, her green scarf fluttering in a soft breeze. As the wind stirred, so did the promise of new beginnings, silently calling her forward. Steadfast and ever-changing, the garden stood as an eternal dance of hidden seasons. It awaited with quiet patience, ready to welcome curious souls into its unfolding story once more. In the quiet village library, Ava studies an ancient map, the warm red light of sunset casting long shadows across the dusty pages. She carefully winds her bright red scarf around her neck, the fabric fluttering softly as a gentle breeze slips through the open window. At her feet, Keto, the mechanical fox with rusted bronze fur, twitches his ears with a spark of excitement. His glowing blue eyes shimmer as they fix on a peculiar marking revealed on the map, signaling a hidden path yet to be discovered. Elder Rowan approaches silently, steady with his carved wooden staff in hand. His silver hair catches the fading sun as he warns Ava in a low, grave tone about the perils that lie beyond the known horizon. Ava tightens her scarf resolutely, determination clear in her gaze. Keto circles protectively near her feet, his blue eyes glowing steadily, prepared to face whatever challenges may come. Suddenly, the skybound compass appears in Ava's palm, its soft, pulsing light matching the rhythm of her heartbeat. A breeze lifts strands of her hair while the crimson scarf ripples, as if charged by the compass's mysterious energy. With purposeful steps, Ava boards a small, weathered airship, the vessel creaking under her weight. From the deck, she waves goodbye to the village beneath a sky streaked with warm amber hues, the evening setting a hopeful yet somber tone. The airship ascends, drifting above clouds that puff like cotton below, and the village fades into a distant memory. Keto scans the endless horizon with glowing eyes, alert to any sign of danger or discovery. Suddenly, silhouettes of sky pirates' airships loom in the distance, their familiar outlines dark against the sky. Their leather goggles catch the sunlight, flashing menacingly as they close in with a chorus of raucous shouts. The pirates swiftly surround Ava's fragile craft, their patchwork coats billowing in the rising wind. They demand the glowing skybound compass, their voices harsh and commanding, eager to seize its power. Ava clutches the compass tightly against her chest, feeling its warmth against her palm. Keto growls low, his blue eyes intensifying to a fierce glow, signaling his readiness to defend. A fast-paced dogfight erupts, with clouds swirling wildly around them. The pirates weave aggressively through the sky, their ships threading close to Ava's airship in a dangerous dance of chase and evasion. The airship shudders as it takes damage. Ava's scarf catches briefly on a jagged edge of the railing, but she rips free, her grip unwavering. Despite the broken parts, she maneuvers adroitly to escape capture, heart-pounding. Inside the battered cabin, Ava spots a faded symbol on the map, an ancient floating island glowing faintly with mystical light. Legend says it holds answers about the skybound compass's true power and origin. Ignoring Elder Rowan's warnings echoing in her memories, Ava sets course toward the mysterious island. The compass's pulsing light grows stronger, its glow intensifying with every mile she travels closer. Elder Rowan's cautionary words resound within her. Opening the island's secrets could unleash unknown dangers. Yet her resolve hardens, knowing the risks but driven by a deeper purpose. As the airship nears the island, turbulent clouds whip violently around them, buffeting the vessel. Ava struggles to maintain control, eyes narrowed against the storm testing both her skill and courage. Keto's eyes flash rapidly as he detects the brewing storm approaching fast. The sky darkens ominously, with the first rumbles of thunder rolling like distant drums. Lightning strikes illuminate the island's towering ruins, casting eerie shadows against roiling dark clouds. The jagged structures seem alive, silhouetted sharply, promising ancient secrets and lurking peril. The compass spins wildly in Ava's hand, its bright glow revealing intricate symbols etched across the ship's dashboard. The mysterious instruments seem to awaken, reacting to the island's energy. Suddenly, a hidden mechanism on the airship activates, revealing a secret passageway descending toward the island below. Ava's heart races at the discovery, the path inviting yet fraught with uncertainty. Ava and Keto descend cautiously by zipline into the dense jungle, mist swirling thick and cool around them. Her crimson scarf flutters in the breeze, a vivid banner amidst the green shadows. They carefully navigate ancient stone paths, marked with glowing blue runes that match Keto's eye color. The mysterious symbols hint at a connection between the island's guardians and the mechanical fox. Without warning, sky pirates ambush them amid the ruins. Ava narrowly escapes through twisting corridors, her scarf snagged but holding firm, a symbol of her unyielding spirit. Kido uses his mechanical abilities to disable traps set by the pirates, his blue eyes scanning relentlessly for hidden dangers. Every encounter sharpens their bond and quickens their determination. Deeper in the heart of the ruins, Ava discovers murals depicting the skybound compass as a legendary key. The art tells of hidden skies far beyond their world, a secret waiting to be unlocked by the worthy. Ava hesitated at the threshold, the weight of Elder Rowan's warning pressing heavily on her. The words about awakening powers beyond understanding echoed in her mind, making her question the path ahead. Meanwhile, the sky pirates regrouped with renewed vigor, their leader's eyes burning with greed. They vowed to seize the island's secrets, no matter the cost, their ragtag crew sharpening their resolve under leather goggles and patchwork coats. Clutching the glowing skybound compass, Ava traced its light to a hidden mechanism that unlocked a radiant door. Beyond it lay a chamber filled with ancient flying machines, their forms bathed in ethereal light. Kido's glowing blue eyes flickered as he activated panels that began to hum softly, their pulses matching the compass's glow. Together, they bridged the gap between past ingenuity and present discovery. Suddenly, the cave groaned. A violent collapse severed Ava and Kido from the pursuing pirates. Dust filled the air, heightening the tension as they found themselves isolated within the island's depths. Among the flying machines, Ava found a weathered journal, its pages chronicling Elder Rowan's youth. The Elder's deep connection and pact with the skies unfolded beneath her fingers. Through the Elder's words, Ava learned to channel the compass's energy cautiously, mastering the art of safe navigation through uncharted skies. Each lesson illuminated the way forward, balancing courage with respect. Outside the chamber, the pirates began dismantling the island's ancient machinery recklessly. Their greed risked not only the ruins' collapse, but the loss of the island's secrets forever. Determined, Ava sprinted through the crumbling halls, her crimson scarf fluttering wildly behind her. Time was slipping away as she raced to halt the destruction. Kido, ever resourceful, conjured mechanical illusions that danced and flickered, drawing the pirates' attention away. Confused by the ethereal mirages, the outlaws faltered in their advance. Following the compass's steady pulse and Kido's glowing eyes, Ava reached the chamber's core controls. The ancient mechanism awaited activation, humming in harmony with the duo's resolve. Suddenly, the pirate captain burst into the chamber, his grip tight on his weapon. Ava's scarf caught again on a jagged edge as she dodged narrowly, evading capture by a breath. A tense standoff ensued. Ava stood grounded, the skybound compass blazing fiercely in her hand. Her gaze locked with the captain's, unflinching as the chamber's glow bathed them both. In a swift move, Kido leapt onto the captain, delivering a precise mechanical strike that disabled his weapon temporarily. The delicate balance tipped, giving Ava the upper hand. Seizing the moment, Ava activated the chamber's ancient machinery. Hovering platforms rose between them, their ascent blocking the pirate pursuit with a defiant shield. The ruins trembled as glowing runes flared, the island responding to long-forgotten magic. Slowly, the entire landmass began to lift, defying gravity to rise into the sky. The pirates scrambled to regroup, their skyships darting after the floating island with growing desperation. The mysterious ascent transformed the battlefield into a spectacle of air and light. With her scarf wrapped tightly, Ava climbed into one of the ancient flying machines from the chamber. She prepared to pilot it, determination radiating from her every movement. Kido's eyes glowed steadily, syncing with the compass's radiance as the flying machine stirred to life. Together, they took to the skies, ascending alongside the glowing island. They soared above the pursuing pirate ships, the radiant island behind them glowing like a beacon against the horizon. Ava felt the compass guiding her, a steady presence in the vast expanse. Unexpectedly, the pirate captain commandeered a rival flying craft, launching a relentless pursuit. The chase was on, the skies alive with tension and the roar of engines. Through dense clouds and shifting winds, Ava maneuvered with skill, her crimson scarf trailing vividly behind her. The engines hummed loudly as the chase unfolded in a dance of agility and resolve. With eyes fixed on the compass's steady glow, Ava navigated tight gaps with precision. The device's energy lit her path, guiding every daring move above the clouds. Kido detected a critical weakness in the pirate captain's airship, signaling Ava with urgent blinks. The mechanical fox's alert promised a chance to turn the tide of their perilous pursuit. Trusting Kido's warning, Ava triggered a well-placed trap that disabled the pirate captain's vessel abruptly. The chase ended suddenly, the threat momentarily quelled as silence fell over the sky. Back on the floating island, Ava carefully studied the skybound compass. With a steady hand and an eager heart, she unlocked the secret to commanding the skies safely, feeling the compass hum with newfound power. Activating Elder Rowan's staff beacon, a soft glow illuminated its carved wood. Ava shared her discovery, a wave of relief spreading through her voice as she reassured the Elder that the skies were now secure. Around them, ancient flying machines stirred to life, gears turning and wings extending. Their silhouettes carved against the sunrise, these guardians were ready to defend the skies from any impending threats. With the crimson scarf fluttering boldly in the high-altitude breeze, Ava embraced her role as the island's protector. She stood tall and resolute, a beacon of hope and courage amidst the vast sky. Beside her, Kido nestled calmly, his rusted bronze fur reflecting the dawn's light. His blue eyes glowed softly, a perfect blend of contentment and perpetual vigilance. Not far away, island automatons surrounded the captured pirate captain. The outlaws' ragtag hopes were dashed as the mechanical protectors ensured peace with unwavering precision. A mysterious skyship approached silently, its unique silhouette cutting through the clouds. Elder Rowan descended, his wooden staff in hand, warmly welcoming Ava and affirming the hard-earned balance now resting upon their shoulders. Below, the village erupted in cheers, their voices rising like the wind that carried their joy to the heights. Watching the island ascend higher, they celebrated the dawn of a new era of harmony in the skies. Ava gazed toward the horizon, the compass firmly in her grasp. Ready for whatever adventures lay beyond, her spirit soared with possibility, eyes alight with determination and wonder. As Ava and Kido set their course across the endless blue, the crimson scarf fluttered one last time in the gentle wind. Together, they vanished into the vast sky, guardians of a boundless future. Isla sat hunched over the ancient map, candlelight flickering across her face as her green eyes mirrored the vibrant blue glow of the small crystal in her hand. Every line and symbol held secrets she was desperate to unravel before darkness could claim more ground. The heavy wooden door creaked open, and Eldrick entered, clutching an old scroll marked with the ancient tree symbol. His voice carried urgency as he warned Isla to prepare, for the ominous darkening was no mere threat, it was a looming inevitability. Outside the quiet library, Kalen stood resolute, his dark braided hair shifting in the breeze as his sharp gaze swept the horizon. Dark clouds, unnatural and heavy, creeped forward, signaling the peril steadily approaching their village. The village square hummed with restless whispers, faces etched with fear as rumors of the encroaching darkness spread like wildfire. The once vibrant heart of their community now pulsed with unease and dread. Isla's fingers brushed against the lumina crystal, which flickered weakly in response, its glow resembling a heartbeat struggling against an unseen force. Though cryptic, the pulse carried a message she could almost, but not quite comprehend. Eldrick leaned close, his spectacles catching the dim light as he recited the legend of the crystals of Valora. These ancient stones, he explained, once maintained the fragile balance between light and darkness, a balance now on the verge of shattering. Together, Isla and Eldrick pored over the map, tracing a jagged route toward the lost crystal caverns rumored to lie hidden beyond the towering mountains. Their fingers pressed into worn parchment, mapping hope amid despair. Kalen adjusted the straps of his armor with practiced precision, his scarred face stoic yet tense. Each click and pull was a silent vow to protect, as he braced for the treacherous journey ahead. As night draped the land, tendrils of darkness seeped into the village outskirts, wilting the vibrant flowers that once painted the fields. The air thickened with a cold shadow, swallowing color and life beneath its weight. Suddenly, Isla felt the lumina crystal surge with energy, its faint light blossoming into a warning. Through the twisting trees, she glimpsed a shadowy figure, watching silently from the distance, impossibly just beyond reach. Eldrick's expression darkened as he revealed the truth. The darkening was spreading at an unprecedented pace, faster than any record or prophecy had anticipated. Its unchecked advance threatened not just their village, but all living things. At dawn, beneath the sprawling branches of the village's ancient tree, the trio gathered to begin their perilous quest. The first light caught Isla's silver braid, the symbol of hope trailing behind their determined steps. Isla's lumina crystal emitted a faint glow, casting pale light on the dense, shadowed forest path ahead. Every leaf and branch seemed alive, as if the very woods were watching and waiting. Without warning, twisted shadows lunged from the surrounding trees, their forms writhing with unnatural energy. Kalen sprang into action, drawing his sword to fend off the encroaching darkness with swift, precise strikes. They barely escaped the ambush, breaths ragged as the gravity of their mission settled heavier. It was clear now. The stakes of their quest extended far beyond personal safety. The fate of their world hung precariously in balance. Deeper within the forest, Isla noticed faint symbols glowing on the bark of ancient trees, their light pulsing gently like guiding stars. These marks seemed to respond to the crystal's resonance, carving a path through the dense wilderness. As Isla's crystal pulsed with growing strength, the forest around them shimmered, charged with a tangible magic. The air thrummed between light and shadow, filling their journey with both wonder and warning. Ahead, an ancient stone doorway emerged from the overgrowth, its surface etched with the familiar tree symbol, worn by time but defiantly intact. The passage beckoned them into secret realms forgotten by most. Eldrick lifted his amulet, its faint glow synchronizing with the door's carvings. With a whispered incantation, the stone doorway slowly creaked open, revealing a hidden cavern sparkling with countless shimmering crystals. Inside, a suffocating silence enveloped the trio, unnatural and heavy, broken suddenly by a deep, distant roar echoing from the cavern's depths. The sound reverberated through stone, stirring dread and resolve alike. Careful and deliberate, they descended into the cavern's heart, the walls illuminating softly as Isla raised the lumina crystal higher. The gentle light danced over their surroundings, revealing secrets whispered in stone. Without warning, tremors shook the cavern violently. A large section collapsed behind them, dust clouding the dark air and sealing their only known exit, trapping them deeper within the earth's embrace. Kalen's keen eyes scanned ahead, noting faint footprints etched in the glittering dust, mingled with ominous claw marks. The signs whispered of creatures unknown and dangers lurking just out of sight. A spectral figure materialized briefly before them, translucent and ethereal, its voice a faint whisper carrying a cryptic warning. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the apparition vanished, leaving behind a chilling silence. Driven by instinct, Isla placed her crystal upon an ancient altar. The stone vibrated beneath it, resonating deeply until a hidden pathway pulsed into revelation before them. With a mixture of fear and hope, they prepared to step into the unknown. The trio steps cautiously into a vast chamber where the darkness coils and writhes as if alive, swallowing the faint gleam of their crystals. The air is thick with unease, and every shadow seems to pulse with hidden threats. Isla tightens her grip on the lumina crystal, its glow dim against the oppressive blackness. From this living darkness emerge twisted creatures, their bodies contorted and corrupted, yet their eyes glint faintly, tethered to some remaining spark of light. Their eerie forms shift unpredictably, reflecting a balance twisted toward shadow. The chamber feels alive with the struggle between illumination and void. Kalen draws his sword with a steely resolve, engaging the creatures in frantic battle, his scarred face set in a determined grimace. Isla and Eldrick seize the moment, scouring the cavern walls for another glowing crystal said to hold power over the darkness. Their search is urgent amid the clashing chaos around them. Eldrick's keen eyes catch sight of a smaller crystal embedded deep within a jagged stone, its faint light flickering like a heartbeat. He strains to dislodge it, fingers grasping the ancient rock, but the crystal resists, locked tight as if bound by the cavern itself. Isla moves closer, ready to aid his efforts. As they free the crystal, a swell of darkness rolls through the chamber like a tidal wave, intensifying and pushing against them with relentless force. The shadows creep closer, alive with a malevolent hunger that threatens to overwhelm their fragile light. The lumina crystal flickers, mirroring the rising tension. Isla carefully aligns the two crystals, their glow melding into radiant beams that carve through the shadow like swords of light. The encroaching darkness recoils, pushed back momentarily by this sudden burst of clarity. Hope sparkles in her eyes as the luminous power courses between them. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the cave floor, and a deep chasm splits the ground, separating Kaelin from Isla and Eldrick. The gap is wide and ominous, walls steep and crumbling. Each side faces peril alone, the bond between them tested by the abyss. From across the divide, Kaelin shouts words of encouragement, his voice unwavering despite the danger. Bracing himself, he begins scaling the sheer cavern walls with grim determination. His dark, braided hair clings as he claws upward, driven to reunite with his companions. Pressing forward into the shadowed depths, Isla and Eldrick discover faded inscriptions carved into stone, depicting an ancient ritual meant to restore balance between light and shadow. The symbols shimmer faintly under the crystal's glow, hinting at forgotten knowledge. The weight of history settles around them. Without warning, the lumina crystal's glow dims unexpectedly, sending a cold shiver through Isla's heart. The pulse of magic seems to falter, as though responding to an unseen threat. Darkness creeps not only outside, but within their very artifacts of power. Eldrick becomes encircled by a shadowy presence, whispering ancient curses in a language long lost to time. The dark aura tests his resolve, threatening to consume his spirit and fracture their mission. With eyes narrowed behind his round spectacles, he steels himself against the encroaching despair. Summoning her courage, Isla raises the combined crystals, a bright shield of light forming around Eldrick. The dark murmurs recoil, the malevolent aura dissipating under the radiance they produce. Their unity of purpose shines as a beacon amid the suffocating gloom. Just then, Kaelin returns, breathless but determined, only to find a massive shadow beast blocking their path. Towering and snarling, it radiates menace, its eyes dark yet reflecting the crystal's faint light. The three face a new, daunting threat together. They move as one, using swift strikes and the luminous beams from their crystals to confuse and weaken the monstrous foe. The light dances around the beast, disrupting its dark essence, while Kaelin exploits every opening. Their combined strength begins to turn the tide. Suddenly, the chamber shudders violently, stones tumbling as the cavern begins collapsing around them. Rocks fall in maelstrom, and shadows swirl into a tempest of chaos. Urgency seizes their hearts. Escape becomes paramount amid the crumbling ruin. Breathless, they reach a sealed doorway emblazoned with the ancient tree emblem, a symbol seen throughout their quest. Recognition dawns that this gateway leads to their ultimate destination, the final chamber. The air hums with latent power, signaling the climax of their journey. Isla carefully fits the crystals into indentations matching their shapes on the door's surface. As the last piece settles, the emblem glows brightly, and the heavy door unlocks with a resonant burst of light. Beyond lies the chamber that holds the fate of Valora. Inside, a pedestal rises, cradling the great crystal of Valora. Its vibrant pulsing life energy fills the room, but falters, flickering dangerously as if unstable. The air around it crackles with tension, the ancient power teetering between restoration and ruin. Approaching cautiously, they are confronted by the shadowy figure seen earlier, now revealed as the corrupted guardian of the crystal. Its form wavers between light and darkness, bearing both menace and sorrow. The Guardian's presence commands both respect and wariness. The Guardian challenges their worth, eyes piercing as it tests the unity and resolve of the group. A tense standoff ensues, where trust and strength must overcome fear and suspicion. The fate of the crystal, and all of Valora, hangs in the balance. Stepping forward, Isla speaks with quiet conviction of balance and hope, her words weaving through the chamber like gentle light. The Guardian's aggression softens as the combined crystals resonate with her spirit, harmonizing conflict into calm. A fragile peace kindles between them. The Guardian yields, merging with the crystal of Valora in a brilliant fusion that steadies its pulsing energy. Light spreads through the crystal, illuminating every corner of the chamber in serene brilliance. The once flickering crystal now glows with vibrant life and promise. A flood of luminous energy pours forth, pushing back the shadows that had seeped into the cavern's stones and crystals. The colors return, richer and more vivid, as darkness is swept away by radiance. The chamber feels reborn, a sanctuary of light restored. Eldrick studies the now clear inscriptions carefully, fully deciphering the ritual meant to awaken the crystal's true power. His amulet pulses in rhythm with the newfound clarity, guiding their next steps precisely. The path forward is illuminated by knowledge and hope alike. Together, the trio performs the ritual, their hands joined over the glowing crystal. A radiant light envelops them, weaving threads of balance between light and darkness throughout the cavern. Harmony is restored, yet deeper truths linger just beyond the glow. The dark, brooding clouds that had long hung over the land began to dissolve, unveiling a vast expanse of clear, cerulean skies. The once withered fields breathed a new, vibrant greenery spreading like a gentle tide, reclaiming the earth. It was as if the world itself exhaled a sigh of relief, its wounds visibly healing under the cleansing light. In Isla's hand, the crystal she carried pulsed with a steady, brilliant glow, steady and warm as the dawn. The light it emitted was no longer flickering or weak. It symbolized a renewed hope that now radiated within every heart. This was the gleaming promise that darkness had been overcome. At the heart of the village, the ancient tree, their timeless guardian, began to pulse with gentle waves of life energy. Its leaves shimmered with renewed vitality, reflecting the balance restored between light and shadow. The symbol etched into its bark seemed to glow faintly, a beacon of harmony reborn. One by one, the villagers stepped from their homes, eyes wide in cautious wonder at the transformed landscape. The tense silence that had gripped them was replaced by a tranquil peace as smiles slowly returned. They felt, deep within, the promise of safety and renewal settling over their homeland. Eldrick gathered the villagers near the ancient tree and shared stories of their arduous journey. His voice, steady and enriched with wisdom, spoke of courage tested and the strength found only in unity. He reminded them that this harmony was won through the bravery of each soul who dared to stand against the darkness. Kalen stood solemnly at the edge of the gathering, his vigilant gaze sweeping the horizon. The scar across his left cheek caught the sun's rays, glowing faintly as if touched by the lingering magic in the air. His presence was a steadfast sentinel, reflecting the warrior's unwavering resolve. By the ancient tree, Isla sat quietly, the gentle breeze tugging softly at her silver braid as she smiled with peaceful reflection. Her vivid green eyes shone with gratitude and quiet strength, knowing the cost of their victory. In this serene moment, she felt a deep connection to the land and to her companions. With great care, the trio placed the Lumina crystal at the very center of the village, where it radiated a protective light. Its steady glow served not only as a symbol, but as an enduring safeguard for generations to come. The crystal's brilliance became a beacon, promising light in any shadow that may arise. Together, Isla, Eldrick, and Kalen prepared for a new adventure, their spirits fortified by the trials they had faced. The bonds forged through hardship had deepened into unbreakable trust and shared purpose. With renewed hope and heartened resolve, they set their sights beyond the village's edge. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden glow upon the distant mountains, the trio moved forward with steady steps. Their silhouettes merged with the vibrant landscape, a testament to journeys past and those yet to come. The horizon shimmered with promise, and they were ready to embrace whatever fate awaited. Mira sits quietly on a weathered park bench as golden leaves spiral down through the crisp autumn air. Her gaze lingers thoughtfully on the copper bracelet wrapped around her wrist, its intricate engravings catching the fading sunlight. Elias strolls along the path, his worn leather satchel slung casually over one shoulder. He stops briefly, watching the leaves fall with a soft, contemplative smile as if memories flutter alongside each one. Beneath the bench where Mira rests, something catches her eye, an old, folded letter, yellowed with age. She reaches down carefully, curiosity knitting her brows as she picks it up. Opening the letter, Mira reads the first few lines aloud, her expression tightening with concern. The elegant, looping handwriting hints at secrets hidden deep in the past. Elias approaches, drawn by her voice, and offers to help decipher the faded script. His gentle presence seems to ease the sudden tension surrounding the fragile paper. Leaning together over the letter, Mira and Elias share a quiet moment of connection, their eyes tracing the worn ink. Their mutual interest weaves them closer as the sounds of autumn swirl around. The letter alludes to a long-lost bond linked to an old textile shop once central to the town's life. The mention of thread and fabric stirs a mysterious resonance within them both. They decide to seek out the shop, hoping its walls might reveal forgotten chapters. The decision feels like stepping into a story stitched from time itself. Walking side by side, the streets shimmer with amber leaves swirling in gusts, as if nature itself guides their path through early autumn's embrace. Inside the textile shop's dusty interior, swaths of fabric hang heavy and layered. The scent of aged wool mingles with lavender, wrapping around them like a fragile tapestry. Behind the counter, pinned up with a rusty nail, hangs a faded photograph showing a younger Elias beside an elderly woman. The image hums with the weight of untold history. Mira notices a fabric pattern on a bolt nearby that mirrors the engraving on her copper bracelet. The delicate threads seem to echo the bracelet's story. Elias recognizes the design as a traditional family motif from decades ago, long embedded in their heritage. His voice thickens with nostalgia as memories unfold. Suddenly, a chill wind and soft rain begin tapping against the shop's windows, sealing them in this moment of discovery. The storm outside heightens their focus on the mystery at hand. Mira tightens her clutch on the copper bracelet, feeling as though the threads of history are pulling her deeper. The bracelet's weight becomes a tangible link to stories yet unraveling. Elias recalls tales from his grandmother about the workshop's sudden closure one autumn long past. Her voice echoes in his mind, filled with warnings and lost promises. With care, they pry open a hidden drawer beneath the counter, uncovering scraps of faded fabric and more fragile letters. The fragments feel like pieces of a forgotten puzzle. One letter reveals a solemn vow to protect a secret about a special thread carefully woven into the shop's fabrics. The promise hints at deeper meanings sewn between the stitches. Together, Mira and Elias try to piece together forgotten memories and the collected relics. The task is daunting, but their shared curiosity fuels their determination. Suddenly, a creak pierces the silence as the floorboard beneath them shifts. Startled, they freeze, sensing the house itself responding to their probing. Beneath the loosened board lies an old wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. Inside rests a delicate embroidered pouch, its fine stitches shimmering under the dim light. Mira opens the pouch with reverence, revealing a spool of golden thread accompanied by a faded note. The thread glows faintly, as if holding a secret of its own. The note explains that the golden thread symbolizes connection and resilience, binding people through shared stories and trials. The words seem to breathe life into the fragile fiber. Elias shares family lore about the thread's power to protect and unite those who possess it. His voice carries the weight of generations who believed in its strength. Mira examines the golden thread alongside her copper bracelet's engraving once more, searching for patterns that intertwine their meanings. The mystery deepens, stitched tightly around their intertwined fates. Mira and Elias decided to visit her grandmother's house, hoping to uncover more hidden clues about their intertwined pasts. The air was crisp with early autumn, leaves swirling quietly around the doorstep as they stepped inside. Inside, Mira's gaze was drawn to a faded quilt draped over a chair, its fabric soft and worn. Stitched into it was the same intricate golden thread pattern they had seen before, connecting past and present through delicate textile art. Elias carefully opened a nearby sketchbook filled with early textile designs entwined with handwritten letters. The pages revealed a seamless blend of artistry and emotion, hinting at stories embedded in every drawn thread. Suddenly, a storm began to rage outside, rain pelting the windows and leaves thrashing in the wind. The tempest added a somber urgency to their quest, echoing the tension woven throughout their discoveries. Mira read aloud a passage from one of the old letters, words speaking of hope and perseverance through hardship. The sentiment felt alive, a guiding force threaded deeply within their ancestors' work. It became clear that the story they were unpacking was far more than a mere family history. It was a testament to endurance, a narrative of resilience stitching generations together. They set about recreating the quilt, gently threading golden spool through the fabric with care and reverence. Each stitch seemed to honor the legacy passed down through time. As they worked beneath the soft lamplight, their conversations grew warmer, petals of memories unfolding between tales of personal struggles and shared hopes. Textures of thread and fabric mirrored their growing connection. Elias confided his fear of losing memory and legacy, his voice steady but tinged with vulnerability. The worn leather satchel at his side seemed to carry more than just belongings. It held fragments of time itself. Mira, in turn, admitted her struggles with feeling disconnected from her past, the copper bracelet on her wrist gleaming softly. Their honest words wove a new closeness into the fabric of the evening. Slowly, the quilt took shape, each stitch a symbol of rebuilding the bond between them. The patterns of golden thread became emblems of repair, and hope layered over falling leaves and fading light. A sudden knock at the door startled them, revealing a neighbor who offered a key to the town's archives. The promise of uncovering deeper layers brought renewed focus amid the storm's distant roar. With the key in hand, they gained access to old registrations and photographs, confirming the significance of a long-forgotten textile workshop central to their family's craft. Time seemed to fold around the pages they turned. Among the dusty documents, they discovered a ledger detailing commissions made over many years, each entry punctuated with notes and dates. The archive breathed life into the silent threads connecting their heritage. One entry stood out, a special order described with golden thread, matching the patterns stitched into their quilt. The record suggested a deliberate and meaningful collaboration long before their time. Mira and Elias realized their families had once worked together, their alliance a secret bond sealed by the shared craft of thread and fabric. Their intertwined legacies were richer than either had imagined. They began to comprehend the depth and reach of their shared heritage, a tapestry woven from resilience, artistry, and unspoken commitments. The fragile threads of the past were strong indeed. Their own lives mirrored the resilience and connection symbolized by the golden thread, holding together joys and sorrows across generations. The quilt's fabric was no longer just cloth, but a living testament. As Mira held the quilt, her copper bracelet warmed unexpectedly, as if responding to the discovery. The subtle pulse of metal felt like a silent acknowledgement of their unfolding journey. Elias knew it was time to share a family secret he had quietly carried for years, the weight of it adding gravity to the dimly lit room. The leather satchel beside him seemed to shift, as if ready to reveal its own mysteries. He spoke of a lost heirloom, believed hidden for safekeeping, a tangible keepsake of their ancestral bond waiting to be found. The revelation brought a new urgency to their search. Together, they carefully examined Elias's satchel and found a concealed compartment containing a small, delicate key. The discovery felt like unlocking a door to forgotten memories. The key fit perfectly into an old sewing box they had found earlier, revealing preserved fabric scraps and faded patterns within. Each piece told a story, stitched tightly by hands long gone. Inside the box were detailed patterns and a heartfelt letter from Elias's grandmother addressed to Mira's grandmother. The words spoke volumes, binding the two families in shared history and hope. The letter spoke of hope, unity, and the responsibility to pass their legacy forward to future generations. Its message was a gentle yet powerful thread running through the fabric of their lives. As Mira and Elias sorted through the old letters and fabrics, they came to a profound realization. Their families' histories were deeply intertwined, their stories weaving together like threads in a tapestry. This connection, strengthened through shared heritage, felt greater than the sum of its parts. It was clear that together, they could honor their ancestors more fully than apart. Inspired by this revelation, they decided to create a joint exhibit, showcasing the craftsmanship and stories passed down through generations. Their plan focused on highlighting the fine details of textiles and the heartfelt messages hidden within aged letters. This exhibit would serve as a bridge linking past legacies with the present community. Preparations flourished as vibrant fabrics were carefully arranged alongside the fragile letters, each piece telling a story of its own. Mira's copper bracelet shimmered in the soft autumn light as she placed textiles with delicate threadwork near the center. Elias's worn leather satchel rested nearby, holding additional letters and artifacts ready to be displayed. Word spread quickly, and community members gathered around, drawn to this unfolding story that wove the past and present into one narrative. Faces lit by curiosity and recognition, they explored the textures and tales that Mira and Elias had brought together. The early autumn air buzzed with quiet excitement as leaves fell gently around them. Standing before the assembled crowd, Mira spoke from her heart about the power of connection and resilience. She emphasized how legacies matter because they anchor us and give strength across generations. Her voice carried the warmth of shared history, a testimony to the enduring human spirit threaded through time. Elias followed, sharing personal reflections on how this journey reshaped his understanding of family and community. Grateful for the unexpected bond formed through their discoveries, he acknowledged how the past could heal and unite. His gaze occasionally fell on his leather satchel, a symbol of the journey's lasting imprint. The quilt, sewn with strands of golden thread, emerged as a living symbol of renewed family ties and collective spirit. It embodied both the fragility and strength found in the fabric of community woven through time. Visitors saw it as a beacon of hope, intertwining old traditions with new beginnings. As the autumn winds scattered amber and crimson leaves, Mira and Elias walked side by side through the quiet streets. Their copper bracelet and worn leather satchel gleamed softly in the fading light, markers of enduring presence. The season's change mirrored the transformation within their shared story. Pausing beneath a towering tree, they watched leaves drift slowly to the ground like silent witnesses to their journey. In that peaceful moment, a profound sense of belonging settled between them, rooted in shared history and newfound friendship. The fabric of their lives felt woven ever tighter. The story closed on a quiet tableau, intertwined hands resting gently, copper and leather catching the twilight glow. Threads of past and present seemed to bind them seamlessly, a testament to legacy carried forward. In the fading amber light, unity and hope lingered like the last falling leaves of autumn. The static on the radio crackled louder than usual, slicing through the midnight silence. Mara's fingers trembled as she adjusted the dial, searching desperately for a clear frequency. "Come in, Delta 7, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the interference. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged, distorted but unmistakable. "Code broken, seek the shadow before it's too late." The line went dead. She stared at the radio, heart pounding, breath ragged. Outside, the city slept, unaware of the storm creeping closer beneath its quiet surface. Mara grabbed her coat and slipped into the night, following the whisper of the message. She moved quickly down deserted streets, eyes darting for any sign of movement. Around the corner, a shadow detached itself from the darkness and approached silently. "You shouldn't be here," the figure warned, voice low and urgent. Mara squared her shoulders. "I need to stop what's coming. Help me." The figure hesitated, then handed her a small, encrypted device. "This holds the key. Find the truth before they shut it down for good." With no time to waste, Mara felt a surge of determination. Every step brought her closer to unraveling the mystery buried under layers of lies. She reached the hidden control room, lights flickering ominously as she entered. Connecting the device, the screens lit up with invaluable data just as alarms blared. "Got it," she muttered. "Now to escape before they find me." Bursting into the cold night air, Mara vanished into the shadows, clutching the last hope for truth. Norman decided to try baking bread. How hard can it be? He asked his cat Muffin. The internet promised him sourdough would be easy and rewarding. He mixed flour and water, forgetting a crucial ingredient, yeast. With a confident smile, he left the dough to ferment on the kitchen counter. 24 hours later, Norman checked. The dough looked as flat as a pancake. He Googled frantically, "Did I kill the yeast?" He wondered aloud. Determined, Norman bought live sourdough starter from a local bakery. He mixed the new starter, flour and water, and with great ceremony, set the dough to rise again. This time, the dough grew, but so did a mysterious fuzzy blue spot. "Is that mold or art?" Norman mused, unsure if he should be proud or terrified. Deciding not to waste, he baked the bread anyway, expecting disaster. The kitchen filled with a pungent aroma that could clear a room. Norman's cat fled. The smoke alarm sang its shrill song. Still, Norman cut a slice and tasted cautiously. He said, face contorting. "Maybe bread isn't my forte." But then the doorbell rang. His neighbor was there, holding a plate. "You left the door open," she said. "Our dog loved your bread." Norman laughed. "Next time I'll bake something for humans, not canines." From then on, he stuck to cupcakes, which Muffin approved with less drama. "Baking adventures are better with friends," Norman said, grinning as he offered a cupcake to his neighbor. In the stillness of the village bathed by the full moon, Alara's silver crescent birthmark softly glowed, its light pulsing gently with the lunar glow. Her piercing green eyes reflected the moonlight as she traced the familiar mark on her skin, sensing a quiet resonance with the night. At the forest's edge, Alara noticed a shimmering, ethereal ribbon of light weaving silently among the ancient trees. The veil flickered subtly under the moonlight, its silvery hues shifting and fluttering like a living thread of light. She reached out cautiously toward the veil, her fingers trembling as the ethereal ribbon rippled briefly at her touch. A faint whisper echoed on the night breeze, unintelligible yet filled with a mysterious urgency. From the shadows stepped Kale, his storm-gray hair tousled by the night air. His weathered cloak seemed to merge with the darkness as his steady gaze reflected the haunting light of the veil. Kale warned Alara about the veil's power, his voice low and grave, hinting at dangers tied closely to the cycles of the moon. He spoke of forces that could not be easily controlled, and the peril hidden within the shimmering light. Alara held up her silver crescent pendant, watching it resonate faintly as the veil's light brushed against it. The pendant's subtle glow mirrored the birthmark on her skin, linking her to the mystery unfolding before them. A flashback took her to childhood, when she first discovered the crescent birthmark. Even then, she had been inexplicably drawn to moonlit nights, feeling an unspoken connection to their shifting phases. The village elders gathered in whispered tones, recounting the veil's curse that had loomed over their people for generations. Their stories spoke of restless shadows and the heavy price of past recklessness under the moon. Disturbances grew. Shadows began to move on their own, and villagers reported hearing chilling whispers in solitude. Fear threaded through the village as the unnatural phenomena escalated beyond whispers and glances. Determined, Alara knelt by a calm pond under the bright moon, tracing the veil's path through the reflections. The silver light twisted fluidly across the water's surface, guiding her gaze deeper into the mystery. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Kale confessed he had tracked the veil for years. His quest to uncover its source was driven by the hope of mastering or perhaps ending its haunting influence. The veil thickened, pulsing rhythmically as ghostly shapes emerged, mimicking villagers' deepest fears with unsettling clarity. The ethereal light warped into haunting forms that tightened its grip on the frightened souls nearby. Alara's pendant glowed with unexpected intensity, revealing hidden runes etched beneath its surface that had gone unnoticed before. The runes shimmered against the moonlit silver, suggesting a link to ancient wisdom. Suddenly, a fierce gust snuffed out every lantern, plunging the village into deeper shadow. Only the moon remained to illuminate the veil's mesmerizing, yet terrifying, dance in the night. Resolute, Alara chose to venture into the forest to confront the veil's enigma, with Kale reluctantly binding himself to her. Together, they stepped into the shadows where the moonlight barely pierced the dense canopy. Deeper within the forest, they discovered ancient stones arranged in a crescent shape, faintly glowing beneath the moon's silvery light. The stones hummed with a subtle energy, resonating with the veil that now encircled them. The veil wrapped around the stones, growing more tangible as its whispers rose into haunting melodies that wove through the trees. The silver light pulsed like a living heartbeat, intensifying the eerie atmosphere. Alara stumbled, and from the shimmer emerged a shadowy figure eerily resembling her own reflection. It reached out, trying to pull her into the veil's radiant but unnerving light, challenging her grip on reality. Kale reacted swiftly, chanting incantations from his ancient journal inscribed with cryptic runes. His voice cut through the night, momentarily dispersing the shadow and soothing the restless veil's turmoil. Their eyes caught a hidden inscription on one of the crescent stones, referencing an ancient ritual designed to bind or control the veil's potent power. The markings hinted at a fragile balance between light and shadow, old as the moon itself. As the night deepened, the veil became tempestuous, tugging fiercely at Alara's pendant and the birthmark pulsing beneath her skin. The lunar energy strained against her, threatening to overwhelm her senses. Visions assaulted Alara, moonlit battles between ethereal guardians and veil spirits trapped between worlds. The spectral clashes echoed through her mind, revealing a long-hidden conflict intertwined with her own destiny. Kale disclosed that he had once been a guardian, bound by a curse to roam until the veil's balance was restored. His storm-gray hair and weathered cloak marked years of wandering in search of redemption and renewal. The forest shifted around them. Ancient trees whispered dire warnings as the path back to the village faded into obscurity. Shadows thickened, and the boundary between reality and veil blurred dangerously. A sudden change in the moon's phase warped the veil's form, stretching it like molten silver encasing them. The light's fluid motion intensified, binding Alara and Kale in its shimmering grasp as the night deepened. Alara and Kale finally reached the ancient altar, its surface worn smooth by time but still radiating a strange energy. The crescent-shaped indentation in the stone calls to Alara's pendant, which fits perfectly as if made for the place. The moment the pendant settles, a faint hum vibrates through the air, heightening the tension around them. As Alara presses the pendant deeper into the altar, a sudden burst of blinding light erupts, flooding the clearing with silvery luminescence. The veil responds violently, thrashing like a living current before enveloping them in its shifting folds. Both find themselves swept away, pulled through an otherworldly vortex that warps the very fabric of their surroundings. They emerge in a liminal realm where the skies glow with a cold silver hue, and the land is draped in long shadows cast by an unseen moon. This ethereal place seems bound by lunar light, both beautiful and haunting, its edges blurred and constantly shifting like a dream. All around, reflective surfaces ripple oddly, mirroring more than just their images. From the shadows flicker faint, sorrowful figures, lost villagers caught in the veil's unyielding curse. They approach silently, their eyes pleading for release though no words escape their lips. The air is thick with a heavy grief that weighs on Alara's heart, deepening her resolve. Suddenly, Alara's silver crescent birthmark glows with intense light, casting a gentle beacon that reaches out to the fragmented souls. The spectral villagers respond, their forms stabilizing as a faint connection is formed between their trapped essence and the waking world. This luminous link offers a fragile hope for their salvation. Kale studies the cryptic runes inscribed within his ancient journal, muttering translations under his breath. He reveals that the veil was originally created as a shield to protect the realm from outside harm, but the magic became twisted over time. The intended guardian became a curse, feeding on the fears of those it was meant to defend. They are soon met by a spectral guardian, an imposing figure woven from light and shadow. The guardian warns them solemnly that interfering with the veil is perilous, threatening to collapse both the liminal realm and the physical world. Its tone is grave, underscoring the fragile balance at stake. Torn between duty and fear, Alara wrestles with whether to sever the veil's corrupt power completely or try to restore its original protective nature. The weight of her people's fate presses heavily on her as the moonlight continues to shift all around them. Kale watches closely, understanding this choice could alter everything. In vision-like echoes, they witness scenes from centuries past, a ritual interrupted and mistakes made that bound the veil's power improperly. Shadows flicker with ancient sorrow, revealing how the once sacred ceremony turned source of torment. This glimpse into history deepens their understanding of the veil's dark transformation. The veil's once gentle shimmer now feeds on fear and despair, distorting the village's destiny under each changing moon phase. The shadows writhe unnaturally, as if alive with malice, and the villagers' suffering becomes a continuous cycle of anguish. This sinister evolution curses the land with dread and hopelessness. Kale confesses that he fled the village long ago, overwhelmed by guilt after failing to stop the curse from spreading. His weathered face reflects years of regret, and his voice carries a somber tone as he admits his past mistakes. Alara's resolve only hardens upon hearing his confession. Determined, Alara pledges to confront the root of the corruption, vowing to free both her people and the trapped souls from the veil's grasp. Her birthmark pulses softly, as if lending its strength to her conviction. Kale nods, ready to stand by her side through whatever trials lie ahead. Back at the altar in the forest realm, Alara and Kale begin a ritual drawn from the ancient runes and guided by the pendant's radiant glow. The air thrums with power as they work in unison, weaving light and shadow to mend the fractured veil. Time seems to stretch as the veil responds to their efforts, but the veil resists violently, twisting in turbulent waves of shadow and shimmering light, fighting to maintain its corrupted hold. The altar trembles under the strain, and the boundaries between realities blur dangerously. It becomes clear that the veil will not surrender its power easily. Summoning her inner strength, Elara channels the energy from her glowing birthmark, stabilizing the veil's tumultuous flow. Her hands steady as a calming lunar light radiates outward, soothing the chaotic forces. Slowly, the balance begins to shift, giving hope that the ritual will succeed. One by one, the trapped souls start to dissolve into serene moonlight, their expressions peaceful, as if finally freed from torment. Their silent gratitude fills the liminal realm, lightening the oppressive atmosphere. Each soul's release brings the veil closer to restoration. At the ritual's climax, the spectral guardian merges with the veil itself, a sacrifice that purifies its essence and dispels the lingering darkness. Its form dissolves into radiant light, vanishing but leaving behind a restored balance. The price is great, but necessary for renewal. With calm restored, the liminal realm fades away under the dawn's first light, gently guiding Elara and Kale back to the forest floor. The world feels still and new as the sun's early rays touch the ancient altar. Their journey through shadows and moonlight has reached a turning point. Back in the village, clear skies stretch overhead, and the faintest crescent moon glows softly before sunrise. The suffocating darkness and strange whispers that once plagued the village are lifted. A subtle calm settles over the land, promising a fresh beginning. Elara's pendant has become inert, its light extinguished, yet her silver crescent birthmark remains, pulsing faintly with tranquil lunar energy. This quiet glow serves as a reminder of the veil's lingering presence beneath the surface. Though subdued, the magic endures within her. Days pass peacefully, and villagers report no unusual shadows or haunting whispers at night. The once ominous phases of the moon now bring comfort instead of fear. Life begins to return to its natural rhythm, free from the veil's oppressive influence. Elara and Kale revisit the ancient stones where it all began. The crescent pattern now appears as mere faint reflections of moonlight on the worn rock. The altar's power seems dormant, transformed from feared relic into quiet monument. This subtle change hints at the delicate balance retained beneath the surface. The village elders gather to honor Elara's bravery, sharing stories that reaffirm respect for the moon and its enduring cycles. Their words weave tradition with newfound hope, reminding all of the lessons learned from the veil. Ceremony and reverence bind the community in healing. Prepared to leave the village behind, Elara and Kale share a quiet moment, their bond strengthened by the trials endured together. Mutual respect and understanding pass between them as they ready themselves for the journey ahead. Though the path forward is uncertain, it is faced united. Before departing, Elara conceals the pendant within a secret hollow beneath the oldest tree, guarding the veil's lingering secret with quiet solemnity. The pendant rests there, hidden from prying eyes yet still connected to the moonlit power they confronted. Its silence speaks of mysteries yet to unfold. Suddenly, a soft shimmer returns to the air, subtle and benign, weaving gently through the silvered shadows. It hints that the veil's protective spirit still endures, faint but unwavering beneath the moonlight. Elara smiles, her piercing green eyes reflecting the quiet radiance. She understands now that the veil was never truly lost but transformed, an unseen guardian watching silently over them all. Kale nods solemnly, the storm-gray strands of his hair catching the moonlight as he acknowledges the restored balance between the human realm and the veil's ethereal light. The ancient connection hums quietly between them. As they walk away, the village is bathed in a peaceful silver glow, the moonlight soft and steady. Shadows settle into calm, and the familiar motifs of reflective surfaces seem to hold their secrets gently, undisturbed. Elara glances down and notices her silver crescent birthmark glowing faintly once more, pulsing with a quiet promise. It is a sign of an enduring bond, linking her to the veil and the cycles of the moon. A final flashback reveals the ritual's original guardian, a figure cloaked in moonlit grace, passing the sacred charge to Elara's ancestors. The lineage of protectors is made clear, bridging past and present beneath the shifting phases above. Kale carefully folds his ancient journal, its pages now filled with new runes recounting their journey and the hope born from this night's revelations. Each word is a testament to the legacy they carry forward as guardians. Meanwhile, village children laugh and play beneath the soft moonlight, unaware of the unseen forces that shield them. The veil's silent protection wraps around them, gentle and unseen like a whispered lullaby. Together, Alara and Kale disappear into the horizon, their figures blending with the shadows and moonlight. They are ready to face whatever the next chapter of their intertwined fate will write beneath the celestial veil. Above, the silver moon arcs steadily across the sky, a timeless sentinel watching over all beneath its eternal veil. It remains the silent witness to stories of light, shadow, and enduring promise. The rain hammered the cracked pavement like a warning, shadows flickering beneath the weak glow of a flickering neon sign. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his tired face, eyes scanning the empty street beyond the half-open door. Another night, another ghost, he muttered, flicking ash into a rusted ashtray. A soft knock interrupted the silence, followed by a slender figure stepping through the veil of drizzle into his dim office. She wore desperation like a faded perfume, eyes shimmering with secrets and unspoken fears. "I need your help," she whispered, sliding an old photograph across the desk. The photo showed a man with a crooked smile, missing from the city's underbelly for weeks. "He's tangled with the wrong people," she said, "and now I'm next if you don't find him." Marlowe crushed his cigarette, knowing well that some debts didn't pay in cash but in blood. He followed footprints and whispered lies through alleys thick with smoke and regret. Each clue pulled him deeper into a labyrinth of betrayal, beneath flickering streetlights and cold concrete. The city's heartbeat was a dangerous rhythm, but Marlowe played along, tuned to every silent scream. In the back room of a forgotten bar, he found the man, bruised but breathing, shadowed by two dark figures. A standoff flickered like a broken film reel, guns drawn, tensions sharp as razors. "You're done hiding," Marlowe said, voice steady amid chaos. Chaos erupted, but Marlowe's quick reflexes carved a path to safety for the man and the woman waiting outside. The rain washed away the grime and gunpowder as they disappeared into the night, leaving only echoes behind. Back at the office, Marlowe stared at the empty chair across from him and sighed. "Some shadows never leave," he murmured, lighting another cigarette in the dim light. Outside, the neon buzzed, the city asleep but never quiet, ready for its next secret to surface. Alara stands poised at the vast forest's edge, her silver hair shimmering in the soft morning light, while the crystal heart pendant pulses faintly in her grasp. The pendant's gentle glow reflects her determination as she prepares to venture into the unknown. A whispering wind stirs the leaves, carrying faint, ethereal voices that echo from deep within the forest. The voices seem to blend promise with warning, beckoning Alara onward, yet hinting at lurking dangers ahead. By a cracked stone altar, Alara encounters Phelan, whose amber eyes scan the dense trees warily, his scar reddened by the crisp morning air. His presence feels reassuring, yet his stoic demeanor hints at the threats shadowing their path. Phelan presents an ancient tome, its aged pages inscribed with symbols mirroring those etched on Alara's crystal heart pendant. The book seems to hold forgotten knowledge vital to navigating the mysteries ahead. Myra bursts into view, her iridescent wings casting shimmering patterns as she grins mischievously. She challenges Alara with a riddle born from the forest's secrets, teasing her to unlock hidden truths. Unseen, the shade lingers among the shadows, its deep violet eyes glinting with calculated patience as it traces Alara's every step through the twisting trees. Its silent presence casts an uneasy pall over the group. Alara's fingers brush the pendant, prompting beams of radiant light to shoot forth, painting a luminous map across the ancient tome's pages. The glowing paths lead deeper into the heart of the forest, guiding their next steps. A sudden rustle stirs the underbrush, startling all as elusive forest creatures vanish swiftly among bioluminescent mushrooms that pulse in rhythmic beats. The eerie glow seems to synchronize with the pendant's faint pulse of warning. Phelan's voice carries a grave warning of an impending storm, his scar intensifying in color beneath the darkening, swirling clouds above. The tightening air presses upon them as tension mounts. Alara steps carefully across a crystal-clear stream, her gaze drawn to the water's surface, where reflections shimmer and shift unnaturally. The warped images hint at hidden enchantments manipulating reality around them. Guided by Myra's fluttering light, they reach an ancient tree with serpentine roots twisting wildly and ancient symbols carved deep into its bark, symbols matching those in the tome. The tree seems alive with history and magic. From Myra's palm appears the silver key, glowing softly against the tree's bark as it slides effortlessly into a concealed lock. A silent mechanism stirs, unlocking passage to secrets guarded for centuries. A hollow within the tree opens to reveal a passage glittering with multicolored crystals. The pathway beckons the trio forward, deeper into a shadowed realm alight with flickering colors. Alara hesitates, clutching the crystal heart tightly as dancing shadows flicker around them, and the forest's usual chorus falls into an eerie, unnatural silence. The stillness presses, warning of unseen threats. Suddenly, the shade emerges from the shadows, blocking their retreat with an aura of chilling silence. The crystal heart reacts instantly, emitting a faint, unsettling pulse that resonates through their very bones. Summoning resolve, Alara steps forward boldly, wielding the crystal heart to cast a radiant shield against the shade's encroaching darkness. Her light pushes back the shadows, momentarily holding the looming threat at bay. Phelan draws a blade etched with ancient runes that shimmer with captured light, readying for confrontation. His steady hands and fierce gaze speak of unwavering protection and skill. Myra darts skillfully through shafts of light, scattering fractured reflections across the cavern walls. Her nimble distractions confound the shade, drawing its attention away from Alara and Phelan. The shade recoils, dissolving into a mist that seeps silently into the crystal-strewn floor, leaving an uneasy calm in its wake. Its retreat feels only temporary, a pause before it strikes again. Descending even deeper, the group finds a chamber where ancient symbols slowly rotate, aligning precisely with the shifting seasons. The room pulses with quiet energy tied to the natural cycles that govern the world around them. Alara carefully places the crystal heart upon a central pedestal, triggering a soft, harmonious hum as surrounding crystals begin to resonate with vibrant light. The chamber seems to awaken, responding to their presence. Without warning, the path behind them collapses with a thunderous crash, sealing off their retreat. Forced onward, the group advances into unfamiliar, shadowed tunnels fraught with uncertainty. Echoes of distant, indistinct voices envelop them, as the tunnel walls appear to breathe and warp subtly. Time itself feels distorted, bending in strange rhythms around their moving shadows. Phelan pores over the tome, his keen eyes decoding a prophecy of a guardian lost to ages past, whose fate is entwined with their own. This revelation adds weight to their quest, hinting at a deeper purpose awaiting discovery. A shimmering silhouette materializes briefly, its form flickering like a mirage as it hints at the guardian's presence nearby. But just as quickly as it appears, the figure vanishes, leaving behind only a whisper of hope and mystery. Myra's delicate fingers trace the glowing runes carved deep into the tunnel walls. As she touched each symbol, a hidden map illuminated beneath their feet, its lines pulsing softly with light. The etched pathways revealed a path leading deeper underground, filled with promise and unknown dangers. Alara's hand instinctively went to the crystal heart pendant hanging at her neck. Its faint pulse quickened as their footsteps drew near a locale marked by a radiant crystal grove on the map. The pendant's steady glow warned them of the proximity of powerful magic and possible peril. They entered a vast underground garden where crystalline formations dangled like luminous fruit from ancient, gnarled branches. Soft light bathed the cavern, casting shifting patterns across walls adorned with ancient symbols. The stillness of the grove was almost sacred, touching something deep within them all. Without warning, the shade emerged, more solid than ever, shadows twisting around his form like living darkness. His presence blighted the shimmering crystals, causing them to dull and fade under his corrupting influence. A cold chill fell over the grove as the battle for light and shadow reignited. Alara gripped the crystal heart pendant tightly, channeling its subtle energy into the gleaming crystals. One by one, they shattered the shadows that the shade wielded, turning malevolence into harmless sparkles of light. The radiant bursts weakened the figure, forcing it to stagger back into the gloom. While the shade recoiled, Phelan's sharp eyes caught an outline behind the crystal canopy, a hidden door carved into the stone. The lock bore ancient symbols correlating with the turning seasons, their mechanisms delicate and complex. It became clear this door guarded secrets long forgotten. Myra sprinkled her sparkling dust over the lock's intricate gears, watching as they shimmered and began to move. Slowly, the latch slipped, accompanied by flickering light that danced across the door's surface. With careful patience, she coaxed the mechanism open, revealing what lay beyond. The door creaked open onto a chamber filled with swirling mist, an ethereal collection of forgotten memories and whispers of the past. The air was heavy with echoes that twisted and turned, as if the very walls wished to tell their story. The trio stepped forward, drawn into this timeless space. Elara moved deeper into the chamber, visions unfolding around her of a past guardian's ultimate sacrifice. The images painted a lineage linked by duty and sacrifice, a lineage to which Elara herself belonged. Her connection to the ancient guardianship was undeniable, settling like a steady fire within her. Suddenly, the shade lunged again, desperate to halt the truths from surfacing. But Alara's newfound resolve hardened her stance, and she met his attack without flinching. The revelations within had strengthened her spirit more than any weapon could alone. Phelan came to her side, his scarred cheek set in determined silence as he raised his glowing blade. Years of guarding the forest had honed his skill, and with steady strikes, he deflected the shade's shadowy assaults. Together, they formed an unbreakable front against the encroaching darkness. The crystal heart pendant flared brightly, casting a warm radiance that carved a path of light across the chamber. This luminous trail led them to a crystalline altar crowned with ancient carvings. It beckoned them closer, a silent invitation toward revelation and hope. Elara inserted the silver key into the altar's ancient lock, feeling the cool metal turn with a satisfying click. A radiant beam of pure light shot upward, piercing the chamber's darkness and bathing the room in clarity. The air vibrated with power, signaling a turning point in their journey. From the light emerged a spectral figure, the guardian of ages past, who extended a solemn hand toward Elara. His eyes held wisdom beyond words and a silent blessing that echoed through the soul. This ethereal presence validated the path Elara had chosen to walk. The shade emitted a shriek of fury as the guardian's light weakened its form. Shadows began to loosen and disperse into harmless motes, drifting away like smoke on the breeze. Its hold on the grove faltered, nearing the end of its dark reign. With the shade vanquished, the crystal grove blossomed into radiant life, colors vibrant and light pure. The forest itself seemed to breathe anew, the ancient balance restored. Every crystal shone with a brilliance that promised renewal and protection for seasons to come. Phelan explained that the cycle of seasons and light must remain in harmony to keep shadows at bay. This eternal balance was the key to sustaining peace and preventing the shade's return. Understanding this duty deepened Elara's commitment to her newfound role. Elara stood tall, her emerald eyes shining fiercely with determination and hope. She fully embraced her role as the guardian, a protector woven into the forest's very essence. The weight of responsibility settled comfortably on her shoulders, a mantle she was ready to bear. Myra flitted back toward the high canopy, her iridescent wings catching the light as she laughed gently. She promised to watch over the forest's secrets, the mischievous sprite forever entwined with the grove's magic. Her presence was a joyful reminder that even in darkness, light could be found. Outside, the storm clouds parted to reveal a sky brilliant and clear. The forest vibrated with renewed energy, every leaf and branch alive with possibility. The changing seasons whispered of new chapters, of growth and healing just beginning. Elara and Phelan stood together at the edge of the blooming grove, the crystal heart pendant glowing with a steady, calming pulse. Its gentle rhythm echoed the quiet strength of the land they now protected. Side by side, they watched as light and life intertwined in endless cycles. They uncovered an ancient mural depicting generations of guardians intertwined with the forest's destiny. The images showed eternal duty, sacrifice, and the delicate balance of nature and magic. Each painted figure bore symbols that felt deeply familiar, connecting past and present. Alara studied the mural carefully, realizing that every choice made would echo through future seasons like turning a page in a living book. The weight of their decisions stretched beyond the moment, rippling out over time. This understanding brought clarity and caution to her heart. Phelan shared stories of past challenges faced by guardians before her, reminding Alara of the strength found in unity and unwavering trust. These tales of perseverance reinforced the partnership they had forged. Together, they would face whatever trials lay ahead. The pair began setting protective wards around the crystal grove, using knowledge from the ancient tome and the pendant's power. Each ward hummed with light and magic, a barrier against future threats. Their collaboration marked the beginning of a vigilant and hopeful era for the forest. Alara carefully flipped through the ancient tome, her fingers trembling as she discovered a hidden compartment nestled between the worn pages. Inside, a delicate parchment glowed faintly, revealing a message left by the original guardian, filled with words of hope and guidance. The ink shimmered with an ethereal light, echoing the path that lay ahead. The message spoke of belief and courage as the greatest powers to overcome the darkness lurking beyond the forest's protective borders. It urged the reader to trust in the strength within and the light that shines even in deepest shadows. These words filled Alara with a newfound resolve, binding her heart to the destiny before her. Taking a deep breath, Alara stepped forward into the radiant light filtering through the crystal grove. The glowing crystals pulsed softly around her, welcoming her presence as she embraced her role as protector and guide of this sacred place. The air buzzed with energy, marking the beginning of her journey to safeguard the balance of the forest. Beside her, Phelan knelt with solemn determination, the scar on his cheek catching a stray ray of sunlight. He pledged his unwavering loyalty and support, knowing the challenges ahead would test their very limits. Their alliance forged anew, they prepared to face the trials awaiting beyond the grove's shimmering borders. The grove itself seemed to breathe, its pulsating light resonating with life and harmony. Ancient symbols etched into the bark of the surrounding trees glowed faintly, celebrating the restoration of balance and the promise of renewal. Every crystal shimmered as if acknowledging the dawn of a hopeful era. Suddenly, a flutter of iridescent wings announced Myra's return, her golden hair catching the light as she approached. In her tiny hands, she offered Alara a vial filled with shimmering, magical dust, a gift to be used only in moments of greatest peril. The sparkles within the vial seemed alive, a tangible token of friendship and aid. With reverence, Alara knelt at the heart of the grove and gently planted the silver key into the fertile earth. This act symbolized a new beginning, one rooted deeply in strength, sacrifice, and the enduring bond between guardian and forest. The ground pulsed faintly beneath her touch, welcoming the key as a beacon of hope. Together, the trio watched in awe as the seasons turned swiftly around them. Blossoms burst forth in radiant colors, while emerald leaves twisted into autumn hues. The cyclical dances of nature played out seamlessly, signifying harmony restored and the continuous flow of life. Their eyes reflected the timeless rhythm of the world's heartbeat. Bathed in the golden light of the afternoon sun, Alara's silver hair shone with renewed brilliance. The crystal heart pendant resting against her chest emitted a soft, comforting glow, a steadfast symbol of protection that would endure through all trials. In that moment, she embodied the forest's enduring spirit and strength. As twilight descended, the crystal grove sparkled under a canopy of twinkling stars, its gentle glow casting a serene beacon across the land. It stood as a testament to hope, resilience, and the courage to face the unknown for all who sought sanctuary. Quiet and steadfast, the grove promised that light would always prevail even in the darkest times. The sun was a dull orange smear behind a sickly haze when Mara stepped out from the ruins of what was once her village. Dust choked the air, carrying whispers of a world long gone, but Mara breathed it in and exhaled determination. She stumbled upon a crumpled tin box half buried in the dirt, its metal biting cold to her touch. Inside, she found a faded map, scribbled lines leading beyond the scorched horizon to a place called New Haven. Hope, Mara muttered, folding the fragile paper with care, feeling the weight of a new purpose tethered to her heart. Behind her, the skeletal remains of buildings stood like silent sentinels, watching her flee the past. Mara's journey was through ash-covered fields and cracked roads, each step an echo of forgotten laughter and lost dreams. At night, under a sky half swallowed by smoke, she shared stories with shadows, keeping loneliness at bay. Days bled into nights, hunger gnawed, but the thought of New Haven's promise pushed her onward. Suddenly, a figure rose from the dust. A boy, no older than 12, eyes flashing with wary hope. "You're going the same way," he said cautiously, gripping a makeshift spear. Mara nodded, and they walked side by side, a flicker of companionship against the vast silence. Together, they crossed fractured highways, past rusting vehicles frozen in time, tombstones of a broken world. One evening, silhouetted against a blistering red sky, they spotted the faint outline of walls in the distance. New Haven wasn't just a name anymore. It was a promise carved into the horizon. As they approached, guarded eyes watched, but Mara raised a hand in peace, the map clutched firmly. The gate creaked open slowly, revealing a community rekindling life amidst the ruins. Children played amidst the gardens, laughter weaving through the air like a healing song. Mara smiled, feeling the heavy burden of solitude lift, replaced with embers of a new beginning. "We survived the end," she whispered. "Now we'll build what comes after." Lena raced against the clock, the Monday morning sun sneaking through her cluttered studio window. Her sketchbook, filled with ideas for the art show tonight, was nowhere to be found. "Where did I put it?" she muttered, flipping through stacks of paper and crumpled notes. Her cat, Misso, strolled by, tail flicking as if aware of the rising panic. Determined, Lena retraced her steps from the weekend's art crawl. At the neighborhood cafe, she asked the barista, who smiled knowingly and pointed to a corner table. Lena's sketchbook lay beneath a pile of magazines, touched by sunlight and forgotten moments. Flipping it open, she found new inspiration in the scattered doodles and faded coffee stains. Back at her studio, friends began to arrive, eager to see her work. Lena shared how losing the sketchbook helped her rediscover the simple joy of creating without pressure. "Sometimes," she said to the group, "the best ideas come from unexpected places." The evening unfolded with laughter, art, and community support filling the small room. Lena's nerves eased as she realized the show was about connection, not perfection. A local artist complimented her resilience, sparking a conversation that planted seeds for collaboration. Misso jumped onto Lena's lap, a silent nod to a day well survived. As the night ended, Lena packed up her sketchbook with a new appreciation for its stories. She promised herself to embrace the messy, beautiful process of creativity going forward. Walking home under the streetlights, she felt lighter, inspired, and ready for whatever came next. Her lost sketchbook wasn't lost after all. It was a reminder she didn't even know she needed. "Tomorrow," Lena whispered, "I'll start a new page." The map was ancient, edges frayed and ink faded, yet it promised a secret buried deep in the hollow wood forest. Lena adjusted her worn leather backpack, the morning mist curling around her as she stepped beneath the daunting canopy of towering oaks. "No turning back now," she whispered, tracing the cryptic symbols carved onto the map's surface. Each step was a soft crunch against the moss-covered ground, the air thick with silence save for a distant, haunting call. The compass in her hand spun wildly, as if caught in a playful magic, refusing to settle on a true north. She followed the compass's restless dance, deeper into the woods where sunlight barely touched the earth. Suddenly, a rustle, a flash of vibrant feathers, then a small, clever fox peered from behind a bush, eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Seems you're not the only one seeking something," Lena murmured, as the fox darted ahead, beckoning her to follow. Through tangles of brambles and over root-strewn paths, the fox led her to a hidden glade shimmering with golden light. At the heart of the clearing stood the Whispering Stone, an ancient monolith covered in swirling runes that seemed to hum with life. Lena approached cautiously, placing her palm against the cool, smooth surface. The runes pulsed beneath her fingers. A voice echoed softly in her mind. "Only those who listen with their hearts may unlock the forest's secret." Closing her eyes, Lena breathed deeply, attuning herself to the subtle whispers of the wind brushing through the leaves. Images bloomed in her mind. A hidden doorway beside the stone, sealed for centuries but waiting to be opened. With a gentle press, the ground beside the monolith shifted, revealing a narrow tunnel descending into the earth. Heart pounding with equal parts fear and excitement, Lena stepped inside, the glow from the runes lighting her way. The passage led to a cavern filled with crystals that shimmered like stars, reflecting the dreams of all who sought the forest's heart. Amid the crystals lay a small chest, bound with silver and marked with the same symbols as the map. Opening it, Lena found a simple locket containing a seed pulsating with life, a symbol of new beginnings and harmony with nature. Emerging from the forest, Lena smiled, knowing the true treasure was the journey itself and the bond she'd formed with the whispering winds. Beneath the twilight sky, a faint glow shimmered within the heart of the ancient crystal grove. Lyra, a young mage whose lineage whispered of forgotten powers, stepped cautiously onto the crystalline path. The grove's delicate trees sparkled with otherworldly light, each leaf a prism reflecting countless colors. They say only the pure can unlock the ember's flame. A voice echoed softly, the wind carrying ancient secrets. Determined, Lyra approached the central pedestal where a single ember flickered faintly, its light dimming with every breath. The air thickened as memories of her ancestors stirred in the shadows, calling her to prove her worth. With hands trembling but heart steady, Lyra reached out, feeling the ember's warmth seep into her soul. Visions danced before her eyes, trials faced, sacrifices made, and the grove's survival hanging by a thread. Gathering her courage, she whispered the ancient incantation passed down through generations. The ember flared brilliantly, casting vibrant hues over the grove, as if awakening a long-dormant spirit. Trees leaned closer, their crystalline leaves chiming softly like bells in the breeze. Lyra's eyes sparkled with newfound strength. The ember's glow infused her with a gentle, radiant power. "The bond is restored," she murmured, feeling the grove pulse with life around her. Suddenly, a burst of light arced from her palms, spreading warmth over the frost-bitten earth. Tiny sprouts began to emerge, shimmering flowers blossoming where cold once lingered. The grove hummed a melody of renewal, its magic weaving seamlessly into the fabric of the world. Lyra smiled, knowing she had rekindled an ancient promise between nature and mage. As night embraced the sky, the crystal grove shone brighter than ever, a beacon of hope and magic. "Every ending holds a beginning," the whisper returned, fading into the gentle rustle of leaves. Lyra turned away with a peaceful heart, the ember's light guiding her journey beyond the grove's shimmering gates. The rain fell hard on Raven Street, tracing dark lines down the cracked pavement. In a dimly lit alley, a figure in a trench coat lit a cigarette, the glow briefly illuminating sharp features. Detective Marlowe exhaled slowly, eyes scanning the shadows. "Tonight, things get messy," he muttered. A sudden noise caught his attention. A whisper, a footstep, a secret waiting to breathe. He followed the sound deeper into the maze of alleys, the scent of danger thick in the damp air. A discarded playing card fluttered past. The Queen of Spades, a calling card from the city's ghostly kingpin. Marlowe's jaw tightened. "Looks like someone wants a little chaos tonight," he thought. At the end of the alley, a flickering neon sign buzzed, the Velvet Cat, a known haven for the city's underworld. Inside, smoke curled around conversations coded in lies and half-truths. Eyes darted. Hearts raced. He approached the bar, where a woman with emerald eyes and crimson lips locked gazes with him. "You're late," she said, voice smooth like silk hiding steel. "And looking for trouble." Marlowe slid a folded note across the counter. "Got a package for the city's shadows," he said. Suddenly, the lights snapped off. Darkness swallowed the room, punctuated by a shout and shattering glass. When light returned, the woman was gone, and so was the note, replaced by a chilling message: "Game's on." Outside, the rain had stopped, but the street still whispered secrets that wouldn't rest. Marlowe lit another cigarette, voice low and steady. Time to play with ghosts. Hours slipped by as he pieced together clues. A web of betrayal, greed, and a plan to sink the city further into darkness. In the silent showdown atop a rain-slick rooftop, truths came crashing down like thunder. Marlowe pinned the culprit with a cold stare, the city's future hanging in the balance. As dawn broke, he whispered to the waking city, "Another night survived, but shadows never sleep." Ira wakes slowly in a village blanketed by the soft embrace of dawn mist, her fingers tightening around a pendant with two intertwined flames that seem to shimmer with a quiet warmth. From the edge of the dense woods, Kale emerges, the subtle glow of his flame-shaped birthmark pulsing faintly as he watches Ira with guarded eyes. assessing the strange quiet. The village elder's voice trembles as he warns them of the restless shadows brewing just beyond the veil. An unseen boundary pregnant with ancient dangers lurking in silence. Ira discovers the pendant responds to the growing shadows near the village's edge. A rhythmic pulsing light that casts fleeting reflections resembling twin flames dancing in the gloom. Suddenly, a haunting howl pierces the misty air, and ethereal spirit wolves with faint blue glows gather, circling the village boundary like silent sentinels harboring untold secrets. Kale steps forward, offering Ira guidance beyond the veil to find the Veilkeeper, whose wisdom is said to hold the elusive answers they desperately seek. Together, they step into the thickening mist, where shadows twist and shapes flicker in and out of perception, turning the path ahead uncertain and alive with hidden movement. Ira's pendant intensifies its glow, casting broken images that morph into a shattered mirror held together by reflections of twin flames, symbols of an unspoken rift. A shadowy figure materializes to block their way, its form shifting in the mist, but the flare of Ira's pendant forces it to waver and dissolve like smoke in the wind. On the forest floor lies a broken mirror, its shards catching slivers of faint light and etched with mysterious, hidden symbols that seem to pulse with ancient energy. Touching one shard, Ira is overwhelmed by a vision. The Veilkeeper gripping a staff crowned with a glowing shard, standing amid swirling mist and shadow. Kale's voice breaks the trance, warning that instability courses through the veil, and crossing it may mean becoming lost to the encroaching shadows forever. Pressing onward, the mist thickens into living forms, whispers of past travelers caught between worlds, their twisted shapes reaching toward Ira and Kale with silent cries. A spirit wolf appears, exuding a protective aura before vanishing as they advance, leaving only the echo of its glowing eyes behind. They arrive at the glowing boundary, where the veil pulses like a fragile heartbeat, flickering unpredictably as if threatening to shatter under unseen pressure. Crossing the threshold, the world warps around them. The shadows elongate, and the twin flames on Ira's pendant flicker anxiously in the shifting air. Within the mist, the Veilkeeper emerges, cloaked in woven shadows that ripple with whispered secrets, eyes fixed with awe and caution on the pendant clasped in Ira's hand. The Veilkeeper's challenge is clear. They must confront the shadow within themselves, a trial to prove their worth amid the twisted mists and fractured truths. Ira faces a shadowy double, her mirror image, who voices doubts and fears, challenging every conviction she holds about her own intentions and strength. Kale's flame birthmark pulses fiercely as he confronts his own darkness, revealing a hidden, jagged scar beneath, a secret he's borne quietly until now. The Veilkeeper nods solemn approval, deeming their inner confrontations sufficient, and grants passage toward the enigmatic heart of the veil. Suddenly, the mist fractures into swirling shards of broken mirrors, each reflecting divergent paths and possible fates, shimmering ominously around them. Ira watches as the flames on her pendant tremble and split, flickering uncertainly between unity and division, echoing the fractured futures surrounding them. A voice murmurs from the shadows, seeping into their minds, whispers of doubt and mistrust designed to fracture their bond and turn them against one another. Kale grips Ira's hand, steadying her trembling spirit, reminding her that the twin flames are strongest when united by trust and unwavering resolve. Together, Ira and Kale confront the swirling illusions whispering deceit around them. As they break each falsehood, the pendant in Ira's hand flares brilliantly, its twin flames weaving stronger strands of light. Amid the dissipating mist, the Veilkeeper materializes once more, his form cloaked in shifting shadows and woven mist. He speaks solemnly, revealing the veil as not a barrier, but a test of balance between opposing forces. Through the Veilkeeper's words, they grasp the peril concealed, a rift dividing two realms, threatening collapse unless harmony is restored. The fragile weave between world strains, mirrored in the silver flickers of mist around them. From the depths emerges a specter of chaos, a formless shadow feeding on the fractured reflections and broken trust between realms. Its presence distorts the air, splintering shadows as it seeks to unravel their fragile unity. Stepping forward, Ira holds the pendant high, twin flames radiating fiercely to bind the fractured shards of their reality. Her emerald eyes burn with resolve, the pendant's glow threading warm light through the creeping shadows. Kale takes his place beside her, his flame-shaped birthmark igniting fiercely as he stands guard. He wards off the attacking shadows, his stoic stance a bulwark against the chaos seeking to tear them apart. With a surge of fury, the Chaos Spectre lashes out, cracking the ground beneath them and scattering the swirling mist into fragmented wisps. The air chills as fractures deepen, threatening to sever their fragile hold on balance. The violent upheaval separates Ira and Kale momentarily, thrusting them into solitary trials shaped by their deepest fears. Each faces a gauntlet of shadows, the twin flames dampened yet flickering still. Ira's fear manifests as a phantom village set ablaze, flames licking the air with haunting familiarity. But she clutches the pendant tightly, its warmth anchoring her against the searing illusions of loss. Kale confronts a shadow self, a murmured echo embodying his silent regrets and lost hopes. His birthmark pulses defiantly, as he battles this darker reflection to reclaim his inner strength. Reunited amidst the scattering mist, Ira and Kale combine their strength, reigniting the twin flames within the pendant. Their bond stabilizes the fractured veil, the glow molding reality anew around them. The Veilkeeper appears once again, shadows parting to reveal a deeper truth. The pendant once belonged to a forgotten union of flame and shadow. Their intertwined legacy holds the key to harmonious balance. He tasks them with restoring the pendant's full power to mend the rift permanently. Only through embracing both light and darkness can the fragile veil be healed. Guided by fading echoes, Ira and Kale journey to an ancient temple etched in mist and stone, its air thick with whispered histories. There, they seek to reignite the twin flames and fulfill the Veilkeeper's charge. Inside the temple's shadowed halls, they place the pendant on an altar carved in the shape of intertwined flames. Yet the pendant glows only faintly, as if awaiting a missing piece to complete its power. Shadows shift and rise within the temple, testing once more the delicate balance between light and dark. The air hums with tension as the twin motifs of fire and shadow reach toward one another, hesitating on the edge of union. Ira recalls the broken mirrors glimpsed outside, understanding that unity requires reassembling all shards into one seamless reflection. The fractured image is a symbol of their own divided strength needing repair. Kale moves through the temple, collecting fragments embedded in walls and floors, each shard catching flickers of twin flames. Piece by piece, he gathers the remnants, his birthmark glowing softly in the shadowed gloom. Together, they assemble the mirror around the pendant, the twin flames surging brighter with every joined shard. The reflection ripples, the veil responding to their combined devotion and harmony. The completed mirror pulses with waves of light and shadow harmonizing through the veil. The air vibrates with a renewed balance, shadows receding as order weaves through broken realms. The rift stabilizes, reality solidifies, and the shrouds of mist lift, unveiling the world's renewed edge. A fragile piece emerges, held together by the twin flames burning defiantly within their hearts. The Veilkeeper expresses gratitude, shedding his woven mists to reveal his true form, an eternal guardian forged from flame and shadow. His presence embodies the delicate balance they have fought to restore. Ira and Kale feel the pendant warm in their hands, now a living symbol of balance and shared destiny tied eternally by twin flames. The glow weaves between them, a silent promise of unity against future storms. Passing back through the dissipated veil, the village mist clears completely, revealing spectral wolves no longer ominous, but transformed into vigilant guardians. Their faint blue glow speaks of protection and newfound harmony. The village elder greets them warmly, sensing the changed air, lighter, filled with promise and hope. The renewal they have kindled is tangible, a quiet blessing carried on the breeze through the streets. Ira held the pendant carefully, her emerald eyes reflecting its twin flames intertwined in delicate silver. She revealed that the pendant was a binding relic forged in ancient times to maintain harmony between the mortal world and the veil beyond. It symbolized the fragile balance that once united the two realms before their fracture scattered truth like shards of a broken mirror. As Ira spoke, Kale's flame-shaped birthmark on his left arm flickered and faded slightly, the change subtle yet profound. This signified his emerging role as a healer of the fractured veil, a bridge mending the rift between shadow and light. The motif of twin flames now pulsed softly within him, connecting him to the relic's ancient power. The village erupted into celebration, lighting twin flame bonfires that danced beneath the twilight sky. These fires honored Ira and Kale, whose union had restored balance long lost. The flames flickered in unison, a luminous tribute to the renewed harmony that embraced both realms once more. At the edge of the festivities, Ira and Kale exchanged a knowing glance, their gazes drifting together toward the horizon. In that quiet moment, the weight and depth of their shared destiny settled firmly between them. They understood that their path forward was intertwined like the twin flames adorning Ira's pendant. From the shadowed forest at the village's edge, spectral wolves emerged, their faint blue glow casting ethereal light. Once menacing spirits, they now stood silently as steadfast guardians, protectors of the newfound peace. Their presence was a living testament to the healing woven through the realm's mend. Near the ceremonial altar, the Veilkeeper's staff remained embedded in the earth, its glowing shard pulsing with soft light. The staff stood as a beacon for future guardians tasked with preserving the delicate balance. Mist swirled gently at its base, a quiet reminder of the mysteries still held within the veil's depths. Under the Veilkeeper's watchful shadow, Ira carefully inscribed fresh runes onto the pendant's silver surface. Each rune fortified the relic's power, weaving purpose into its flame-shaped embrace. The mist seemed to deepen around her, lending an otherworldly solemnity to the ritual. Kale gathered the village children beneath tall trees, their faces illuminated by flickering firelight. He taught them stories of balance, explaining how light and shadow must coexist as natural parts of life. His voice steady, Kale passed on the wisdom that would guard their world for generations. As night fully descended, twin flames burned brightly atop the village hearths, casting long shadows that intertwined with strands of silver mist. This fiery emblem symbolized unity and perseverance in the face of fractured truths. The villagers stood together, hearts steady, beneath the endless sky. Hand in hand beneath the tapestry of stars, Ira and Kale stood quietly as the pendant's soft glow mirrored the twin flames above. Their story, once woven from scattered shards, now blended seamlessly into the fabric of the veil's enduring harmony. In this moment, destiny and duality became one unbroken flame, eternal and bright. The village stirred beneath a sky where faint circular star patterns traced ancient constellations. Orin moved quietly through the morning mist, his footsteps soft as he approached the weathered stone circle at the village edge. From the shadows, Ren observed Orin with keen eyes, gripping the glowing pendant passed down from their grandmother. The orb's gentle light pulsed in rhythm with the restless beat of Ren's heart. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath the stone circle, causing startled gasps to ripple through the nearby villagers. Dust and debris stirred, as the earth seemed to shudder with an unspoken warning. Orin gathered the elders, his voice low and grave as he spoke of a breach in the veil, the fragile boundary between their world and the unknown. Concern knitted their faces as each contemplated the consequences. Ren felt a strange pulse emanate from the pendant, the orb flickering with eerie light that seemed to echo the unsettled air. An inexplicable chill ran through them, as if the pendant carried a living warning. A shadow glided at the edge of the stone circle, barely perceptible against the dawn's light. Murmurs of forgotten warnings spread among the villagers, their eyes darting nervously toward the fleeting darkness. At the village border, the Veiled One appeared briefly, shrouded in dark fabric, unmoving and silent. Their presence was enigmatic and unsettling before they vanished as suddenly as they had come. Orin confirmed an ancient prophecy that linked the cycles of falling stars to the pendant's glowing orb. The alignment of these celestial events signaled a pivotal moment long foretold in their lore. Determined, Ren demanded to leave the village to seek answers beyond the distant mountains, clutching the pendant tightly as their guide. Their restless spirit burned brighter with resolve despite the unknown challenges ahead. The elders cautioned Ren of labyrinthine paths that spiral and twist, trapping souls in endless night. They warned that illusions laid by the veil might confound even the most vigilant traveler. As dusk fell, Ren departed, the rising wind swirling with patterns of glowing dust in circular arrays. Each step forward felt heavy with the weight of destiny and the pendant's steady pulse. Orin remained behind, meticulously tracing ancient inscriptions carved into the stone circle. Their worn surface whispered secrets of forgotten eras and the burden of the Vale's weakening hold. Ren soon encountered a forest tangled with trees whose rings swirled unnaturally, resembling ripples on still water. The distorted nature of this place unsettled the senses and hinted at the Vale's warping influence. A disembodied voice echoed nearby, bearing the cadence of the Veiled One. It spoke in riddles that questioned Ren's identity and the nature of their fate, weaving confusion with eerie familiarity. In a secluded clearing, the pendant's light surged in intensity, revealing a hidden gateway adorned with intricate circular motifs. The portal shimmered with otherworldly energy, beckoning Ren to step through. Crossing the gateway, Ren experienced a distortion of landscape and time, where moments fractured and endlessly repeated. Each loop brought a growing sense of disorientation and urgency to break free. Meanwhile, Orin uncovered an ancient manuscript that warned of the Vale's erosion with every cycle of falling stars. The tome's fragile pages cautioned that balance is imperiled if the breach remains unchecked. Ren found a group of travelers trapped within the loop time, their memories fragmented like shards of shattered glass. Their despair and confusion mirrored the peril of the endless spiral closing in. The Veiled One appeared briefly beside Ren, whispering cryptic truths about the intricate weave of destiny. Their words hinted at choices with profound consequences, yet left much shrouded in mystery. Abruptly, Ren's pendant dimmed, plunging them into shadow and deepening their confusion. Doubts surged, shaking the fragile trust in the pendant's guidance and the credibility of their journey. Descending into caverns beneath the stone circle, Orin discovered inscriptions aligned with celestial circles directly overhead. The sacred geometry, etched in stone, hinted at a powerful connection to the Vale's stability. With renewed hope, Ren sensed the pendant's pulsing light reignite, its compass-like glow cutting through the shifting terrain. The path forward became clearer, despite the illusions that sought to mislead. The Veiled One then presented a stark choice: grasp at uncertain hope or surrender to the endless spiral of despair. Their voice echoed softly, tempting yet haunting in its quiet inevitability. Refusing to yield, Ren wielded the pendant to reveal hidden symbols etched in glowing circles on the forest floor. These marks formed a secret map, offering guidance amidst the twisting maze of illusions. Back at the village, Orin deciphered that the pendant's glowing orb contained a trapped essence vital for restoring balance. This revelation deepened the importance of the pendant and foreshadowed the trials ahead. Ren stumbled upon a still pool nestled in the shadowed grove, its surface shimmering with reflections not of the world around, but of multiple versions of themselves. Each circular ripple seemed to capture a different possible path their restless spirit might take, weaving a tapestry of choices that danced in the quiet water. From the edges of shadow, the Veiled One's presence grew more tangible, their silhouette expanding and twisting, distorting the space between reality and illusion. The gentle echo of their voice melded with swirling mists, seeding doubt and turning certainty into a fragile veil. Beneath the descending stars, Orin knelt before a ring inscribed with circular runes, arranging the ancient symbols with deliberate care. His silver-streaked black hair shimmered faintly under the pale light, as he prepared the ritual that might steady the unraveling threads between worlds. Ren hesitated, then chose to diverge from the reflections in the pool, stepping boldly into a shadow that twisted and unfurled into glowing spirals. The darkness did not consume but transformed, each luminous circle illuminating new facets of a path unforeseen. As Orin began intoning the ritual's chant, a voice rose from the ancient manuscript laid before him, blending with his words and weaving harmony. This primal resonance caused the orb in his grasp to pulsate, its glow stretching and deepening beyond mortal reach. Lost within shifting scenes, Ren found themselves wandering a village that never was, streets bending and buildings reshaping, a haunting mirage of what might have been. The line between memory and deception blurred, each circle marking a fractured truth or Vale's wily trickery. Orin's ritual pulse cracked open the earth beneath the solitary stone circle, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside, circular mirrors lined the walls, each reflecting infinite skies that shimmered with the promise of worlds beyond comprehension. From shadow materialized a spectral form, mirroring Ren's own fears as flickering circles splintered in the air between them. Each confrontation smashed another ring of light, a relentless cycle of challenge and resilience under the restless gaze of the moon. Amongst scattered fragments, Orin discovered a piece of the orb's lost counterpart, a small, etched sphere bearing concentric rings. This fragment throbbed quietly, hinting it was the key needed to unlock the pendant's full power. With a steady hand, Ren harnessed the pendant's renewed glow, sweeping away illusions like mist scattered before dawn. For a fleeting heartbeat, the Veiled One's lips curled into a rare, enigmatic smile, a silent affirmation of paths converging. As Orin completed the ritual, the energies swelling between them caused the skies of their realms to meld, colors and patterns twisting in tandem. Though apart in body, their journey now intertwined metaphorically, bound by the glowing orb's inexorable pulse. The ancient stone circle erupted with luminous energy, its concentric rings ascending like tethered stars against the night's velvet canvas. Circles of light spiraled higher, a heartbeat in the darkness signaling awakening. Within the wavering form of the Veiled One, glimpses of a face emerged, marked by intricate circular tattoos identical to those etched on village stones. The fleeting reveal carried a weight of forgotten histories and silent vows. Ren's restless heart paused with understanding. The Veiled One was no adversary, but a guardian bound by eternal cycles. This keeper upheld balance, weaving the fragile threads between veils seen and unseen. Through the burgeoning brilliance of the glowing orb, Orin and Ren shared visions, fragments of insight and understanding flowing freely between them. Words became unnecessary as a deeper bond formed, tethered by circles of light and shadow alike. A fierce storm roared into being, winds swirling in violent circular torrents aimed at unraveling the stone circle's power. Their faith and resolve trembled under the tempest's assault, the cycle's stability put to its fiercest test yet. Amidst the chaos, Ren raised the pendant's light, turning it into a beacon that cut through the wrathful night. Guided by this luminous pulse, villagers found sanctuary within the protective embrace of the stone circle. Orin's hands moved with finality, placing both orb fragments into the circle's heart where light met shadow. The fusion sparked a surge, melding power with grace, and the ancient magic whispered of renewal and unity. Stepping fully into the luminous embrace, the Veiled One unveiled a serene face, timeless and calm. Their presence declared a balance restored, a cycle completed without fracture or loss. As the sky cleared, the patterns of circular stars pulsed rhythmically once more, their glow weaving the fabric of the mended veil. This celestial dance marked the completion of a sacred cycle, echoing through both night and dawn. Bathed in dawn's golden, circular glow, Orin and Ren stood before the village, embodiments of hope and renewal. Their journey reflected in their eyes was one of unity between realms and the promise of what lay ahead. The pendant, now whole and radiant, was shared equally between them, a symbol of unity bridging earthly and mystical realms. Its glow a testament to their intertwined fates and shared guardianship. Villagers gathered, hands crafting new tokens, adorned with circular motifs that shimmered with inherited power. These creations commemorated the cycle's renewal, binding community with ancient legacy. Orin imparted to Ren the songs and stories woven into the circular patterns, melodies and tales that held the wisdom of many generations. In this transfer, legacy was ensured, and their bond deepened through shared purpose. Without a word, the Veiled One departed quietly into the mists, leaving behind a single circular feather resting upon the village stones. This token stood as a silent promise of guarded peace and the eternal watch kept over the circle's ward. As the pendant pulsates softly in Orin's hand, a concealed vision unfolds before them, revealing the eternal nature of the cycles. Shadows and light dance together, showing the pendant's glow fading and rekindling with each passing night in an endless loop. Ren's restless gaze steadies, a quiet understanding dawning as they accept the perpetual journey ahead. Alongside Orin, they embrace their role as keepers who guard the fragile balance through countless circles yet to come. The villagers gather at dawn, crafting a new stone circle in the heart of their home. At its center, they embed the pendant's twin glowing orbs, a powerful talisman fashioned to protect and honor what has been passed down. The final scene shifts beyond the village, where circles emerge in natural wonders worldwide. ripples in water, rings of trees, and wind-carved patterns in stone, connecting this small place's fate to the vast world beyond. Orin stands quietly beneath a spreading oak, their eyes tracing the delicate circles traced in earth and bark. In these patterns, they see the balance between the visible world and the mysteries lurking just out of sight, always entwined. Ren turns their gaze upward to the stars, the pendant warm against their chest. The glow feels like a silent vow, a steady promise to remain vigilant against any unraveling of the delicate weave they protect. Night deepens, but this time the stars above swirl gracefully in perfect circles. Their light remains steady and reassuring, a celestial echo of the cycles held sacred below. Under the silver glow of dawn, villagers dance in flowing, circular patterns, their steps weaving ancient rhythms anew. Each movement honors the legacy, breathing life into the cycle once more with joyous celebration. The story gently closes on a child, eyes wide with wonder, discovering a small glowing circle etched faintly into their palm. This mark, subtle yet profound, signifies the enduring legacy of the cycle continuing through generations. As the camera pans upward, the swirling stars gather to form one great luminous circle, vast and radiant. This celestial symbol unites completion with endless beginnings, a timeless testament to the circle's eternal dance. The rain tapped rhythmically against the cracked window of Jake's cluttered office, a pale glow from the street lamp slicing through the fog. Jake lit a cigarette, the smoke curling upwards as he wondered why the dame had walked in looking like trouble with a capital T. She slid a photograph across the desk, eyes darting nervously. "Find him," she whispered, voice trembling more than her hands. Jake examined the photo, a man with a crooked smile, standing in an alleyway Jake knew too well. No questions asked, no promises made, but the cash in her hand decided the rest. The trail led to neon-lit bars and shadowed backstreets, whispers of the crooked smiles, misdeeds crawling through the city's underbelly. A bartender with tired eyes passed a coded note between gritted teeth. "He's not alone." Jake's fingers brushed the cool barrel of his. 38 under the coat, a quiet reassurance in the stormy night. At the docks, moonlight danced on water slick with oil. A meeting was set, stakes higher than ever. The crooked smile appeared, flanked by two goons whose silence screamed danger. Quick words exchanged, then a sudden scuffle, fists and fears colliding in the mist. Jake ducked, rolling beneath a swing, the crackle of gunfire sinking with his pounding heart. Amid the chaos, he caught a glimpse of the dame, eyes wide, fighting shadows of her own. A flash of steel, a gasp, and then the crooked smile's desperate plea for mercy. Jake stepped back, breathing heavy. "This city's got secrets," he said, "but it's time someone told the truth." With the crooked smile tied up and the dame safe, dawn began to pry open the night's secrets. Jake watched the horizon blush with morning, the rain finally stopping. "Case closed," he muttered, pocketing the last of the damning evidence, the city breathing easier for a moment. As the dame disappeared into the awakening streets, Jake lit another cigarette, ready for whatever night would throw next. "In a city of shadows," he mused, "sometimes the only light is knowing you did the right thing." Anna rushed down the street, clutching a crumpled sheet of music tightly in her hand. Her fingers trembled as she reached the old concert hall, its doors cracked open as if waiting for her. Inside, the air was thick with dust and memories. The grand piano sat silent, keys hoping for a touch. Anna hesitated, then sat down and placed the sheet on the stand, her eyes scanning the notes she had spent years perfecting. The first chords spilled out, hesitant at first, then flowing with more confidence and emotion than ever before. As she played, memories of her late father, a legendary pianist, filled the hall, his voice echoing in her mind. "Make your music true." Tears blurred her eyes, but she kept playing, channeling all her grief, love, and hope into the melody. Midway through, a faint knock drew her attention. Her old mentor stood at the doorway, watching quietly. He smiled gently, mouthing, "You found it." Those words fueled her resolve, the final note soaring. When the last note faded, the silence felt full, not empty, a bridge between past and future. Anna stood, inhaled deeply, and looked around, the hall no longer cold, but alive with possibility. Her mentor approached and handed her a worn envelope marked with her father's handwriting. Inside was a letter. "Your music is your story. Play it for the world." Anna nodded, a smile breaking through her tears. She finally understood her real journey was just beginning. Days later, the concert hall buzzed with anticipation as Anna prepared to perform on the restored stage. The audience was filled with faces from her past, friends, family, and strangers who believed in her. She lifted her hands, the first notes escaping anew, this time stronger, freer, alive. As the final chord rang out, the crowd erupted in applause, standing in honor of a new chapter. Backstage, Anna whispered, "Thank you," feeling her father's presence more clearly than ever before. She knew now that through her music, she would carry his legacy forever, and tell her own story, note by note. Night deepens over the city as rain taps steadily against glowing neon signs. Detective Marlowe stands outside a smoky jazz club, flicking open his silver lighter, its flame briefly illuminating his weathered face. Inside, Evelyn Shaw captivates the crowd, her scarlet dress vivid amidst the haze of smoke and shadowed figures. Her sharp eyes scan the audience with a knowing intensity as her voice fills the room. From across the street, Marlowe watches Evelyn with a tense expression. His gaze shifts sharply when Vincent Crane, marked by his jagged cheek scar, strides confidently into the club. Vincent's gaze cuts through the smoky air as he surveys the audience, his intimidating presence silencing whispers and drawing eyes. His brass cufflinks glint faintly beneath the neon haze. Marlowe's coat billows in the chill wind as he follows Vincent into a narrow, rain-slick alley. The atmosphere tightens as tension coils between the towering figures under flickering neon. Vincent pauses, throwing a dark, threatening glance toward a neon-lit apartment window where Evelyn's silhouette can be faintly seen, the night rain distorting the scene. Returning to the jazz club entrance, Marlowe clutches his silver lighter, a knot of unease tightening in his chest as the rain trickles down his trench coat. Evelyn slips out of the club, rainwater soaking her scarlet dress. Her fingers close protectively around a vintage locket as she moves down the narrow, neon-glowing lane. Shadowed beneath his fedora, Marlowe trails Evelyn carefully, blending with the wet darkness to keep her in sight without drawing attention. A rough thug steps into Evelyn's path, blocking the wet street and demanding the gleaming locket. Her defiant expression hardens as she refuses to hand it over. Marlowe steps from the shadows into the pale streetlight, his calm voice and posture confronting the thug with silent authority. The thug backs away reluctantly as Evelyn glances quickly at Marlowe, her grateful eyes reflecting the flickering neon as they disappear into the rain-soaked maze. In a deserted warehouse, Vincent leans coldly over his henchman, his voice sharp as he outlines chilling plans centered on Evelyn's hidden secrets. Under an unstable, flickering neon sign, Marlowe meets Officer Doyle, who puffs on his cigarette and warns him of Crane's deep corruption and reach in the city. Evelyn stares into a puddle distorted by rain, the vintage locket gleaming clearly as she steels herself for the dangerous confrontation looming ahead. Investigating Crane's hideout, Marlowe discovers encrypted notes hinting at a conspiracy intricately tied to Evelyn's mysterious past and the locket's significance. Visiting an old confidante, Evelyn learns a secret about the locket's origin, revealing its potential to unravel the dangerous web surrounding her. Vincent's men capture one of Marlowe's trusted contacts, deepening the threat and tightening Crane's iron grip on the city's shadows. Beneath a flickering neon sign reading Solace, Marlowe and Evelyn exchange low whispers, rain pelting around them as plans intertwine amidst growing danger. A coded message guides Marlowe to a clandestine meeting, where he narrowly escapes an expertly planned ambush lurking within the rainy night's shadows. Back at the club, Evelyn's voice sharpens, her fiery song carrying hidden warnings and cryptic signals to Marlowe waiting among the smoke and neon. Officer Doyle uncovers damning evidence linking city officials to Vincent Crane, complicating Marlowe's pursuit as loyalties fray under neon lights and rain. In a private encounter, Vincent confronts Evelyn, revealing knowledge of her darkest secret and delivering an ominous threat that jeopardizes her future. During a tense stakeout in relentless rain, Marlowe's silver lighter fails to ignite, the flickering neon casting shadows as a subtle sign of impending peril. Evelyn carefully slips the vintage locket inside an old, worn book, an unspoken symbol of trust and secrets yet to be shared, as rain continues to fall softly around her. The night erupted in gunfire, shadows scattering as Marlowe lunged to shield a trembling boy. The child gripped a crumpled letter, the address unmistakably marked for Evelyn. Marlowe's silver lighter sparked briefly in the rain, illuminating the urgency in the boy's wide eyes. Vincent's voice cut through the chaos, commanding a citywide blackout to tighten his grip. Neon signs flickered and died, plunging the streets into smothering darkness. His jagged scar seemed to catch the last glimmers of fading light, a sinister reminder of the power he wielded. Under muted neon ghosts that flickered weakly in the downpour, Marlowe and Evelyn slipped through treacherous alleys. Each step brought new dangers, but Evelyn's vintage scarlet dress and Marlowe's steady gait pushed through the gloom. Their eyes met briefly, a silent vow exchanged beneath the relentless rain. In defiance of commands, Officer Doyle appeared from the shadows, cigarette smoke swirling in the damp air. He handed Marlowe encrypted files, the paper damp but intact, a lifeline in the creeping darkness. Doyle's stoic gaze carried unspoken trust as he disappeared back into rain-soaked alleys. A piercing betrayal shook Marlowe's circle to its core, forcing him into the sanctuary of a hidden refuge. Outside, rain hammered relentlessly, blurring the city's fractured edges under neon glows. The weight of suspicion pressed heavy, but Marlowe's silver lighter remained by his side, a small beacon in his solitude. Evelyn, her scarlet dress now torn by confrontation, stood unwavering before the betrayer. Her powerful gaze cut through the cold rain, locket visible as a symbol of her resolve. The city's flickering neon signs cast erratic shadows, reflecting the storm that raged between them. Back in the sanctuary, Marlowe pored over the encrypted files, piecing together fractured clues. A startling connection emerged. Evelyn and Vincent share a past far older and more tangled than anyone suspected. The rain tapped on the window, a steady rhythm to his growing unease. At a grim crime scene, rain relentlessly washed away vital evidence, erasing traces beneath the dripping neon glow. Vincent's shadow slipped through the shadows once more, evading capture with practiced ease. The city's wet streets whispered secrets only the darkness could keep. Gathered beneath a flickering sign, Evelyn revealed the secret nestled within her vintage locket. It was more than a keepsake. It was the key to dismantling Vincent's sprawling criminal web. Her scarlet dress shimmered wet against the rain, determination shining in her eyes. Beneath the fractured neon and persistent rain, Marlowe and Evelyn crafted their final strike. Every detail was aligned, every risk calculated in the dripping silence. The city's pulse beat steady around them, as shadows awaited the unfolding plan. Officer Doyle stood firm as henchmen surged through the streets, cigarette ends burning low and forgotten. His methodical defense carved space for the coming assault, every breath steady against mounting chaos. Neon reflections danced across his stoic face as rain splattered around them. A desperate chase wound through narrow alleyways, shadows stretching and contracting under flickering neon. Marlowe cornered Vincent at last, the night tense with unspoken reckoning. Every step echoed with the weight of years lost and battles yet to be fought. Vincent's jagged scar gleamed sharp and ominous in the dim light as he leveled accusations at Marlowe. His words bit deep, recalling failures Marlowe had kept buried in the rain. The city seemed to hold its breath, caught between past shadows and present resolve. With a rasp, Marlowe's silver lighter sputtered back to life, its small flame fighting the darkness. Fueled by rekindled will, he met Vincent's challenge head-on. The dance of light and shadow blurred as the decisive struggle erupted amidst dripping neon. Evelyn's fingers trembled slightly as she used her locket to unlock secret files within Vincent's safe house. The damning evidence spilled forth, exposing the full breadth of his crimes to the public eye. Outside, rain hammered steadily, as if cleansing the city's sins. Under Doyle's commanding lead, police raids cut through the darkness, flashlights piercing shadowed corners. The storm of law enforcement surged with growing force, neon fragments reflecting on wet pavement. Each step pushed Vincent closer to exposure. Cornered and defiant, Vincent's smirk suggested layers deeper than anyone anticipated. His scar caught the residual neon glow, hinting at conspiracies yet concealed beneath city streets. The web of shadows tightened, threatening to ensnare all involved. Marlowe chose protection over selfish safety, escorting Evelyn through rain-slicked, neon-streaked streets. His trench coat billowed with the storm's fury as he moved steadily toward refuge. The silver lighter's glow was a quiet reassurance in the unrelenting downpour. Evelyn's voice crackled through the radio, a beacon of hope amid the relentless shadows. Her words carried strength and resilience, cutting through mist and static. Despite the rain, her spirit burned brightly, a signal amid the neon gloom. In the confusion and rising storm, Vincent vanished into the pounding rain, his scarred visage disappearing like a ghost. The city's heartbeat faltered as uncertainty swept through the soaked streets. The chase was far from over. Shadows still whispered his name. Marlowe and Evelyn sought refuge atop a secluded rooftop, where neon rain cascaded around them. Plans and promises were exchanged beneath flickering lights and storm-soaked skies. Their alliance forged stronger, united against the dark forces still lurking below. Doyle arrived bearing critical news, a witness prepared to break silence and expose Vincent's operations. The cigarette between his lips burned steadily, his eyes keen with cautious optimism. The pieces were aligning, though danger still loomed. Evelyn's locket caught the neon glow as she readied to disclose the final truth to the city's underground press. Her scarlet dress clung to her in steady defiance against the rain and shadows. The moment to shatter silence was near, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Marlowe worked feverishly to decode cryptic clues leading to Vincent's hidden vault beneath the neon-lit streets. Each revelation peeled back another layer of the tangled conspiracy. Outside, rain continued its ceaseless fall, drumming a tense rhythm to his discoveries. The city held its collective breath as the last fragment of the puzzle slid into place in the relentless rain. Neon signs flickered uncertainly, casting ethereal light over rain-soaked streets. The moment of truth approached, cloaked in shadow and anticipation. Beneath the flickering neon haze, a concealed panel slid open in the damp alley, revealing a narrow passage cloaked in darkness. Detective Marlowe adjusted his trench coat, steeling himself as he stepped inside, the persistent rain muffled behind thick stone walls. His silver lighter flickered briefly, casting fleeting light on the graffiti-scarred walls, leading him deeper into the heart of the city's shadows. From the suffocating darkness, Vincent Crane emerged, his bulky frame stepping forward as if risen from the underworld itself. The jagged scar across his cheek caught the light ominously as he declared himself the architect behind the betrayals that fractured the city's unsuspecting underbelly. His brass cufflinks gleamed with sinister pride, a chilling testament to his ruthless reign. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Evelyn Shaw emerged, her scarlet dress a vivid flame against the bleak chamber. Clutching her vintage locket tightly, she confronted Vincent with undeniable proof of his betrayals, her sharp eyes never wavering. The underworld figures assembled behind them exchanged stunned glances as the truth surfaced under the harsh glow of flickering neon. A heavy silence broke as the rain hammered the broken windows, each drop echoing the shattering of old alliances. Tension thickened the stale air, crackling like static before a storm, the neon signs outside casting eerie shadows through fractured glass. Trust dissolved like mist, the underworld fracturing beneath the weight of unveiled lies and whispered threats. In the claustrophobic chamber, Marlowe lunged at Vincent, their figures merging and breaking apart in the shadows cast by the wet walls. The clash was a desperate dance, his silver lighter temporarily lost in the scuffle as fists collided and coats flared. Each movement etched against the neon-lit gloom, their battle a raw testament to years of deceit and defiance. Evelyn's steady voice cut through the chaos, lifting a small device from within her coat. The recorded confession of Vincent's closest accomplice spilled into the chamber, shattering silence with damning evidence. The weight of his own words unspooled around Vincent, unraveling the last threads of his dark empire beneath the relentless downpour. Vincent's grip faltered, the jagged scar knitting into a grimace of defeat as Officer Doyle appeared, cigarette still clenched between steady lips. The bulky crime boss was restrained, his brass cufflinks catching faint neon glimmers as officers moved decisively. The city's shadows began to recede with every measured step Doyle took, heralding an end to the reign of fear. Outside, rain swept the streets clean, washing away stains both physical and moral. Neon signs flickered softly, their chaotic glow now calm and reflective across puddled asphalt. Vincent's silhouette faded into the night, detained and broken, as the city exhaled beneath the storm's lingering rhythm. On a rooftop above the soaked streets, Marlowe and Evelyn stood close, the breaking dawn framing their silhouetted figures. The vintage locket hung between them, glimmering briefly as the first light touched the city below. Rain still whispered against neon, a gentle promise lingering between the two in the quiet aftermath. The city breathed anew beneath soft neon glows, its pulse steadying after the tempest. Marlowe lifted his silver lighter, sparks flickering one last time before igniting into a small, steady flame. The glow marked a delicate balance of hope and uncertainty, signaling a future still unwritten beneath the shimmering shadows. Ella steps through the village boundary, her silver locket catching the fading light and reflecting a faint shimmer. The air feels heavier here, as if the land itself is holding its breath just before twilight. Near the ancient hollow oak, Rowan lifts his wooden whistle to his lips and plays a strange, haunting melody. The tune echoes softly, a call to something hidden just beyond sight among the gnarled branches and shadows. Old Man Garin approaches Ella with a grave look, his twisted walking stick tapping the ground. He warns her that as dusk falls, the woods begin whispering secrets, and the shadows that stretch from the oak should never be trusted. As the sun dips behind the trees, long shadows creep unnaturally across the cobblestones, thickening near the oak's hollow. Darkness seems to ripple and stretch where no light should bend, unsettling the quiet village streets. Ella's silver locket suddenly chills against her skin, colder than the evening air. From the darkness, a faint, indecipherable whisper brushes past her ears, sending a shiver down her spine. Rowan rushes into the village square, breathless, reporting several village animals have vanished near the woods. A fearful hush spreads among the villagers, their eyes darting nervously toward the encroaching shadows. From deep within the village, the persistent ticking of an old clock grows louder, its echo filling the quiet night. The rhythmic talk strikes uneven beats, unease mounting with each distorted chime. Determined, Ella and Rowan prepare to confront the mystery of the hollow oak. Armed with a flashlight and Rowan's whistle, they step cautiously toward the boundary between safety and shadow. Just beyond the tree line, shadows flicker erratically, moving against the angles of natural light. Their dance is unnatural, unsettling, as if driven by some unknown will contrary to the day's fading rays. Suddenly, the warm night air chills unexpectedly, Ella's breath misting in front of her. Whispering shapes rise and circle around them, elusive and twisting like smoke on the wind. Old Man Garin's voice carries a warning as he recounts the legend of a shadowy being bound to the oak, sustained by the villagers' fear. His tale weaves dread through the night, making the darkness seem alive and watchful. Out of the shadows, dogs howl in terror before fleeing, their elongated shadows contorting grotesquely before fading into the night. Fear weighs heavier with each unnatural movement in the darkness. Rowan lifts his wooden whistle, blowing a sharp, piercing note that cuts through the gloom. The sound ripples outward, momentarily forcing the darkness to recoil and retreat from their immediate circle. Ella's silver locket begins to glow faintly, a soft light pulsing in response to the encroaching darkness. It seems attuned to the shadow's presence, reacting like a silent sentinel against the gloom. As midnight nears, nervous villagers barricade their doors and light candles, their flickering flames casting fragile halos against the growing black. The warm light serves as a fragile barrier, keeping the most malevolent shadows at bay. From the edge of the candlelight, Ella spots the shade, its form undulating with no fixed face, eyes glowing faintly like dying embers. It lurks just out of reach, watching and waiting for a moment to strike. In the darkness, Rowan panics as he discovers his wooden whistle is missing. The shadows creep closer in silence, and without his signal, fear starts to take deeper hold in their hearts. A sudden gust of cold wind sweeps through the village, snuffing out all the lit candles in an instant. The village plunges into pitch-black darkness, broken only by the ominous ticking filling the void. The eerie ticking of the distant clock begins to fluctuate wildly, slowing, then rapidly speeding up. This erratic rhythm disorients and unsettles those who hear it, twisting time into something uncanny. Against the chaotic ticking, Ella's silver locket pulses with bright, rhythmic flashes. It seems to challenge the erratic beat, its steady glow a beacon amid the distorted time and creeping fear. A whisper of cold breath brushes Ella's ear as the shade's voice, low and sibilant, tempts her with secrets hidden beneath the hollow oak. It promises truths to those brave enough to step below its roots alone. Rowan stumbles in the shadows to find a hidden path woven among the tree roots, leading deeper into darkness. Drawn with both curiosity and dread, the path promises answers no one else dares seek. The oldest lamps in the village flicker wildly, casting erratic light and stretching shadows that dance along the walls. The air thickens with unease as the darkness seems to mock the fragile defenses of light. Though hesitation grips her heart, Ella clutches her glowing locket tightly and steps forward, crossing the threshold beneath the hollow oak. Each heartbeat echoes like the ticking clock as she follows the whisper's call into the unknown. Within the shifting shadows, Ella glimpses flickers of trapped villagers from the past, their silent faces pleading for release. The shade reveals its captive collection, a haunting gallery of lost souls entwined within its darkness. Rowan's voice echoed softly through the maze of roots, faint yet insistent, leading Ella deeper under the hollow oak's gnarled branches. Each call grew clearer, a beacon in the dim twilight where shadows clung like whispers. Ella tightened her grip on her silver locket, trusting the boy's guidance through the labyrinthine roots. An eerie clock struck 13, its chime impossible yet unmistakable, reverberating across the clearing with unnatural resonance. The ticking that enveloped them quickened, marking the thinning veil between time's threads. This haunting hour signaled the boundary where past and present entwined beneath the ancient oak. Ella's vision blurred, revealing fleeting memories of others caught in the shade's grasp. Each confrontation ended with silent vanishing and unopened eyes. The images flickered like shadows themselves, ghostly remnants of vanished souls. These past encounters whispered of fear and loss, locked within the tree's age-old roots. Rowan's fingers traced a carved symbol beneath layers of moss, its intricate design mirroring the emblem on Ella's silver locket. The hidden panel in the bark seemed almost alive beneath his touch, its meaning deep and urgent. This unexpected link promised a path, a shared secret binding their fates together. Around them, shadows stirred and bled into malformed faces, flickering with unstable life yet impossible to focus on fully. These ephemeral visages twisted and warped, like smoke caught in flickering candlelight, hinting at torment and despair. The air grew heavier, thick with silent pleadings woven into the darkness. Drawing on a surge of courage, Ella reached out to touch the carved symbol. Her fingertips met the rough wood, steady and warm. Suddenly, the earth beneath the hollow oak trembled, a low rumble resonating through the roots and into their bones. The connection felt alive, a bridge bridging shadow and flesh. The shade recoiled, its form condensing into a dense, foreboding mass that radiated menace. Shadows thickened, swirling with malevolent energy, as though angered by Ella's audacity. Its intangible presence now grew oppressive, suffocating the little light that lingered beneath the canopy. Rowan seized his wooden whistle, holding it as shadows encroached, then blew a piercing, desperate note. The sound shattered the darkness momentarily, scattering the shadowy faces like mist in dawn's first light. The fleeting reprieve bolstered their spirits even as anticipation churned in the air. Between Ella's locket and the carved symbol, a glowing thread appeared, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. Its gentle light wove through the darkness, a fragile but undeniable link uniting past and present. The thread's rhythm synced with the old clock's ticking, drawing power from both time and memory. Emerging from the veil of trees, Old Man Garin began chanting an ancient verse, his voice low and resonant. His words carried strength, a call to awaken the spirits of the village and fortify their resolve. The air around him shimmered with age-old power, binding those present with shared determination. One by one, villagers lit candles, their flames flickering to life simultaneously in a unified defiance. The combined glow pushed back shadows inch by inch, carving space for hope amidst despair. The hollow oak stood illuminated, a battleground of light against creeping darkness. The ticking of the old clock accelerated, matching the pulsing glow emanating from Ella's silver locket. Time itself seemed to quicken, heartbeat and second hand entwined in urgent rhythm. This symphony of light and sound heralded a turning point beneath the ancient boughs. The shade lunged toward Rowan with desperate fury, its dark limbs grasping for the boy. But Rowan slipped away swiftly, darting into the village square where open light and life beckoned. The momentary breach left the shade agitated, its form writhing in shadowed frustration. Beneath the hollow oak, Ella faced the shade, her locket held aloft as a beacon of light. She stood steady in the dark, unyielding despite the fear gnawing within. The silver gleamed, casting sharp reflections that fractured the shadows around her. The shadows twisted before her eyes, revealing a memory warped by pain, a betrayal that bound the shade to this place. Faces contorted in anguish, a bond forged in sorrow and regret lingering beneath the gnarled roots. This revelation seeped like poison through the fractured darkness. Rowan and villagers formed a circle around the tree, hands joined and voices softly humming a steady, soothing melody. Their unity created a shield of warmth and light, reinforcing Ella's stand against the shadowy force. The harmony wove a protective barrier stronger than any single candle's glow. The shade's form flickered erratically, sorrow washing over its face before it began to fracture and dissolve. The fractured shadows splintered, losing coherence, as if the sorrow itself unraveled its dark essence. The force that once loomed threateningly now faltered, its presence fading like a dying breath. From Ella's locket burst a blinding light that pierced the darkness, scattering shadow and smoke alike. The sudden brilliance banished the lingering forms with fierce clarity, cleansing the hollow oak beneath which they had gathered. Light filled the space where fear and shadow had once dwelled. A profound silence followed, the incessant ticking ceasing abruptly as calm returned to the village. Moonlight bathed the clearing, serene and pure after the night's turmoil. The air felt lighter, charged with a peace that had seemed impossible just moments before. Exhausted, Ella collapsed, the silver locket resting warm against her chest once again. Dawn broke over the horizon, casting soft golden hues through the trees and promising a new beginning. Relief and weariness mingled in the quiet aftermath of their ordeal. Rowan knelt where the hollow oak had stood, discovering a small sprout glowing faintly with vibrant life. This fragile shoot seemed a symbol of renewal, the forest's promise of healing and hope reborn. Its gentle radiance breathed comfort into the cool morning air. One by one, villagers emerged from their homes, faces marked by relief yet touched by the terror of the night. Silent glances passed between them, a shared understanding of what had transpired beneath the ancient tree. Life would go on, forever altered but resilient. Old Man Garin approached Ella, a solemn nod acknowledging the closing of an ancient curse at last. His weathered eyes reflected respect and gratitude for her bravery. The twisted walking stick tapped softly against the earth, a rhythm steady as new beginnings. Ella's silver locket remained unbroken, now humming softly with a gentle, warm light. It shimmered faintly, a token of strength and hope preserved through darkness. The locket's glow promised protection and memory entwined beneath its silver face. Rowan clutched his wooden whistle, aware that though the danger had passed, its call might be needed again someday. Yet hope warmed his heart more than fear, a belief in peace restored for their village. The whistle hung quietly at his side as dawn painted the sky with promise. Ella held her silver locket up to the dim light, explaining how its glow sealed the shade's power by binding shadow and time together. This ancient magic ensured that the dark entity could no longer slip through the cracks of the ticking moments. The villagers listened intently, their eyes reflecting both wonder and relief. Vowing to keep the hollow ground sacred, the villagers agreed to protect it from any future encroachment of darkness. Their whispered promises mingled with the soft wind, each determined to guard the fragile balance that held peace in their home. The memory of the shade would remain, but only as a warning etched in their hearts. Rowan knelt at the village center, carefully planting a glowing sprout whose light pulsed gently against the twilight. This living symbol of rebirth and safety would remind everyone of the harmony they now preserved. The little shoot seemed to breathe new life into the weary earth beneath its roots. Ella, no longer gripped by fear, felt a lasting connection to the woods and the shadows they contained. She stood watchful and calm, anticipating any ripple in the natural order rather than recoiling from it. Her silver locket shimmered quietly, a beacon of steady strength. Old Man Garin gathered the villagers to recount tales of courage past and caution against the lure of fear's return. His voice, steady as his twisted walking stick, urged vigilance and unity. Through his stories, the community understood the importance of facing darkness together, not alone. The old clock in the village square chimed 12 times, its steady tick and reassuring strike restoring normalcy to the air. Each chime echoed like a heartbeat, affirming that the unnatural ticking was at last silenced. Time flowed without disturbance, comforting every listening soul. As night settled in, shadows folded into their natural shapes, behaving without menace or mystery. The whispers on the wind faded, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the night's tranquil breath. Darkness returned to a harmless cloak, a backdrop rather than a threat. Ella and Rowan sat quietly beside the glowing sprout, the silver locket resting between them with a faint, steady glow. Their shared presence spoke of friendship forged in challenge and hope blossoming anew. Together, they watched as the village breathed in peaceful silence. Throughout the village, restful sleep enveloped the people, dreams clear of whispering shadows or unsettling ticks. The nightmare of darkness receded, leaving only calm and comfort in its wake. The silence felt alive with gentle promise as the night deepened. When dawn's light filtered over the village rooftops, it cast a warm glow filled with hope and quiet strength. The land seemed to sigh in relief, renewed and steady after the trials faced. A new day began, bright and unshadowed, held safely beneath watchful eyes and hearts. Max bursts through the office door, a box of fresh donuts clutched in his hand, his crooked glasses teetering as he beams with anticipation. Ellie greets him cheerfully, her oversized sweater sleeves partially covering her hands as she eyes the tempting box and tucks a loose curl behind one ear. Mr. Crumb storms in behind them, grumbling about looming deadlines, his coffee-stained tie flapping dramatically as he clutches a stack of documents. With a flourish, Max sets the donut box center stage on the shared desk, declaring them the perfect morale booster for a tough day ahead. Just as Max turns to fetch coffee, Ellie reaches eagerly for a pink frosted donut, but the box suddenly slides away from her grasp without explanation. Max and Ellie exchange bewildered glances as the donut box vanishes completely from the desk, leaving behind only a slight wobble where it sat. From the doorway, Mr. Crumb appears with a self-satisfied smirk, tapping his mustache knowingly yet denies any involvement in the mysterious disappearance. Determined, Max sets up a small webcam aimed exactly where the donut box had been, marking the spot with a familiar blue sticky note. Ellie quickly types a countdown timer into her laptop, ready to monitor any new attempts at stealing the office suites. Suddenly, the box snaps back onto the desk, but Max immediately spots one donut missing and squints suspiciously at the empty space. A shadow flashes past the window, catching everyone's attention and sparking whispered theories about ghosts haunting their office. Mr. Crumb's coffee mug slips, spilling a stained pattern across the desk that oddly seems to point toward the break room corner. Curious, Ellie tiptoes toward the break room, inspecting the coffee machine and examining scattered crumbs on the floor. Max studies the webcam footage, seeing a quick hand swipe, but the culprit's face remains frustratingly out of frame, deepening the puzzle. Teaming up, Max and Ellie plan a lunch-hour stakeout, vowing to catch the elusive donut thief red-handed. During their surveillance, Max accidentally bumps a chair, clattering loudly and startling them both, yet no donut thief appears amidst the chaos. Ellie notices a trail of frosting smears, leading from the desk area toward the ventilation vent near the ceiling. Mr. Crumb insists again that he's innocent, offers a peace offering of donuts, but his fingers betray him with a subtle nervous twitch. Climbing a ladder, Max peers cautiously into the vent and discovers only dust bunnies and a crumpled blue sticky note doodled with a donut symbol. The office phone suddenly rings off the hook, forcing everyone to abandon their focus and answer in bursts of hurried chatter. Ellie rigs a donut-shaped trap on a chair, complete with a dangling string tied to a small bell, hoping it might alert them to the next thief. The trap activates, but instead of a stealing culprit, it unleashes a spray of confetti, startling the whole office and leaving everyone laughing nervously. Mr. Crumb admits he recently celebrated his niece's birthday with confetti, explaining the unexpected colorful explosion in the office. Though frustrated by the confetti chaos, Max and Ellie exchange determined looks, committed to uncovering the truth behind the disappearing donuts. Suddenly, the power cuts out, plunging the office into darkness. Muffled noises and faint laughter echo as tension rises with the blackout. Emergency lights flickered, casting an eerie glow across the office as Mr. Crumb emerged, clutching a single donut. His sheepish grin and amused eyes betrayed a playful secret behind his unusual presence. Ellie's sharp eyes caught the absence of the blue sticky note from its usual spot near Max's workspace. In its place was a handwritten riddle, its curling letters teasing an unknown clue. The riddle spoke cryptically of a secret meeting place, described as where hands meet and heads nod in unison. Its enigmatic tone sparked curiosity and a sense of adventure among the trio. Max quickly surmised that the riddle referred to the conference room, a spot fitting the description well. With the donut box in hand, they cautiously advanced, ready for whatever awaited. Just as they crossed the threshold, the conference room door creaked loudly and snapped shut behind them, locking automatically without warning. The sudden confinement added a jolt of tension to the moment. Inside, the lights revealed a festive scene, a donut-themed surprise party meticulously arranged by Mr. Crumb to lift everyone's spirits. Donut decorations and cheerful banners transformed the space into a warm refuge. Ellie burst out laughing, the tension melting away as she realized the theft was a playful ruse by Mr. Crumb. This light-hearted prank had sparked unexpected excitement and joy in the office. Max examined the donut box, now brimming with an assortment of colorful treats, feeling gratitude mixed with amusement at the prank. The donuts that started the mystery were now the centerpiece of celebration. The trio exchanged goofy, knowing smiles as a playlist of funky tunes filled the room, inviting laughter and relaxed camaraderie. The atmosphere changed markedly from the week's earlier gloom. Ellie's gaze caught a discreetly positioned hidden camera, its lens capturing their surprised and joyful reactions. It seemed their moment was being immortalized for a future office memoir video. In his delight, Max bit into a jelly-filled donut only to have the filling squirt unexpectedly onto his glasses. The mishap drew bursts of laughter, adding to the cheer filling the room. Laughter spread freely among them, weaving a light-hearted vibe that had been missing all week. The simple joy of donuts and friendship rejuvenated their spirits. Mr. Crumb revealed a quirky donut trophy engraved with Best Office Prankster and handed it to Max, celebrating his unwitting role in the day's fun. The trophy was a symbol of their shared humor and team bond. Ellie pulled out a marker and began decorating the trophy with silly faces and captions, adding personal touches that made the prize even more endearing. Their creativity further cemented the moment's warmth. A timer on the wall quietly ticked down toward the end of the workday, a subtle reminder of time's swift passage amidst their joyful gathering. It anchored them back to office routines, albeit lighter than before. Max suggested turning their donut-driven antics into weekly traditions, aiming to sustain office morale with ongoing playful events. His proposal was met with enthusiastic nods, signaling a new chapter in their workspace culture. Ellie enthusiastically agreed, envisioning themed weeks featuring different snacks and silly competitions to keep the spirit lively and inclusive. Their teamwork promised fresh fun ahead. Mr. Crumb pledged to organize a monthly snack swap event, complete with costumes and music, ensuring variety and continued bonding. His commitment was met with cheers, revealing his deeper role in fostering joy. Together, they posed for a group photo holding the donut trophy, their broad smiles immortalizing the day's newfound camaraderie. The snapshot was a testament to their shared journey from mystery to celebration. As lights dimmed, they returned to their desks, still chuckling and exchanging leftover treats. The office felt transformed, lighter and more connected by the warmth they had created. Suddenly, the blue sticky note reappeared, now stuck on Max's computer monitor with a hand-drawn smiley face. Its return hinted at more surprises lurking just beneath the surface. Just then, the office printer whirred to life, ejecting a fresh message that read, "More surprises await." The cryptic line electrified the room with anticipation once more. Ellie leaned over to read the note aloud, her voice tinged with excitement and curiosity. The mysterious message promised that their day of fun was only just beginning. Mr. Crumb winked knowingly and raised his coffee mug in silent toast, signaling the start of ongoing merriment and teamwork in the office. His gesture unified them in shared anticipation of what was next. Max glanced at his watch, astonished at how swiftly the day had passed amid laughter and camaraderie. The unexpected joy marked a memorable turn in their normally routine work life. The camera slowly zooms out, revealing a clumsy robotic arm clutching another box of donuts. Its jerky movements hint at future shenanigans that await the office team. From a hidden speaker, a playful jingle begins to play, celebrating the joy of donuts. This confirms that a new prank system has been installed, bringing a lighthearted energy to the workspace. Ellie presses a button on her laptop with a grin, instantly activating colorful lights around the office. Donut shapes project across the walls, filling the room with vibrant, whimsical patterns. Mr. Crumb sets up a leaderboard on a computer screen, tracking upcoming donut-related challenges and achievements. His thick mustache twitches with delight as he imagines the friendly competition ahead. Gathered together, Max, Ellie, and Mr. Crumb plan their next donut-themed prank with gleeful enthusiasm and mock seriousness. Their camaraderie fills the room, turning the office into their playful stage. Suddenly, a small drone buzzes near the ceiling, gracefully delivering a fresh box of donuts labeled for the next mystery. The unexpected arrival adds a new twist to their unfolding adventures. All three exchange excited looks, the atmosphere now infused with playful energy and anticipation. The office feels alive, charged with the promise of fun and surprises. Ellie sneaks a bite from the drone-delivered box, then shares it with Max and Mr. Crumb as a warm peace gesture. Their smiles and laughter echo the strong bond forged over countless donut escapades. The camera centers on the blue sticky note near their workspace, now adorned with tiny donut stickers and a cheerful smile. It stands as a symbol of their shared journey and the mysteries yet to come. The scene fades out as laughter and lighthearted chatter fill the office. The promise of many more donut adventures lingers, leaving viewers with a sense of joyful anticipation. In the heart of Riverton, an old bank stood untouched for decades, its vault rumored to hold secrets worth millions. Mara, a sharp and fearless planner, gathered a small team for one last job before vanishing for good. "This isn't about money," Mara said, eyes gleaming. "It's about the truth locked inside that vault." The team studied blueprints and security shifts, memorizing every detail with laser focus. On a foggy Friday night, they slipped through shadows into the building, their movements synchronized like a well-rehearsed dance. Inside, alarms and cameras seemed dormant, almost welcoming their presence. Reaching the vault door, Ethan, the tech expert, disabled the electronic lock with practiced ease. With a heavy click, the massive door creaked open, revealing a dusty chest and an old, tarnished ledger. Mara brushed off the dust, flipping through pages filled with names, dates, and unimaginable secrets. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The bank manager was making his nightly rounds early. "Time to go," Mara whispered, slipping the ledger into a satchel. They retraced their steps, heartbeats pounding, until fresh air greeted them outside. Under the streetlights, they spread out the ledger's contents, revealing records of corruption hidden for years. "This will bring down the corrupt," Mara smiled. "Not a payday, but justice is worth more." The team parted ways, each knowing their lives had changed forever. News stations buzzed the next day as evidence surfaced, shaking Riverton to its core. Mara watched the chaos unfold from a cafe, her mission complete. The thrill of the heist was nothing compared to the satisfaction of unveiling truth. "Not all treasures are gold," she mused, sipping her coffee. And so, under the fading city lights, she disappeared, leaving behind a restless city and a story untold. Anna's morning began with the familiar scent of freshly baked bread wafting through her kitchen. She glanced out the window and noticed a golden maple leaf fluttering gently to the ground. Deciding to seize the calm, she slipped on her shoes and stepped outside, the crisp air filling her lungs. The park nearby was her sanctuary, especially under the sprawling branches of the ancient maple tree. She sat down on the worn wooden bench, watching children play and dogs chase after frisbees. An elderly man approached, carrying a small sketchbook and a kind smile. "Mind if I join you?" he asked softly, settling down beside her. They exchanged brief introductions, the warmth of their conversation matching the autumn sun. He showed her his drawings, delicate sketches of leaves, branches, and the park's old bench. Anna shared stories of her childhood visits to the same park, memories blooming between them. Suddenly, a gust of wind sent a flurry of vibrant leaves swirling around their feet. "Looks like autumn's putting on a show for us," the man chuckled. She laughed, feeling a lightness she hadn't realized she'd been missing. Time slipped away pleasantly, their worries momentarily forgotten in simple companionship. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in pink and orange hues, they rose to leave. "Thank you for sharing this afternoon with me," Anna said, her smile genuine. "The pleasure was all mine," he replied, handing her a small sketch of the maple tree. Walking home, Anna held the drawing close, grateful for the unexpected friendship. "Sometimes," she mused, "all it takes is a leaf to start a new chapter." With the city lights twinkling ahead, she felt ready for whatever tomorrow might bring. Isla sat hunched over the ancient map, candlelight flickering across her face as her green eyes mirrored the vibrant blue glow of the small crystal in her hand. Every line and symbol held secrets she was desperate to unravel before darkness could claim more ground. The heavy wooden door creaked open, and Eldrick entered, clutching an old scroll marked with the ancient tree symbol. His voice carried urgency as he warned Isla to prepare, for the ominous darkening was no mere threat. It was a looming inevitability. Outside the quiet library, Kalen stood resolute, his dark braided hair shifting in the breeze as his sharp gaze swept the horizon. Dark clouds, unnatural and heavy, creeped forward, signaling the peril steadily approaching their village. The village square hummed with restless whispers, faces etched with fear as rumors of the encroaching darkness spread like wildfire. The once vibrant heart of their community now pulsed with unease and dread. Isla's fingers brushed against the lumina crystal, which flickered weakly in response, its glow resembling a heartbeat struggling against an unseen force. Though cryptic, the pulse carried a message she could almost, but not quite comprehend. Eldrick leaned close, his spectacles catching the dim light as he recited the legend of the crystals of Valora. "These ancient stones," he explained, "once maintained the fragile balance between light and darkness, a balance now on the verge of shattering." Together, Isla and Eldrick pored over the map, tracing a jagged route toward the lost crystal caverns rumored to lie hidden beyond the towering mountains. Their fingers pressed into worn parchment, mapping hope amid despair. Kalen adjusted the straps of his armor with practiced precision, his scarred face stoic yet tense. Each click and pull was a silent vow to protect, as he braced for the treacherous journey ahead. As night draped the land, tendrils of darkness seeped into the village outskirts, wilting the vibrant flowers that once painted the fields. The air thickened with a cold shadow, swallowing color and life beneath its weight. Suddenly, Isla felt the lumina crystal surge with energy, its faint light blossoming into a warning. Through the twisting trees, she glimpsed a shadowy figure, watching silently from the distance, impossibly just beyond reach. Eldrick's expression darkened as he revealed the truth. The darkening was spreading at an unprecedented pace, faster than any record or prophecy had anticipated. Its unchecked advance threatened not just their village, but all living things. At dawn, beneath the sprawling branches of the village's ancient tree, the trio gathered to begin their perilous quest. The first light caught Isla's silver braid, the symbol of hope trailing behind their determined steps. Isla's lumina crystal emitted a faint glow, casting pale light on the dense, shadowed forest path ahead. Every leaf and branch seemed alive, as if the very woods were watching and waiting. Without warning, twisted shadows lunged from the surrounding trees, their forms writhing with unnatural energy. Kalen sprang into action, drawing his sword to fend off the encroaching darkness with swift, precise strikes. They barely escaped the ambush, breaths ragged as the gravity of their mission settled heavier. It was clear now. The stakes of their quest extended far beyond personal safety. The fate of their world hung precariously in balance. Deeper within the forest, Isla noticed faint symbols glowing on the bark of ancient trees, their light pulsing gently like guiding stars. These marks seemed to respond to the crystal's resonance, carving a path through the dense wilderness. As Isla's crystal pulsed with growing strength, the forest around them shimmered, charged with a tangible magic. The air thrummed between light and shadow, filling their journey with both wonder and warning. Ahead, an ancient stone doorway emerged from the overgrowth, its surface etched with the familiar tree symbol, worn by time but defiantly intact. The passage beckoned them into secret realms forgotten by most. Eldrick lifted his amulet, its faint glow synchronizing with the door's carvings. With a whispered incantation, the stone doorway slowly creaked open, revealing a hidden cavern sparkling with countless shimmering crystals. Inside, a suffocating silence enveloped the trio, unnatural and heavy, broken suddenly by a deep, distant roar echoing from the cavern's depths. The sound reverberated through stone, stirring dread and resolve alike. Careful and deliberate, they descended into the cavern's heart, the walls illuminating softly as Isla raised the lumina crystal higher. The gentle light danced over their surroundings, revealing secrets whispered in stone. Without warning, tremors shook the cavern violently. A large section collapsed behind them, dust clouding the dark air and sealing their only known exit, trapping them deeper within the earth's embrace. Kaelin's keen eyes scanned ahead, noting faint footprints etched in the glittering dust, mingled with ominous claw marks. The signs whispered of creatures unknown and dangers lurking just out of sight. A spectral figure materialized briefly before them, translucent and ethereal, its voice a faint whisper carrying a cryptic warning. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the apparition vanished, leaving behind a chilling silence. Driven by instinct, Isla placed her crystal upon an ancient altar. The stone vibrated beneath it, resonating deeply until a hidden pathway pulsed into revelation before them. With a mixture of fear and hope, they prepared to step into the unknown. The trio steps cautiously into a vast chamber where the darkness coils and writhes as if alive, swallowing the faint gleam of their crystals. The air is thick with unease, and every shadow seems to pulse with hidden threats. Isla tightens her grip on the lumina crystal, its glow dim against the oppressive blackness. From this living darkness emerge twisted creatures, their bodies contorted and corrupted, yet their eyes glint faintly, tethered to some remaining spark of light. Their eerie forms shift unpredictably, reflecting a balance twisted toward shadow. The chamber feels alive with the struggle between illumination and void. Kaelin draws his sword with a steely resolve, engaging the creatures in frantic battle, his scarred face set in a determined grimace. Isla and Eldrick seize the moment, scouring the cavern walls for another glowing crystal said to hold power over the darkness. Their search is urgent amid the clashing chaos around them. Eldrick's keen eyes catch sight of a smaller crystal embedded deep within a jagged stone, its faint light flickering like a heartbeat. He strains to dislodge it, fingers grasping the ancient rock, but the crystal resists, locked tight as if bound by the cavern itself. Isla moves closer, ready to aid his efforts. As they free the crystal, a swell of darkness rolls through the chamber like a tidal wave, intensifying and pushing against them with relentless force. The shadows creep closer, alive with a malevolent hunger that threatens to overwhelm their fragile light. The lumina crystal flickers, mirroring the rising tension. Isla carefully aligns the two crystals, their glow melding into radiant beams that carve through the shadow like swords of light. The encroaching darkness recoils, pushed back momentarily by this sudden burst of clarity. Hope sparkles in her eyes as the luminous power courses between them. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the cave floor, and a deep chasm splits the ground, separating Kaelin from Isla and Eldrick. The gap is wide and ominous, walls steep and crumbling. Each side faces peril alone, the bond between them tested by the abyss. From across the divide, Kaelin shouts words of encouragement, his voice unwavering despite the danger. Bracing himself, he begins scaling the sheer cavern walls with grim determination. His dark, braided hair clings as he claws upward, driven to reunite with his companions. Pressing forward into the shadowed depths, Isla and Eldrick discover faded inscriptions carved into stone, depicting an ancient ritual meant to restore balance between light and shadow. The symbols shimmer faintly under the crystal's glow, hinting at forgotten knowledge. The weight of history settles around them. Without warning, the lumina crystal's glow dims unexpectedly, sending a cold shiver through Isla's heart. The pulse of magic seems to falter, as though responding to an unseen threat. Darkness creeps not only outside, but within their very artifacts of power. Eldrick becomes encircled by a shadowy presence, whispering ancient curses in a language long lost to time. The dark aura tests his resolve, threatening to consume his spirit and fracture their mission. With eyes narrowed behind his round spectacles, he steels himself against the encroaching despair. Summoning her courage, Isla raises the combined crystals, a bright shield of light forming around Eldrick. The dark murmurs recoil, the malevolent aura dissipating under the radiance they produce. Their unity of purpose shines as a beacon amid the suffocating gloom. Just then, Kaelin returns, breathless but determined, only to find a massive shadow beast blocking their path. Towering and snarling, it radiates menace, its eyes dark yet reflecting the crystal's faint light. The three face a new, daunting threat together. They move as one, using swift strikes and the luminous beams from their crystals to confuse and weaken the monstrous foe. The light dances around the beast, disrupting its dark essence, while Kaelin exploits every opening. Their combined strength begins to turn the tide. Suddenly, the chamber shudders violently, stones tumbling as the cavern begins collapsing around them. Rocks fall in maelstrom, and shadows swirl into a tempest of chaos. Urgency seizes their hearts. Escape becomes paramount amid the crumbling ruin. Breathless, they reach a sealed doorway emblazoned with the ancient tree emblem, a symbol seen throughout their quest. Recognition dawns that this gateway leads to their ultimate destination, the final chamber. The air hums with latent power, signaling the climax of their journey. Isla carefully fits the crystals into indentations matching their shapes on the door's surface. As the last piece settles, the emblem glows brightly, and the heavy door unlocks with a resonant burst of light. Beyond lies the chamber that holds the fate of Valora. Inside, a pedestal rises, cradling the great crystal of Valora. Its vibrant pulsing life energy fills the room, but falters, flickering dangerously as if unstable. The air around it crackles with tension, the ancient power teetering between restoration and ruin. Approaching cautiously, they are confronted by the shadowy figure seen earlier, now revealed as the corrupted guardian of the crystal. Its form wavers between light and darkness, bearing both menace and sorrow. The Guardian's presence commands both respect and wariness. The Guardian challenges their worth, eyes piercing as it tests the unity and resolve of the group. A tense standoff ensues, where trust and strength must overcome fear and suspicion. The fate of the crystal, and all of Valora, hangs in the balance. Stepping forward, Isla speaks with quiet conviction of balance and hope, her words weaving through the chamber like gentle light. The Guardian's aggression softens as the combined crystals resonate with her spirit, harmonizing conflict into calm. A fragile peace kindles between them. The Guardian yields, merging with the crystal of Valora in a brilliant fusion that steadies its pulsing energy. Light spreads through the crystal, illuminating every corner of the chamber in serene brilliance. The once flickering crystal now glows with vibrant life and promise. A flood of luminous energy pours forth, pushing back the shadows that had seeped into the cavern's stones and crystals. The colors return, richer and more vivid, as darkness is swept away by radiance. The chamber feels reborn, a sanctuary of light restored. Eldrick studies the now clear inscriptions carefully, fully deciphering the ritual meant to awaken the crystal's true power. His amulet pulses in rhythm with the newfound clarity, guiding their next steps precisely. The path forward is illuminated by knowledge and hope alike. Together, the trio performs the ritual, their hands joined over the glowing crystal. A radiant light envelops them, weaving threads of balance between light and darkness throughout the cavern. Harmony is restored, yet deeper truths linger just beyond the glow. The dark, brooding clouds that had long hung over the land began to dissolve, unveiling a vast expanse of clear, cerulean skies. The once withered fields breathed a new, vibrant greenery spreading like a gentle tide, reclaiming the earth. It was as if the world itself exhaled a sigh of relief, its wounds visibly healing under the cleansing light. In Isla's hand, the crystal she carried pulsed with a steady, brilliant glow, steady and warm as the dawn. The light it emitted was no longer flickering or weak. It symbolized a renewed hope that now radiated within every heart. This was the gleaming promise that darkness had been overcome. At the heart of the village, the ancient tree, their timeless guardian, began to pulse with gentle waves of life energy. Its leaves shimmered with renewed vitality, reflecting the balance restored between light and shadow. The symbol etched into its bark seemed to glow faintly, a beacon of harmony reborn. One by one, the villagers stepped from their homes, eyes wide in cautious wonder at the transformed landscape. The tense silence that had gripped them was replaced by a tranquil peace as smiles slowly returned. They felt, deep within, the promise of safety and renewal settling over their homeland. Eldrick gathered the villagers near the ancient tree and shared stories of their arduous journey. His voice, steady and enriched with wisdom, spoke of courage tested and the strength found only in unity. He reminded them that this harmony was won through the bravery of each soul who dared to stand against the darkness. Kalen stood solemnly at the edge of the gathering, his vigilant gaze sweeping the horizon. The scar across his left cheek caught the sun's rays, glowing faintly as if touched by the lingering magic in the air. His presence was a steadfast sentinel, reflecting the warrior's unwavering resolve. By the ancient tree, Isla sat quietly, the gentle breeze tugging softly at her silver braid as she smiled with peaceful reflection. Her vivid green eyes shone with gratitude and quiet strength, knowing the cost of their victory. In this serene moment, she felt a deep connection to the land and to her companions. With great care, the trio placed the Lumina crystal at the very center of the village, where it radiated a protective light. Its steady glow served not only as a symbol, but as an enduring safeguard for generations to come. The crystal's brilliance became a beacon, promising light in any shadow that may arise. Together, Isla, Eldrick, and Kalen prepared for a new adventure, their spirits fortified by the trials they had faced. The bonds forged through hardship had deepened into unbreakable trust and shared purpose. With renewed hope and heartened resolve, they set their sights beyond the village's edge. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden glow upon the distant mountains, the trio moved forward with steady steps. Their silhouettes merged with the vibrant landscape, a testament to journeys past and those yet to come. The horizon shimmered with promise, and they were ready to embrace whatever fate awaited. The rain slammed against the city, like a warning, neon signs flickering through the haze. Jake Morgan lit a cigarette, the smoke curling like a question mark in the dim light. He didn't expect company at midnight, least of all a dame with secrets in her eyes. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling, clutching a faded photograph. Morgan studied the photo. A man, vanished without a trace 5 years ago. "Why come to me now?" he asked, flicking ash into a cracked tin can. She hesitated, then whispered, "Because the shadows are closing in." Days blurred into nights, as Jake hunted clues across rain-slick streets and smoky bars. Each lead tangled deeper into a web of lies, betrayal, and long-buried sins. The city's underbelly pulsed with danger, but Morgan was no stranger to the darkness. One alley, one fistfight, one whispered tip later, he found himself staring down a crooked cop. "You're out of your depth," the cop sneered, holster empty but menace full. Morgan cracked a grin. "Maybe, but someone's gotta dive deep." In the bleak basement of a forgotten warehouse, the truth waited in cold silence. The missing man was alive, chained by debts and addicted to silence. Reunion was bittersweet, shadowed by the price paid for freedom. Back in the rain-soaked streets, Morgan handed the dame the man she'd lost. She smiled faintly. "Thanks for bringing light to the shadows." Jake lit another cigarette, the glow a small defiance against the dark city. "All in a night's work," he murmured, disappearing into the rain and neon blur. The old lighthouse stood towering against the stormy sky as Meyer approached, her heart racing with anticipation. She clutched a worn leather map, its edges frayed from years of searching for the rumored treasure hidden nearby. Lightning cracked overhead, illuminating the daunting steps spiraling up the lighthouse's narrow shaft. Maya hesitated, but then pressed her hand on the cold metal railing, beginning her ascent. As she climbed, whispers of the past seemed to echo through the walls, urging her forward. At the top, the door creaked open, revealing a dusty lantern and a faded journal resting on a wooden table. She flipped open the journal, discovering entries from a lighthouse keeper who spoke of a secret passage beneath the rocks. Without delay, Maya descended carefully, her boots echoing in the empty tower. Outside, rain battered her face as she followed the journal's directions toward the cliff's edge. A narrow cave entrance lay hidden behind a curtain of ivy, just as the journal described. Lighting her lantern, Maya stepped inside, the walls closing in around her as she ventured deeper. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a cavern glowing with the shimmer of countless shells and glittering stones. In the center, a chest lay half buried in sand, its lock rusted but intact. With a deep breath, she pried it open, revealing an assortment of old coins, maps, and a compass unlike any she had seen. Maya smiled, realizing the true treasure was the adventure and the history she uncovered. She carefully packed the items, planning to share the story and preserve the legacy of the lighthouse keeper. As she exited the cave, the storm was clearing, and the first rays of dawn painted the sky in soft gold. Maya looked back once more at the lighthouse, feeling a profound connection to its silent sentinel. "Some secrets are worth the journey," she whispered, tucking the journal safely into her pack. With a steady heart, she walked away, ready for whatever new adventure awaited beyond the horizon. The clock struck midnight as Emma sat alone by the window, clutching a worn envelope. She hesitated, fingers trembling, then unfolded the brittle paper inside. "If you're reading this," the letter began, "it means I never made it back." Her heart pounded. It was her brother, Alex, lost at sea months ago. He wrote of regrets, dreams, and a secret he had kept about their childhood. Emma's eyes filled with tears, but she kept reading, drawn into his words. "I've hidden something in the old oak tree by the river. Look there for me." Determined, she wrapped her coat around her and stepped into the cold night. The riverbank was quiet, bathed in silver moonlight, the oak tree standing tall. She searched the rough bark, feeling around until her fingers found a small, carved box. Inside, a collection of photographs, and a note declaring his unwavering love for their family. "I wanted you to know, even if I can't be there," the note reads softly. Emma clutched the box to her chest, feeling both pain and comfort mingling. She whispered, "Alex, I miss you. But now, I have a part of you to hold on to." As dawn approached, Emma sat beneath the oak tree, the weight in her heart beginning to lift. The letter had given her closure she never thought possible, a final connection. Slowly, she smiled through tears, ready to face the days ahead with newfound strength. "Goodbye for now," she murmured, "and thank you for the memories." The sun rose, casting warm light over the river, a new day beginning for Emma. She stood, carrying her brother's love with her, finally at peace. The city skyline stretches beneath a veil of night, its lights flickering like distant stars. Maya stands by her apartment window, her sharp eyes fixed on a television screen broadcasting updates about a chilling missing person case. A sudden knock breaks the silence, and Maya cautiously opens the door to find a plain envelope waiting. Inside, a torn photograph shows her with someone unfamiliar, igniting a spark of unease deep within her. In her cluttered apartment, Maya studies the torn photograph intently, her fingers absent-mindedly brushing against Ava's silver bracelet clasped around her wrist. The image raises more questions than answers, twisting the knot of her thoughts tighter. Far away in a shadowed alley, Leo steps out, leather jacket pulled tight as he speaks quietly on a burner phone. His tense features and guarded tone betray a man burdened with secrets too heavy to share. A flashback reveals Maya and Leo in a dim cafe, voices raised in a heated argument about trust. The room's muted light and their fierce expressions reflect a fractured relationship struggling to survive. On a rooftop gym bathed in the faint glow of the city, Ava's silver bracelet glints as she throws relentless punches. Her athletic form moves with determined purpose, each strike echoing unspoken resolve. In a stark office space, Elias peers intently at grainy security footage, his round glasses catching the pale light. His eyes narrow on a figure clad in a leather jacket, the tension in his stern face growing more palpable. The crowded marketplace hums with life as Maya leans close to Ava, whispering urgently about a clandestine alliance. Amid the noise, their words carry the weight of fragile trust built on shared secrets. On a rain-slick sidewalk, shards of shattered glass lie scattered. Maya steps carefully over the fragments, the broken pieces a silent reflection of the fractured loyalties entwining their fates. Hidden in the shadows, Leo watches Maya with narrowed, calculating eyes. His leather jacket shifts slightly in the dim light, signaling readiness for what might come next. Determined, Maya traces the torn photograph's origins to an abandoned warehouse at the city's outskirts. The building looms like a silent witness to truths yet uncovered, its darkness inviting danger. In a secluded corner, Ava retrieves a small flash drive from a concealed dead drop. Her glances around are swift and nervous, the silver bracelet flashing briefly as tension coils tightly around her. Elias confronts Leo in a quiet bar, their conversation thick with unresolved grievances. The air between them is charged, every word heavy with past betrayals and unspoken threats. Maya grips an old rotary phone, the soft ticking of a clock growing louder in the background. Her whispered words carry urgency, time slipping away as shadows deepen around her. Suddenly, an explosion erupts at the warehouse Maya had been investigating, flames licking the night sky. The blast shatters the calm, echoing like a frantic heartbeat through the city streets. Leo escapes the fiery chaos, clutching his leather jacket tightly, disappearing into the darkness with practiced agility. The night swallows him whole, leaving only questions in his wake. Maya tends to minor burns, her determination hardening as she stares into the unfolding mystery. Pain sharpens her resolve. She vows to uncover the truth no matter the cost. Back in her apartment, Ava's silver bracelet catches a stray beam of light as she opens a locked briefcase silently. Inside lies secrets that could unravel everything they thought they knew. Under the cold glow of a desk lamp, Elias studies a fragment of the torn photograph through his magnifying glass. His expression darkens as pieces of a larger, more sinister puzzle begin to fit together. Meyer and Ava move stealthily through a government building under cover of night, their senses heightened. Every shadow seems alive, every step carries the weight of potential exposure. Leo's voice is low and urgent as he speaks into a burner phone, mentioning the lost files. Each whispered word pulls him deeper into the web of hidden agendas. The camera focuses on a ticking clock striking midnight, shadows creeping slowly across its face. The relentless passage of time presses on, amplifying the growing urgency of their mission. At an office computer, Meyer uncovers an encrypted folder titled Project Shard. Her fingers hesitate over the keyboard, aware that opening it might change everything. Trapped behind sliding metal doors, Ava works desperately to unlock them, the silver bracelet gleaming faintly in the confined space. The ticking clock reverberates, mirroring the pounding in her chest. In a narrow alley, Leo battles two attackers with swift, precise moves, his leather jacket twisting as he strikes. Each moment is a dangerous dance, survival hinging on perfect timing and relentless determination. Maya's fingers flew over her keyboard, the encrypted files slowly unraveling under her sharp gaze. A hidden connection emerged. Elias was entangled in the conspiracy more deeply than anyone had suspected. The weight of this revelation pressed down as the ticking clock echoed in the background, urging her onward. In the dead of night, Elias slipped into a secure vault, his face set in determined concentration. He retrieved a locked box etched with a shattered glass emblem, the symbol of fractured trust. His movements were precise, betraying no hint of the storm about to break loose. Ava lunged towards the exit just as alarms erupted, the wailing sirens slicing through the dim corridors. Her silver bracelet caught the light as she sprinted, every heartbeat synchronized with the urgent ticking sound nearby. She vanished into the shadowed maze, a ghost fleeing imminent capture. On a rain-slicked rooftop, Meyer and Leo came face to face, tension radiating between them like static electricity. Words were scarce, their silence heavy with suspicion and reluctant acceptance. After a brief pause, their eyes locked, forging an uneasy alliance under the bleak city skies. They huddled around a flickering screen, watching security footage reveal Ava's secret meeting with a shadowy figure in broad daylight. The scene contrasted sharply with the urban darkness surrounding them, heightening the stakes. Unseen threads of betrayal began to weave tighter between them all. Maya grabbed a city map, her pen strafing across it as she marked several key locations tied to Project Shard. Each mark a clue, a puzzle piece of a sinister plot that stretched through the city's veins. The ticking clock again underscored the mounting urgency surrounding their discovery. Leo rolled up his sleeve, revealing a hidden tattoo of a broken clock etched onto his wrist. The shattered timepiece symbolized all he had lost and the precious time slipping away. It was a quiet confession beneath the constant metallic sheen of his leather jacket. In a luxurious penthouse bathed in cool shadows, Ava confronted Elias, her fingers gripping her silver bracelet tightly. Her voice cracked with a mix of anger and desperation as she demanded answers. Elias's eyes, behind round glasses, remained unflinching, calculating every word to deflect her charge. Suddenly, the city plunged into darkness as a power outage swept across the skyline. Sirens blared in the distance, a chaotic symphony that meshed with the urgent ticking in the background. The abrupt night deepened the mystery and unsettled everyone caught in its grip. Maya slipped into a crowded nightclub, her gaze sharp as she scanned the chaotic scene for a coded message hidden in plain sight. The pulsing lights cast fractured shadows reminiscent of shattered glass, mirroring the broken trust she sought to mend. Every minute counted as the clock ticked relentlessly on. Beneath the nightclub, Leo expertly picked the lock to a secret door, revealing a dimly lit passage that smelled of secrets long concealed. The narrow corridor whispered echoes of untold betrayals and silent alliances. Leo's steady breathing barely disturbed the fragile calm as he led the way onward. Ava traced a trail of torn photographs, each fragment fluttering like a ghost of the past, leading her to an underground storage facility. The place was cloaked in eerie stillness, shadows dancing across the cold walls like shattered reflections. Her silver bracelet felt heavier, charged with the weight of discovery. From a distance, Elias observed with a stern face partly obscured by shadows, his eyes sharp and relentless. Every move on the chessboard was calculated, the ticking clock matching the rhythm of his ruthless mind. He waited patiently, a predator concealed within the urban darkness. Inside the facility, Meyer and Leo discovered a sprawling wall covered in photographs connected by taut strings. Names, places, dates, all tied together in a sprawling web revealing the breadth of the conspiracy. The sight was overwhelming, but clarity gleamed through the chaos under the low, flickering light. Ava's fingers found a hidden key embedded within her silver bracelet, twisting it to reveal a secret compartment. The revelation was both shocking and empowering, a symbol of secrets kept close at hand. The ticking clock outside seemed to pause in reverence to this newfound treasure. Suddenly, guards burst through the door, and chaos exploded into a frantic chase through narrow, labyrinthine corridors. Hearts pounded in time with the ticking clock as Maya, Ava, and Leo darted through the shadows. Every step was weighed by desperation, and the shimmer of shattered trust trailing behind them. Maya fumbled for a flare, igniting it to throw a sudden burst of light into the darkness. The corridor flickered in fiery oranges and reds, temporarily blinding their pursuers. The flare's glow reflected off broken glass shards scattered across the floor, illuminating their narrow escape route. At a crucial junction, Leo barred the doorway with his body, turning back the onrushing guards. His sacrifice bought precious seconds, the steady ticking in the background echoing his fading heartbeat. Meyer and Ava hesitated only briefly before racing toward their helicopter escape. Meyer and Ava reached a rooftop where a helicopter waited, its windows fractured like broken glass reflecting the city's neon veins. The hum of the rotors mixed with the relentless ticking, underscoring the urgency of their flight. Behind them, the city lay fractured, but not yet defeated. From their aerial vantage point, Maya spotted Elias below, furiously coordinating a final move on his digital tablet. His posture radiated cold intensity, timed perfectly with the accelerating tick of the clock. The last act of the conspiracy was about to unfold under the dim urban glow. Maya's hand trembled as she called Leo's phone, the faint ringing audible through twisted debris below. Hope flickered amid despair. He might still be trapped but alive. The ticking clock seemed to slow in that fragile moment of suspense. Using the bracelet's hidden key, Ava activated a secret safe embedded in the rooftop wall, revealing critical evidence buried within. Papers and small devices spilled out, each piece a testament to the dangerous truths they'd unearthed. The ticking clock tightened the noose around their pursuers. Elias sat before multiple screens, preparing to upload classified data to an unknown recipient. The intensity of the ticking clock grew deafening, each second dragging the city closer to disaster. His fingers danced across the keyboard with ruthless purpose. Maya's fingers flew across her laptop, hacking into Elias's system remotely, a desperate attempt to intercept the dangerous transmission. The digital battle unfolded against a backdrop of relentless ticking and fractured trust. Failure was not an option. Too much depended on her success. Ava's sharp eyes decoded a complex cipher, revealing the location of a hidden bunker beneath the city. This underground refuge held secrets vital to exposing the conspiracy's core. With the ticking clock echoing faintly, The trio prepared for their final descent into darkness. Meyer and Ava moved silently through the dim corridors of the bunker, the flickering screens casting erratic shadows on their faces. Ahead, Elias stood framed by the glow of a control panel, his stern gaze unflinching as they approached. The urgency of the ticking clock echoed softly, pressing upon their nerves as they prepared for confrontation. Elias's voice was calm, but edged with desperation, as he confessed the truth behind the conspiracy. Controlling information was never about power alone. It was a means to prevent chaos, born from fear of losing control over a world spiraling into uncertainty. His motives were complicated, rooted in a hope to preserve order amidst mounting threats. Suddenly, Leo appeared, his leather jacket torn and smeared with grime but unmistakably present. With practiced efficiency, he disabled the nearby security systems, the screens flickering into darkness and giving Maya and Ava the advantage they needed. His battered but alive presence reignited their resolve in the dim bunker's oppressive air. Maya held up the torn photograph, fragments of past ties aching between them. She confronted Elias with the painful revelation, a betrayal intertwined not just with their mission, but with their shared histories. The broken image mirrored the fractured trust that had driven them to this moment. Silence hung thick as the standoff stretched on, tension crackling like static around them. Then, without warning, the bunker's ceiling groaned and collapsed, debris and dust engulfing the space in a sudden chaos. The ticking clock's rhythm intensified, marking the terrifying urgency of their escape. Shards of glass shattered around them, glinting ominously as they navigated the crumbling bunker. The relentless ticking grew louder, a visceral reminder of the fleeting time to flee the collapsing stronghold. Every step was a struggle against falling debris and the threat of entrapment. Outside, the first light of dawn painted the city skyline with hues of orange and pink. Their silhouettes stood together, framed against the awakening world, breathing deeply as the night's trials receded. The urban backdrop glimmered in the new day, offering a fragile promise of renewal. Meyer and Leo exchanged a glance, the weight of their fractured loyalties dissolving in the shared trials they had endured. Words were unnecessary as understanding passed silently between them, mending old wounds with tentative hope. Their alliance was reforged, stronger and more genuine than before. Ava's hand tightened around her silver bracelet, the cool metal grounding her amid uncertain futures. Her eyes scanned the horizon, reflective and cautious, but carrying a spark of hope. The bracelet, once just an accessory, now symbolized resilience and the unbroken spirit of their group. In the final moment, shards of broken glass caught the rising sun's light, scattering reflections across the bustling streets. The protagonists melted into the city's flow, their past struggles etched in fractures, but overshadowed by newly forged alliances. The dawn marked not just an end, but a beginning carved from shattered trust and reclaimed loyalties.